Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to be with us on Tembe TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. We're excited tonight, even as we get down to business, ensuring that every Kenyan is informed and well equipped as far as the general election of 9th August 2022 are concerned. Propaganda running around, we must all keep abreast with the reality and facts so that nobody takes advantage of our ignorance. Well, the Tifa opinion polls in 5 counties reveal a sustained lead by Raila Odinga of AZIMIO la Umoja compared to Kenya Kwanza Deputy President William Ruto's bid for presidency. What do you make of this? The margin is over 52% for Raila Odinga and 34% for Deputy President William Ruto. Is this it? Or there is much more waiting? Well, let's weigh on the same. Of course, the court overturns the ban on the use of the classified hate speech statements by the NCIC. And they claim that matters to Pangwingwi and Mtajua Mjui is not hate speech. What do you make of this? Are the courts doing it, or what is your take on the same? Uhuru Kenyatta on the offensive with the AZIMIO la Umoja One Kenya campaign. He's out to see to it that the AZIMIO la Umoja carries the day as he leads from the front in the campaign, contrary to what Tanga or Kenya Kwanza people were spewing over and over, trying to claim that he's afraid of coming out clear and declare his support for one Raila Odinga. And now that he's on the offensive, the deputy president is now out to say he should stay aside. He should let him confront and compete with Raila Odinga. What do you make of all this? And of course, it's 25 days to go. The general election is beckoning. Are you set? Do you have your pistol, bunduki yako na risasi lako kulingana na Raila Odinga, your voter's card and your national ID? Make sure those are the main important tools to make your voice heard and determine the direction of this country come August 9th, 2022. I'm glad that you are watching. Please, let's keep it here. And if you're able to get us, invite somebody to join into the discourse tonight. Don't watch alone. And those of you following us on Facebook, you need to come and subscribe on YouTube. There is more sustained broadcast on YouTube than Facebook. There are some limitations by doing Facebook Live that are taken care of by YouTube. So we want all the people following us on Facebook to ensure that they are subscribers on YouTube, because there are programs you miss by reason of following us on Facebook only. So follow us on Facebook, but ensure that you are a subscriber and an active one on YouTube. Well, God bless you, everyone. Thank you so much for making time. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Kuna kungulu kwanga. Hi to you. Thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Limo George. Asante sana. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Cecilia Wiyanga, Mama Kelin. Karibu kwa show. Tunashukuru sana. Patel Seboka Manyi. You're welcome to the show. Kengo Omwangu. You're welcome. Kuna Martin Njagi. Karibu kwa show. Anton Onuti. You are welcome. Otieno Wycliffe. You are welcome. Thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu Wenslaus Langat, karibu kwa show. kuna Lindali Firstborn wa Magi, you are welcome. Kuna nani huyo, Ekisa Thomas, kuna Sarah Serange, you are welcome. Gloria, karibu kwa show. Bernard Imbai, you are welcome. Favor Akita, karibu kwa show. Peter Ojuma, you are welcome. Irene Mugambi Kagendo, you're welcome. Kuna Salim Zaliz Said, karibu kwa show. Simba Omar Said, jambo, asante sana. Kuna nani huyu, Kanafeli, Kirui Langat Hillary, you're welcome. Tifa Azimio opinion voters. Watavua. Very interesting indeed. Okay, karibu kila mmoja. Tumia your link, ingia studio, tuanze kuongea mapana na marefu kulingana na siasa zetu. Cosmas Owino, karibu. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Vinicius Junior, you're welcome. Kuna George Owochi. Hey, hiyo ni kali, hiyo sijaisikia. Karibu Vincent Kisivuli. Kuna nini? Big Ben J, Jackson Ogutu, nani huyu, Colias Bet, alafu kuna Mohamed Nyamawi, good evening to you. Irene Mweu, Charles Kondwe, karibu sana. Nani huyu, sitaki kuruka yeyote. Okay, Nancy Muruli, karibu kwa show. Who is this? Mizito Designer Kenya. Karibu sana, tunashukuru. Tested Evans, correct. We appreciate you. Kuna Jose Kowech, karibu kwa show. Kuna Tito Kipkemboi Kosigei, nakwambia. Karibu sana. Kuna Joa Mochuka, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Harriet Kaveta, you are welcome. Musa Otaya, Salome Mbone, huyo ni wetu, karibu sana. Nani mwingine hapa? Vincent Arap Nikolai, you're welcome. Okay, karibu kwa show. Sorry. Okay, thank you so much. We'll talk more about that. Elijah Pio, karibu kwa show. Nani Robert Mumanyi, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Kuna Weekly Files, niko poa, asante sana. Nani mwingine? Sitaki kuruka yeyote. Nora Sonia, alafu Linet wa Bomba, kuna Zedi Smith, K.A. Agnes, alafu Jacob Mawazo, Kevin Bushendich Boyio. I tell you, kuna majina huku nje. I called Caleb, sorry, Ngare, alafu Maina Kevin. Asante kila moja. Pamela Kageni, Irene, tuyo tushamuona. Kuna Jacob, asante sana. Bantu Warriors, karibu sana mzee wetu, tunashukuru. Juma Ramadhani, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? Anaitwa Ngeus Wakidomo, alafu Esther kwa Mboka Nyaunde, Maureen Adega, alafu Frank JB. Asante sana kila mmoja. Tafadhali, kama unatupata, karibisha wawili, watatu, watano, wote wajumike nasi katika Mtembei TV. Wakati tunaanza mjadala wa leo, tunaangazia TIF opinion poll ambazo zinamweka Raila Odinga mbele kabisa, akifuatwa na William Ruto wa Kenya Kwanza. Wewe unaona haya mambo yanaenda vipi? Alafu kuna koti zinasema atupangwingwi, iko sawa. Alafu mtajua hatujui, hiyo sio hate speech. Bas naomba tujadili kwa kina. Alafu Uhuru Kenyatta ameamua basi, kama mbaya ni mbaya, kama noma ni noma, yanaongoza kampeni za Azimio la Umoja kwa fujo. yaani kwa nguvu zote na nia yote kuhakikisha kwamba Azimio la Umoja ndiyo inafanya nini, inashinda uchaguzi huu. Wewe unaona ya mambo yanaenda vipi? Zimesalia siku 25, alafu tuende katika debe, nani atakuwa wa kwanza katika kinyang'anyiro hiki. Tafadhali watu wote wale mnakuja studio, lazima kamera yako ikuwe on. Kama unajificha nyuma ya curtain, kaa huko kwa comments, huko ndio picha yako ama sura yako haitahitajika. Lakini hapa kwa kamera, kwa studio, lazima kamera yako ikuwe on na audio yako ikuwe well configured, ili tukipatia nafasi ya kuchangia, unachangia bila wasi. Hiyo ndio sheria yetu. Na wacha niweke link tena kwa wale ambao mnatafuta link ya kuingia studio. Link ndio hiyo. Una click kwa hiyo link, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, na utakuwa katika hii space ili wote tukashiriki katika mjadala wa usiku wa leo, tunapoangazia Tifa opinion polls ambazo zinampatia Raila 52, William Ruto 34, alafu magavana kadhaa katika kaunti 5 hizi zote Raila anaongoza kwa mbali, akifuatiwa nyuma kwa nyuma na nani? Na William Ruto. Wewe unaona haya ndio ukweli ama ndio wanasema propaganda? Kuna mtu amesema Tifa sasa ni Azimio. Hii Tifa imekuwa ikipatia William Ruto mwongozo tu na ikakuwa nzuri. Sasa saa hii inaitwa ya Azimio. Lakini mambo ndio kama hayo. Kuna nani huyu Mbui uko ama hauko? Kama umejificha nyuma ya curtain, atukuongezi kwa screen. That is the new law. If you want to hide, we can't add you to the screen, so that we want to sustain a good quality of video for the viewers who come to review our show after we are done. Bwana Ngui, habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana Mbena.
Hello. Tupatie habari, kunaendelea vipi huko?
Huku niko Nyeri, huko Nyeri kunaendelea mzuri. Ndio nilikuwa nimepika hapa, nimeshoka sana. Tumetoka ground kufanya siasa ya incoming governor wetu Engineer KENYATTA.
Yes, Bwana Ngui, endelea vipi? Bwana Ngui, upo haupo?
Kazi mwanapea ruka.
Okay. Samahani, Bwana Ngui, unatupata kweli?
Iko sawa?
Tuko sawa, endelea tafadhali. Bwana we.
Hello.
Samahani, inaonekana kuna hitilafu ya mitambo, aidha au tupati ama kuna mushkili mahali. Wapi huyu Ruz? Zuri Tech, habari yako?
Mnanisikia?
Unapatikana safi sana, endelea. Namna gani?
Niko salama. Nimeingia, mtangojea tu nisikie kwanza Kenya iko, alafu nitachangia baadaye.
Sawa, umejoin ukiwa sehemu gani?
Niko Canada saa hizi. Huwa ana show yako, ndio maana leo available.
Sawa, asante sana. You can mute, then we proceed. My own Reverend, how are you today? Reverend Seth, how are you today? Unmute,
how
unmute, sir.
about you?
I'm great. I'm great. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, and good to see my fellow brothers on this platform. How is Nairobi?
Nairobi is good. A little cold, but all is on the move.
Good. We are also doing well. Is cold here in Brazil, but we are coping up well. We thank God.
Good.
So what's going on?
All is top gear. Campaigns are on, and it's pull and push to see who is who where. That's all that is latest here.
Oh, who is who? Number one, Jesus Christ is the Lord. Number two, Raila is winning this thing hands down. Number three, Ruto is going to Sigoi. My major concern is Mombasa gubernatorial results is my major concern. But presidential, there's no doubt, Raila is going to carry the day. You know, it's Raila's time, so we don't expect anything else. We don't expect Ruto. It's not Ruto's time. It is purely Raila's time. And all the indicators are showing that this time around, Raila, after suffering for a long time, is going to get it. So that's what I have to say for now. Let me hear what people are saying, then maybe later on, I will come back. Thank you, Pastor Bernard.
Thank you so much, Reverend Seth. We appreciate that.
And who is that? Yes.
Yes, Jesus Christ is Lord indeed, and reigns in time and eternity. Well, let's move on. Bwana Omar, habari ya leo?
Mi niko vizuri. Niambie Bernard.
Niko salama. Naomba umtie moyo Reverend Seth, umwambie vile Mombasa inakaa. Inaonekana ako mbali sana, ako Brazil. Haelewi mambo yetu.
Tuliwaambia wasi battle bado, na battle inafika final. Yani inaitwa kibunga Bernard. Kibunga. Kibunga inakuja inasukuma Urubaro na takataka zote huko Uganda. Na siasa saa hii, siasa Azimio tumeamua hakuna kusimama, ni kwenda paka saa ya mwisho. Tulikuwa tunaambia watu waache siasa, siasa itafika wakati wake. Sasa tumeanza siasa, wameanza kulia mapema, na siasa ndio tunaimalizia sasa, kwa sababu ukiangalia siasa ya Azimio tumejigawa vikundi fulani, yani vikundi kadhaa Kenya, na kibunga ile kubwa sana
Pole Bwana Omar, inaonekana mitambo imekataa kwako. Utarejea baadaye. Eunice, how are you today? You unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm just calling from Ireland. Yeah, ninaona vitu Kenya ziko sawa papa ndani.
Asante sana.
Yeah, in fact, I've been following you people for so long. Nimekuwa nikiona mko online. Leo nikasema wacha nijaribu ziko kazi niseme at least msikie sauti ya Wakenya ambao wako nje. Sasa kitu ninauliza, maana nyinyi ndio wafuazi ambao mko hapo Kenya, kuhusu hii mambo ya Songo ambaye leo amepitishwa kuwa atagawania ugavana wa Mombasa. How do you think and how do you feel, although we only need Baba to get votes and to win, but also hii mambo ya Songo, atujui kama yeye ni moli wa UDA, atujui kama yeye ako straightforward ni AZIMIO. Munaonaje mambo ya Mombasa?
Asante, swali zuri kweli.
Yeah.
Kulingana na vile mambo yalivyo,
Yeah.
Songo hana nafasi ya kupata ugavana wa Mombasa. Na vizuri hata akienda kurun, it's still okay. The AZIMIO candidate is very strong on the ground, and Songo coming in right now, it's very difficult for him to tilt the vote. And then the difference between the UDA candidate and the AZIMIO candidate is very wide. So the Songo disturbance will not give UDA an upper hand at all. Because when this one is over 50, the UDA person is hardly 15. So the disturbance of Songo in between, I think Songo can only beat the UDA candidate. And that will be end of the game. And then also, now Songo is looked at as mtu wa bara, okay? Si mwenyeji. Na kura za Mombasa zinaamuliwa na wenyeji, wenye Mombasa. Na candidate wa AZIMIO ndio mwenyeji. Amekuwa mbunge wa Sit Kisauni kwa mula, I think 3 times. So he is a local, and the local people are going to stick by him. Raila's force in Mombasa cannot be overturned by Songo or any other person. It's too late in the day, number one. Number two, Raila is too heavy in Mombasa. Mwezi mtupa hivyo ni ngumu, itachukua muda.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. In UK, we are sorted with the Baba. UK wale ambao tunaishi hapa sisi ni Baba. Na nimekuwa na Baba kutoka 2002. I was a man ambaye nilikuwa na mtafutia kura, ingawa nikakuja travel. So still that damu iko ndani. So you people keep on and work hard for that. And I think the only thing I can do is keep on like you now. You have a lot of followers, and some waambie kwamba watumie lugha ambaye ni mzuri na wanyenyekee, wasiwe ambao wa matusi ambayo inanyang'anya Baba kura. But like now today, like yesterday, as I watched the debut Ruto ambaye alitusi Eugene Wamalwa like as a woman. Now we have a big win. This is where we can start now. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just wanted to see kwa hiyo.
Sawa, karibu sana, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. We encourage that you are following us, and we look forward to interacting further. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are viewing around the country, please make sure that you are inviting guys into the discussion. Don't watch alone. Share in your WhatsApp groups, share in your Facebook groups, share in all social media platforms where you are, so that the whole world can get the right information. Mtembei TV is committed to ensure that raw, right information reaches to right people, so that nobody takes advantage of the ignorance of Kenyans. So as we discuss, real people, you and me, analyzing politics, we need everybody on board. So don't watch alone. If you're able to get us, invite somebody to watch with you. And then those of you following us on Facebook, the last 4 days ago, we had problem streaming live on Facebook, and there are people who missed our 2 programs that we ran without Facebook. And so we are encouraging everybody on Facebook to subscribe on YouTube. YouTube gives us unlimited time to stream. Facebook limits our broadcast. So maybe we may reach a time when we will be streaming only on YouTube. So if you are not a subscriber of Mtembei TV on YouTube, please do so that you don't miss out on any of our programs. And this is only one program. We do over 100 programs per day. So you need to be a subscriber in order not to miss out on any of our broadcasting. And of course, we are lining up ourselves to be part and parcel of what will be streaming live results from the polling station. So kuna kazi mob na unapaswa kuwa hapa ili umakinike, usipitwe na lolote. Asante sana wote watu wa comments, tunashukuru. Wale watu wako cost, kama ile jibu nimepeana alifai, nataka mnikosoe, lakini tunamgoja Steven na Omar warudi watuambie kwa sababu wako kwa ground, na but what I know, Mombasa ni kwetu. Hata kama mimi ni mtu wa bara. Yes, Reverend, what is it?
Man of God, hata mimi Mombasa ni kwetu. I was born in 1973 there, when the course was ilikuwa inaitwa Makadara, na mimi nimeenda shule na huyo governor, kwa hivyo naelewa kidogo Mombasa. Lakini my concern is still the issue of Sonko. We cannot just conclude that the AZIMIO, okay, of course Sonko is AZIMIO too, and mwana wa Nasir ni AZIMIO too, but we cannot just conclude that things are okay with mwana wa Nasir. From where I sit, that guy has been riding on Joe for so long, and Joe akona enemies half and a half. Sile Joe wa kwanza, when he was an MP or when he became a governor, there are a lot of shiftings ambayo imefanyika hapo pwani kulingana na maoni yangu. Naam, kama ingekuwa a different candidate, yule atwa nani yule kampeni ya baba, yule mzee ndio anaweza saizi even kucontrol coming in of Mike Sonko. So Mombasa with Swamad, it is not automatic, though with Raila it's okay now. You see, with Raila, Sonko coming in, you know, things are okay on Raila's side, but on Swamad, I'm casting my doubts. However, UDA candidate will not be number 2. UDA candidate will be number 3. So I think it's either to go to Sonko or Swamad, but UDA candidate, no in cost. Another thing ambayo naweza kuchangia, nilisikia vibaya sana wakati Eunice not Eunice, I'm sorry, how do you call this guy? Wamalwa, Eugene Wamalwa, our brother in Christ and in creation.
Unataka kuleta shida ingine.
No, it's just a slip of tongue. Unajua kule kwetu Homa Bay kuna hiyo shida. Ushasikia ule governor wa Homa Bay bila anaongeanga na shida. That's our problem. So I ask members to bear with me. Eugene Wamalwa. Sikufurahishwa sana. You know, Ruto is a brother. Na si jambo nzuri zaidi compare Eugene Wamalwa with a woman. Si jambo moja mzuri sana. Na hiyo pia should be a warning to UDA and Ruto lovers that this guy is not what he says he is. neither will he do exactly the promises that he has forwarded to Kenyans, kwa sababu maisha yake imejaa na uongo. Ya pili, maisha yake imejaa ni matusi. Kwa hivyo, from where I'm sitting, I'm warning Kenyans, even the people who was online here was supporting him, to not to trust him with leadership. Mbarikiweni sana.
Okay, asante sana wa Reverend Seth, na labda kwa masuala ya Mombasa. Joho anaweza kuwa na maadui, lakini wadui wake si kwa wapiga kura, ni kwa aidha mabwenyenye ama wapinzani wake wa kisiasa.
Man of God, man of God, man of God.
Ngoja nimalize sentence.
Why can't you let the people say what they want to say, and then you come in later to bring you to summarize? Because if you talk, people will say that thing is settled.
Hold on, Reverend. I'm responding to a matter you brought up, because another person will come in and introduce a new subject, want to bring a closure to this. What I'm saying is, Joho's politics in Mombasa has dismantled the tribal factor, which Songo is trying to reintroduce. That tribal factor may not peak at this particular period of time. We have 25 days to the general elections. So it will be very difficult to break that and then bring in the tribal factor. When he brings in the tribal factor and probably get the Kamba vote of the coast, okay? Are they enough to tilt the rest of the communities in Mombasa? I don't think so. And so, even if he brings in the issue of the Walahoi and all that, kulingana na mimi, hiyo itakuwa kazi ngumu, lakini tusubiri watu wa Mombasa. Mimi nasubiri watu wa Mombasa waniambie. Hata Martin amenionya hapa nisiongee. Yeye ni mtu wa Mombasa, atakuja kunieleza. So tusubiri tu, as the debate continues, we'll get into more light on the same subject and other things arising. On the other hand, I also want us to do justice to the topic of the day, so that people clicking on this particular channel, they will get exactly what we are discussing as it is written, not for them to click only to find us discussing different from what we wrote. We don't want to be part of those sensational videos where you click to see what has been written only to find what is going on there has nothing to do with what is written. Sisi tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba ukweli unakidhiri wakati tunaendelea na mjadala wetu. Karibu kila mmoja, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, tusonge mbele. Bwana Laban, habari ya leo?
Salama sana Ben.
Yes, dakika 2-3 tafadhali tusonge mbio.
Ndio, lakini hilo swala la Sonko, hata kama umesema tu adjust kidogo, nitaligusia kidogo tu tafadhali, ndio nirudi kwa mjadala.
Endelea, bora dakika yako utakata mwenyewe.
I'm very brief. Every day I'm brief, and you know. Sasa bana Seth, kuna swala moja ambalo umeligusia hapo, lakini exactly kitu yenye Bernard ameongea, kitu Sonko anataka kutumia Mombasa ni tribal vote, ambayo ni ya community ya Wakamba ambao anajua si wachache, ambayo maybe hata watu wengi wana doubt. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba Mombasa is also a city ambayo iko na diaspora votes ambazo ni za Raila Odinga. Hawaangalii mambo ya tribe, ambao ni purely wafuasi wa Raila Odinga. So entry ya Sonko in the Mombasa race, sidhani. Labda angeuliza kiti cha either Changamwe ama pande hiyo ingine ya Chomfu, ni sawa, hiyo angeipata directly. Na nataka niondoke hapo kwa mada ya leo, kwa sababu kuna gavana wameangaliwa umaarufu kidogo, kama Natembea kutoka Trans Nzoia, Simba Arati na pia Nyamira, nataka niseme kwamba huo ndio ukweli vile ground iko, kwa sababu ninaweza ongelea counties kama mbili. Trans Nzoia, mimi natoka pande ya Trans Nzoia. Hapo Natembea atakuwa amepita na hiyo kiti mapema asubuhi. Chris Wamalwa aendelee na shughuli zingine za ubunge. Na Simbarati pia natoka Kisii. Mimi ni mtu wa kaunti mbili. Simbarati hata hiyo sio 60. Hiyo kitu ni tofauti kabisa, vile ilivyo kwa ground ni 80+. Hiyo asubuhi mapema hiyo imeenda. Na hata wazee wengine waliambiwa mapema wacha kujisumbua kwa hii kiti, lakini juu hang on kama wanataka mambo ya kuwa appointed kama board of directors kwa parastatus, it's okay, wanaweza clean kwa mambo ya elections, lakini guaranteed Simbarati, Kisii, Trans Nzoia na Tembea. Hata Nyamira hapo hiyo rating iko chini kidogo, ujue Matiang'i anatoka Nyamira, so work on the ground iko imara. So opinion polls za leo is a reflection ya kitu yenye inaenda kufanyika on 9th. Hata 52 iko chini bado. Tuendelee mbele. Asante. Tutaendelea na kuongea baadaye.
Okay, asante. Twende mbio mbio. MC. Naipe. Okay.
Yes, Bernard, mambo?
Niko salama. Nipatie dakika moja nicheze video alafu naingia.
Sawa sawa, it's okay.
Okay. There you go. I think we start here.
Maoni ya utafiti wa umaarufu wa wagombea urais na ugavana katika kaunti za Murang'a, Trans Nzoia, Isiolo, Kisii na Nyamira.
Katika utafiti huo, mgombea urais kwa tikiti ya Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Raila Odinga anaongoza kwa umaarufu kwa 52% ikilinganishwa na mpinzani wake mkuu naibu rais William Ruto wa Kenya Kwanza mwenye 34%.
Mgombea urais wa chama cha Roots George Wajakoya ni watatu akiwa na 1% katika ugombezi wa ugavana kaunti ya Kisii. Mgombea wa ODM Simbarati anaongoza akiwa na 66% na kufuata na mpinzani wake kutoka UDA Ezekiel Machogu mwenye 11%.
Amos Nyaribo wa UPA anaongoza kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana huko Nyamira.
Nyaribo ana 36% mbele ya Walter Nyambati mwenye 19%.
Katika kaunti ya Isiolo, Godana Doyo ambaye mgombea huru ndiye maarufu zaidi kwa 45%, huko Abdi Guyo akiwa na 34%.
Na katika kaunti ya Murang'a, Irungu Kang'ata wa UDA anaongoza akiwa na 58% mbele ya Jamle Kamau wa Jubilee akiwa na 13%.
Kaunti ya Trans Nzoia, mgombea ugavana wa Azimio George Natembea ndiye maarufu zaidi akiwa na 56% mbele ya Chris Wamalwa mwenye 21%.
Okay, MC, endelea tafadhali.
Sawa, Bwana Bernard, kwanza nataka nichukue fursa hii kukushukuru kwa sababu ya jioni ya leo. Uliona mwanzoni wakati nilikuwa nikiangalia nilikuwa nimekasirika sana kwa sababu leo huyu jamaa wa mimi namuitanga sana huyu muongo. Leo alikuwa kwetu kabisa. In fact from penye amefanyia mkutano na penye anafanyia biashara ni walking distance. So leo ameleta mauongo zake hapa. Amedanganya watu. Ninasikianga watu wanasemanga jamaa anadanganya. I'm telling you Bwana Bernard, leo jamaa amedanganya kitu ninajua mimi mwenyewe. Atukure pole kwa kwenda nje mada, lakini pole kidogo nirudie niambie wa Kenya wenzangu. I'm telling you my brother, kuna kiwanda chenye kimetengenezwa na governor wetu hapa, anaitwa Governor Bado. In fact niliwaambianga kwamba mimi natoka Migori County. Hiyo kiwanda governor ndio ameitengeneza, kila mtu anajua, hata mimi mwenyewe ninajua. Unajua jamaa amekuja akatudanganya hapa eti simuliona nimetengeneza kiwanda hapa. Watu wachache walikataa wakasema hapana, acha kudanganya watu, yote tunajua. So thank God leo amedanganya live nikisikia. Mimi nimekuwa nikiona kwa TV na kwa radio, lakini leo kabisa alidanganya tukiona. Nirudi kwa agenda Bernard. Mimi saizi siongei stories za utafiti kwa sababu mimi ninashangaa hawa majamaa wanaanza kudanganya watu, wanakasirika kwa sababu imeweka leo Raila mbele. Kumbuka like 5 months ago Ruto alikuwa mbele na 60%, Raila akiwa 20 something. Ilikuwa sawa kabisa, hata alikuwa akitoka mkutano kila sehemu akienda anasema mkiona watu wengi wako saidi yangu, mkiona sijui watu wanasema namna gani. Lakini leo hii umeona ameanza kubadilisha maneno, anasema kwamba wasifuate, hiyo ni project ya government, sijui vitu kama hizo. Telling you hata yeye amegundua. I'm telling, leo alikuwa akizungumza na hasira yote. I'm telling you alikuwa anaongea na hasira yote. Mimi sikufika kwa mkutano yake, nilikuwa tuna stream Facebook live nikimwangalia juice. By then nikionanga Ruto. Mimi ukweli beef yangu na Ruto imeingia mpaka kwa damu. I'm telling you. Huyu Manda kwa alikuwa anasema kwamba siasa ni ya mapafu. Mimi hapana. No. Uwezi nidanganya, uwezi udanganya watu na tukiona na tuendelea kucheka na wewe. So mimi sikufika kwa huo mkutano, nilikuwa tu ninaangalia, nina stream live nikiangalia kitu alikuwa anadanganya watu hapo. Nikirudi kwa stories za Sonko zenye nimeona ukisema kwamba tuzikanyagie chini, lakini kwa sasa hizi siwezi zikanyagia chini. Hii maneno tushapanga na tumemaliza. Ukiangalia jana, in fact Raila sijaiona mtu mwerevu kama Raila. Aliamua tu kucheza kadi zake vizuri. I'm telling you we are going to win among the 2 cities. Hizi capital cities zote tutawin. Mombasa nayo ni landslide, haina shida. Huyo jamaa anang'ang'ana nayo na anaenda nayo tu hivyo. So nikirudi nikimalizia tu kidogo kwa sababu ndio tumeanza. Ukiangalia mambo na vile majamaa wanaanza kufanya kazi, vile Azimio inaanza kucampaign, kuna utofauti mkubwa. Raila anazunguka side nyingine, Martha Karua anazunguka side nyingine. Ruto amejaribu kuimplement lakini hazingiani. Gachagua akipewa mic ile side nyingine, si unajua ananyamba kwa gari. So sisi tukishatuma mama huko tukituma mama the other side kuko dole kabisa, kuko sawa, lakini wao wanajaribu kutumia hiyo strategy, haina shida. Ile tu kitu tunajaribu kukuambia kwamba zimesalia, in fact ni 1 week. Kampeni zimeendelea, ni wiki moja imebaki. Kama hautakuwa umemake decision, basi my brother nakwambia kitakuwa kimeenda namna hiyo. So ukirudi uangalie sahi opinion poll yenye itafanywa ya mwisho ndio tutajua tuko wapi. Na si unajua sisi watu wa Azimio undecided wale ni watu wa serikali. Tunaongeza tunakuja 50+, tunamaliza kile story. Sitaki kukaa na mambo mengi Bernard. Acha tuendelee kufuatilia mazee.
Wewe mzee, wewe unahitaji kuchunguzwa, lakini nashukuru kwa maoni yako. na mpatie Gachagua mic, mwacha kuzuia mic, alafu ni kama amefichwa mahali anafanyiwa coaching ya debate. Tunangoja hiyo siku ya debate tuone kama atahandle mama ama mama atamweka chini. All the same, thank you everyone for continuing to follow us on Mtembei TV. Please make sure you are inviting guys to join into the discourse. Don't watch alone. If you're following us on Facebook and you have not yet subscribed on YouTube, please cross over for a minute or 2 and just subscribe, hit the notification bell, go back to Facebook. You need to be a subscriber on YouTube for you to get all our programmings. You miss out a lot if you're following us on Facebook only. There are shows we do strictly on YouTube, and because we have more time on YouTube than we have on Facebook, we want everybody to migrate and be able to follow us from YouTube. Please don't hesitate to do that while it is possible. I want to appreciate everybody. Thank you so much for continuing to do it right. Tutasonga mbele, watu wa comments, asante sana, tuendelee. Kuna nani ananiingilia hapo? Alumu anasema juice yangu haiishi, inawezeka tu. Inaitwa overflow kibiblia, inaitwa hata Yesu aliombea divai, maji ikakuwa divai, alafu mikate pia 5 ikaendelea tu kuongezeka wakati watu nakula. Kwa hivyo bado niko ndani ya maandiko. Thank you so much. Naomba sasa tumlete mzee wetu. Jakindu Bey, vipi leo?
Salama sana Bernard. Hamjambo wote?
Hatujambo.
Huyo mtu ya Oma Bey. kwa Cyprian na Witi.
Bwana, goe ginyundo.
Huyu ni anko yangu bwana.
Kweli anatoka Kilube na mimi natoka Kanyada. Mamangu anatoka Zimbi, so is an uncle.
Hata wewe ni anko yangu. Mimi mama yangu anatoka Kanyada.
Mara nyafinya guowa.
Sasa munilipe reunion fee.
Asante Bernard.
Thank you my brother. Thank you to connect with you.
Asante. Sasa Bernard, mimi nitasema kwamba ngoja niende kwa hii mada ya leo kwamba naona hasa Azimio baba anafanya kampeni. Sema sisi watu wa Azimio kampeni ni nzuri. Inaendelea vizuri kabisa. Kwa hiyo mimi sina wasiwasi kwa mambo ya kampeni. Na vile kidogo nilikuwa na tushishi kidogo na mambo ya Sonko, lakini nikiangalia wale majabali wanne, Sonko anawezaje kuwashinda? Sonko anaweza kushinda Raila Mombasa, ashinde Joho na Somad na yule Nasir. Hao wote wanne hawezi kuwashinda. Hao wanne hawezi kuwashinda. Mimi kwa hiyo yeye kama ingekuwa Sonko ni mtu wa kufikiria, angeingia tu kwa Azimio, afanye campaign, ajitafutie chochote atakachopewa ashughulikie. Lakini akiingia kwa campaign sidhani kama atafaulu. Lakini hiyo yote mimi nasema hizo vitu kama Sonko kwenda kuleta fujo huko, mimi hizo zote huwa nasema kwa mtu kama Kalonzo inatakiwa vitu vingine control na angalie kwa ujumla juu ya Azimio, kwa sababu hatutaki kupoteza viti, kwa sababu hata yeye atataka hizo viti, lakini haizuru kwa sababu Sonko akipata bado ni Azimio. Lakini kitu ambacho kimeniudhi kwanza ngoja niseme kwamba opinion poll saa hii watu wengine wanalalamika, watu wa UDA wanalalamika juu ya opinion poll, wanasema ni upuzi, lakini wakati walikuwa wakiwekwa wao ilikuwa ni sawa. Saa hii kama viatu iko kwa miguu upande ule mwingine wameanza kulia. Sasa hiyo mimi nasema hiyo ni sawa. Jambo tu ambalo naweza kusema imeniudhi, ambayo imeniudhi na inanisikitisha sana, ni wazee wa Bungoma, wazee wa huko Trans Nzoia wameniudhi sana. Wanawezaje kumwambia makamu wa rais eti apologize kitu gani? Kwa nini hawasemi watu wasimpigie kura? Hiyo ndio inatakikana, kwa sababu sasa hii ana apologize alafu ana nini? Hii mambo mimi saa zingine siwaelewi. Mtu anatusi mtoto wenu, alafu mnasema ati apologize. Ati hamjui mtu gani atakupigia kura, mnampigia kwa nini? Mtu ambaye anatusi watu. Jamani, hii kitu nyingine saa zingine mimi naona saa zingine ni kama watu wanawazimu. Mtu ashatusi, anamtusi mtu, anatusi mtoto wenu, anatusi minister mzima, anamtusi mbele ya wote wa Kenya tukiona. Alafu watu wanaanza kwenda kama kumuomba ati wewe tunakuomba uapologize. Hatutaki asi apologize, ni kura tu anyimwe. Watu wamunyime kura. Hiyo ndio adhabu ya kutosha. Wamnyime kura yote na wale watu wake wote, kwa sababu hiyo ni madharau. Huyu mtu akiwa president atawafanya nini? Kama saa hii sio president na anawatusi. Tena anakuja nyumbani kwenu alafu anawatusi hapo. Hapana bwana. Hiyo ndio fujo hatutaki, lakini kitu ambacho ni ya muhimu sahihi ni kumnyima kura. Hiyo ni kitu mzuri sana. Kama angemtusi wakati alikuwa makamu wa rais na ana miaka 3 bado yuko, hiyo ndio mnaweza kusema bwana apologize. Lakini sahihi ana apologize, anaenda wapi? Ni kumnyima kura, kusema asipigiwe kura na mtu yoyote katika Trans Nzoia na Western yote. Hiyo kitu mimi nashangaa. Fadhali na Atuoli, vile Atuoli alisema kwamba atalipiza, na mimi najua Atuoli atakuja kuambia watu vile ninavyosema, wamunyime kura. Hakuna watu wengine kama kina Malala wanyimwe kura kabisa, wakina Watangula wanyimwe kura, kwa sababu hawawezi kuja nyumbani na wanaleta mtu ambaye anakuja kutusi watoto wa nyumbani. That is completely wrong. Alafu the same guy anasema yeye ni bodaboda, na jana alikuwa anafukuza bodaboda, watu wote waliona. Sasa huyo ni mtu akimwambia mtu kwamba wewe usinijibu, kwani yeye ni nani? Yeye ni nani asiwezi kujibiwa? Unajua kitu nyingine watu sisi wana Kenya hatujui. Wakati Raila, Ruto, Wajakoya wanapokuja pale wanatuomba kazi, sisi ndio boss, na hawezi kuja kusomea boss. Mtu ambaye anataka kumpatia kazi anakusomea, na sisi tunakubali tu ati yeye anakusomea nani? Yeye ni nani? Kwa sababu bila kumpatia kura hawezi kupata hiyo cheo. So lazima tujue haki zetu, tujue nguvu zetu, kwamba kura hiyo ni nguvu yetu. Hiyo ndio, kwa sababu ukimpigia kura ndio unampatia kazi. Ukimnyima hiyo kura hana kazi, hawezi kupata hiyo kazi. Kwa hiyo hawa watu, mtu kama Ruto inatakiwa Wakenya wamfundishe, ndio viongozi wote ambao wanafanya kama Ruto wajue kwamba ni lazima kuheshimu watu. Tutoe hii mambo ya ati huyu ni mtu wetu. Kama ana tabia mbaya mnyime, ndio awe na tabia nzuri, kwa sababu tunataka tabia nzuri, tunataka watoto wetu wafuate tabia nzuri. Tunataka mtu ukienda ofisi mahali popote, watu wale wako pale wawe na tabia nzuri. Sasa tukimfanya mtu tabia mbaya namna hiyo, hiyo ni mbaya. Alafu nyingine, Bernard, juzi kulikuwa kulikuwa na interview, alafu mmoja anakuja amechelewa, alafu watu wanasema ati huyo mmoja amekuja amechelewa, anajua kuzungumza. Ashachelewa. Hiyo ni kuonyesha, na hata hakuomba msamaha, alikuja pale akapiga kifua. Huyo ni mtu ambaye tabia yake ni mbaya, na huwezi kumpata hata akiwa na qualifications ngapi. Mtu haheshimu saa, haheshimu sheria, atafanyaje kazi? Mimi nauliza Wakenya, huyu jamaa atafanyaje kazi? Atafanyaje kazi ya ugavana kama hawezi kuheshimu saa, hawezi kuheshimu watu ambao wamekaa pale wanamngoja aje kwa interview? Kwa Wakenya wote wanamuona, alafu anakuja late na hasemi apologize, alafu Wakenya bado wanataka kumpatia mtu huyo kazi. Wakenya tuko saa nyingine, hiyo ni uwazimu, tuko wazimu. Huyo ni mtu amefail. Jambo la kwanza, ameshindwa kutoa certificate. Hiyo ilikuwa ni degree yake iko na kasoro. Wakenya bado wana mtu akishaanza kusema uongo, hasemi mambo ya ukweli, huyo ni mtu ambaye atakikani. Kwa hiyo mimi bado narudia ile kitu nilisema, mambo ya uongo huwa ina expire wote. Ruto sahihi ile uongo yote amesema kwa miaka 4 ina expire. Watu wengi wameanza kuona kwa uongo mtupu, ina expire. Na mtu yoyote ambaye anasema uongo, angalieni, mwanasiasa yoyote, hao ambao mnawaita wanasiasa, mwanasiasa yoyote ambaye anasema uongo huwa siku zake zinaisha, kwa sababu uongo ina expire. Kwa hiyo wale ambao unamuona mtu mmoja anakaa kwa siasa siku nyingi, ni kwa sababu ya kusema ukweli. Na Wakenya tuanze kukataa mambo ya siasa. Tusiseme siasa, tucheze na siasa. Tusicheze na siasa. Siasa tunataka viongozi. Hatutaki watu wa siasa. Kwa maoni yangu mimi nasema sitaki watu wa siasa, nataka viongozi, kwa sababu viongozi ndio huleta manufaa. Siasa huleta vita, kwa sababu watasema uongo, alafu watu wana porojo. Na nchi nyingi ambazo mnakuwa na watu ambao wako porojo, huwa zote zimezama. Tunataka mtu wa kusema kweli, kwa sababu siasa ndio inatuletea hawa watu wa siasa, ndio maana tunapata maji, tunapata barabara, shule, hospitali. Huwezi kutaka mtu ambaye anasema uongo. Kwa hiyo tukubaliane kwamba uongo ni mbaya. Ndio maana watu ambao wanasema uongo mimi sipendi mtu anakuja na siasa alafu anasema ati hii ni siasa, anasema uongo. That is wrong, kwa sababu hiyo ni kucheza na maisha yetu. Kwa hiyo tusikubali hiyo kabisa. Tusikubali. Bwana Sakaja amefail, hana kipango. Sonko alishakuwa impeached, hafai. Lazima tuweke baa zetu juu, tuacheni na hizi mambo ya tuwe ruthless, na ikifika saa ya haki, saa ya kufuata sheria, tufuate sheria, kwa sababu tukifuata sheria kila kitu itakuwa ni nzuri. Asante sana Bernard, asanteni.
Okay, nashukuru Jakindube, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, mchango wako. Labda niseme tu wazee huwa wana njia yao ya kutatua matatizo, na wewe ndio kiongozi wetu. Kwa hivyo mtoto mpaka apewe nafasi ya kutubu kwanza. Akikataa ndio mtoe fimbo. Mkianza na fimbo namna hii tutamalizwa. Lakini kwa kura hiyo ni kweli kwamba huwezi kumuongezea kura kwa juu ya matusi. But all in all, I want to appreciate everybody on the comment section. Story ya mtu kijana wa bodaboda kuuawa is not hajathibitishwa, inaonekana ni propaganda, unless kuna mtu Vihiga ambaye atathibitisha. Nilikuwa nangoja Benjamin anaitwa Anderson ndio jamaa wetu wa Vihiga atuambie ukweli wa hiyo mambo, lakini kulingana na mimi that story is not a valid one, and I wouldn't want us to dive into that. It's just normal propaganda which is push and pull, unless uko Vihiga ama kuna news to that effect. In my opinion it is not, so let us not spend time on it. Alex says he's alive and kicking. Vihiga man hasn't died as people are claiming online. They are killing him online, which is not which is not right. Yes, Jakindube.
Bernard.
Yes.
Uongo tusikubali. Hata watoto wako usiwakubalie kusema uongo hata kidogo. Hiyo ni kitu moja sikubali na mtu yoyote ambaye anasema uongo. Niliwaambia mambo ya kusema uongo. Unaona, waziri mkuu wa Uingereza amepoteza kazi kwa sababu ya kusema uongo. Imemfukuza kazi. Na hiyo kitu ambacho ilimfukuza kazi ni kwa sababu kulikuwa na party kwa resident yake ambayo yeye mwenyewe haku organize, lakini alienda pale. Alipoulizwa akasema hapana, yeye hajui. Hiyo imemfukuza kazi. Uongo ni kitu mbaya, na tukikataa kusema uongo, vitu zote zitakuwa safi, hatutagombana. hatutagombana hata kidogo, kila kitu itafanyika vizuri.
Sawa Jakindube, nakuelewa vizuri na I'm with you 100%. Uongo hausaidii chochote, unaharibu kila kitu. Kile ambacho nilikuwa nazungumzia ni ile msimamo wako kuhusu wazee wa Trans Nzoia. Okay? Katika masuala ya conflict kuna levels tofauti ya kushughulikia masuala. Kuna mtu apewe nafasi ya kutubu kama atatubu. Akikataa kutubu alafu tunafungua faili nyingine. Lakini tukienda moja kwa moja kisu kwa kisu, hapo itakuwa kizaazaa. Na si naamini kwamba kila swala liko na suluhisho lake, na huyu William Ruto tuko na dawa yake. Kwa hivyo asipatie mtu yeyote wasiwasi, dawa yake ipo na tutaitumia hivi karibuni. Nani huyu? Naomba tusikilize hizi 2 quick videos and then we go to the next person to make contribution. Please, let's all keep our mics mute and let's keep inviting guys to join in the discourse wherever you are around the world.
Ya uongo zote ambazo ni possible kwa siasa, until juzi wakati nilisikia Ruto akisema hapa Turkana hii tutaweka bilioni 50 ya kuangalia maneno ya ukulima ya kahawa. Hapo ndio nilijua now we are dealing with a lunatic. Yani kuna mtu amekaa hivi anafikiria that now we can grow coffee in a desert. And actually amehesabu zile pesa atatenga 50 billion for coffee farming in the middle of a desert. Huyu mkora ametembea mlima, ameona kahawa na ameona how coffee is doing very well hapa mlimani. Sasa hata ameshikwa na kichaa, anafikiria coffee can grow everywhere. Ile kitu sasa Ruto amebakisha ni kuambia Wamasai ati ndume zao zitakamuliwa na wapeleke maziwa kwa KCC.
For example, in Nairobi, it is true Johnson Sakaja has been polling ahead of his rival Polycarp Igathe. But Kipto says that people will not vote for Johnson Sakaja and not vote for the UDA presidential candidate. Are we possibly going to see a mix and match of some sort, or is it just going to be the 6-piece that always people talk about?
It takes time to understand the politics of Kenya. When 9th has come and we are on 10th, and you look at the results from Nairobi, then Kipto will know what I'm talking about. First of all, Sakaja is ahead by opinion polls. And that is as expected. Igathe was an abrupt candidate. Many people have called him a project. Perhaps he was. Indicators are. He was so abrupt. But you notice that AZIMIO has not said anything about Igathe. The moment Raila activates his machinery in Nairobi and moves in this town for 1 or 2 days, my friend, Sakaja will disappear. He will be whitewashed. There's no way Sakaja can win the election. Because look here, simple, and you don't even need to think hard. Igathe is a Kikuyu, is that right? This country, we vote on the basis and organize on the basis of tribe. Igathe is a Kikuyu. There will be people from that community who will vote for him on the basis of that alone. There will be people who will vote for him from his community, again on the strength of Uhuru's persuasion of the community to vote for Raila, and by extension Igathe. Now, Raila essentially controls Nairobi. The little change you could notice because of Mudavadi would not be strong enough to vary Raila's control of Nairobi, and no opinion poll has put him below 50%, okay, in terms of the control of Nairobi. So that tells you the moment Raila moves into this election in Nairobi, Igathe is already the governor of Nairobi. I foresee no possibility at all of one, Ruto beating Raila in Nairobi. That's like a miracle. And number 2, of Sakaja beating Igathe. There's no way, absolutely none. If you look at the demographics of Nairobi in terms of tribe and everything else, and what Raila does and what he controls, Absolutely. How would he win? All Raila will need to do is to tell people, look here, we are voting for Igathe. That is enough. Then Uhuru, as he's moving those other sides that are demographically aligned to places where he can have some little influence, it means now we are already topping up Raila's traditional support.
Yeah.
Topping it beyond 55, 60. So Igathe will get more than 60% of the Nairobi votes.
Okay.
Yes, I don't see how.
I
don't see how. And let me say something else.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we say then we can forget. Going by what Kipto is saying, it is true that Ruto has eaten into Raila's staff more than Jubilee did in 2013 and in 2017. That is true. Is that right? And if you look at the Daily Nation today, this battleground, it indicates that same story.
Bungoma, Vihiga, Trans Nzoia.
But what nobody can say, and with what I'm happy to hear Kipto is honest enough to say, is that Ruto has not upstaged Raila in those areas. You get it? So you may get more votes in Western than Uhuru got, but you have not taken control of the region from Raila. That is a fact. Now, if you were to work with that fact alone, then you will have to say, if Raila then is controlling the entire country except for Central and Rift Valley, for Ruto to beat Raila, he must then keep and lock Raila out of Mount Kenya. Has he done that? Even by his own admission, Kipto, and by the admission of everybody else, including opinion polls, Raila is already surging beyond the 30%. Under what circumstances can Ruto then win this election?
Okay, mambo kama hayo, naomba tafadhali tumsikilize Said alafu tusonge mbele. Said, vipi?
Poa Bernard, nakupata vyema, sijui kama mnanipata.
Unapatikana, endelea.
Sawa, mimi nimekufuatilia kuanzia jana, niko hapa Malindi. Kwanza wacha niunge mkono Jakindu Bey kwa mchanga ambao alitoa hapo awali, ambapo tulimuona Deputy President akiattack Eugene Wamalwa. Haikuwa jambo mzuri kwenda kukejeli mtu kwao, kisha watu wa kwao ni kama wanampigia makofi. Sio jambo nzuri kabisa. Hii ni jambo ambayo inapasa sisi kama Wakenya tuepuke jambo kama hili. Na wazee kukuja nje kuanza kusema ati aombe msamaha sio wazo nzuri. Msamaha ambao wazee wangepasa waseme ni kuwa Ruto asipewe kura Western Region. Na hii inatokana na ile topic ya jana kuhusu frustration ambayo Deputy President anapitia, kwa sababu kuna wale ambao waliwachagua kupigania ili kumkampenia kule Western Region, Musalia Mudavadi na Moses Wasika Wetangula, ambao hawajafanya hivyo, ndiposa anatoka na macheche matusi ambayo impeleki pahali. Nikikuja Seth vile alizungumza kuhusu siasa za Mombasa. Mombasa iko locked under ODM, Nasir atachukua asubuhi kabisa, kwa sababu mimi niko Malindi na tunafuatilia yale ambayo yanafanyika Mombasa. Kumbuka Kilifi iko karibu na Mombasa, so Mombasa ni Nasir na Sonko hawezi kitu. Vile tukiangalia hii mambo ya Sonko kuja kuwania kura Mombasa, tunasema kuna maadili fulani katika uongozi wetu ambayo tunapasa tuweke vipengee ambayo inazuia kiongozi kugombea katika kaunti nyingine. Kwa mfano tunamuona Kidera anatoka Nairobi anaenda kugombea Homa Bay. Already ameshagombea Nairobi, tena anakuja kugombea Homa Bay. Kubadilisha nini? Kama hakuweza kubadilisha Nairobi, atabadilishaje Homa Bay? Vile inaonekana kwa Sonko, atabadilishaje Mombasa ilale hajabadilisha Nairobi? Hiyo itakuwa kizungumkuti kwake. Kwa mada yetu ya leo kuhusu opinion poll kuweka bwana Raila mbele, mi naunga mkono kwa vile ni wakati wa baba, hii ni wakati wake, na Kenya mzima inasema wakati wa baba, Malindi inasema wakati wa baba. Nitaendelea kuwasikia, hiyo ndo mchango wangu wa leo, na naendelea kufuatia mada, najua tuko pamoja.
Asante sana Bwana Said, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Labda uconfirm, naambiwa Mama Kiuno alihepa debate. Kilifi kuna kaje?
Kilifi ni moto, Kilifi ni moto, na Kilifi wacha ni confirm ni ODM itachukua Kilifi mapema sana.
Sawa, asante. Naomba twende moja kwa moja, twende kwa Elias, dakika 2-3 tumalize mkururo kisha tuendelee.
Asante sana Bernard, unanipata?
Napatikana, endelea. Vipi?
Hello. Salama sana. Nimeshukuru sana kuingia kwa hii discussion. Nimekuwa nikiwafuata kutoka Kisumu na ningependa kuchangia kidogo kuhusiana na mada ya leo. Tunaona hii siasa imechukua mkondo wake tayari Bernard. Na kivyangu tu nasema bado hatulali hii Kenya kwa sababu tunahofia kwamba kuna wengine wanaitwaje, tunahofia kwamba kuna wachache ambao bado ni wapumbavu kidogo. Juu hii kitu ilishaenda kitambo. The moment Martha aliingia kwa hii game, hii mambo ya opinion poll ilianza kuchange. Na ukiangalia leo imefika 50+1 kuendelea. Hakuna kurudi nyuma. So ni vile tu hatulali kwa sababu tunahofia bado kuna wajinga wanaweza wakadanganywa mahali na wapeleke kura mahali haifai. Na hata kulingana na sera ya kila mtu unaona tu kila siku kitu inaongezeka pale kwa Kenya kuisha ni hasira tu. Hakuna kitu unaweza kaa chini usikize huyu mtu ananiomba kura na nataka kujenga Kenya kufuatia njia. Kwa hivyo sisi tu kitu tunangoja tu saa hii ni hizi 25 days collapse, tupige kura, tuanze kujenga nchi, kwa sababu hii siasa ya hasira hii inachosha. Hapo kwa mambo ya Sonko, mi pia nilikuwa naona ni challenge kidogo, lakini kwa sasa muda umeisha. Sonko hawezi aka overtake hao watu wamekuwa wakitransverse the entire Mombasa County. Najua hii siasa imekuwa game. Hii ni game ya akili sana. Na angeendelea vile alianza, saa hii kungekuwa kubaya, lakini vile ameingia saa hii it's already late na Swamada anaenda kupata hiyo kitu. Kuna kitu imenisumbua kidogo. Mimi binafsi tulikuwa tuna discuss na mtu mchana, ananiambia ningekuwa mimi
Elias, yes. Nimesema Hassan Omar anaenda kupata kiti kipi?
Swamad huyu wa ODM huyu.
Okay.
Huyu tayari ndio Mombasa, sio Omar. Omar sasa ni history tena. Na kuna kitu ilikuwa inanisumbua kidogo. Mtu anasema bwana, hii vile game inaendelea, ningekuwa Ruto ningequit. Nikamwambia bwana, that's why you did not vie for presidency. Hii mambo ya presidency, Ruto afit in any way, afit. Na according to me, I've been keen, naona ni kama hii mambo ya president kuna kitu itamshikilia pale. Na akiteleza tu aachilie hii kiti ya president, perhaps kuna question kwa future. Kwa sababu so far hadi saa hii it doesn't fit to be a president, kwa sababu ana sera, ana ile utu wa mtu wa kuwa na inchi kwa moyo. Then ukisimamisha Raila na Ruto waanze kukuambia their knowledge about Kenya. Inakuwa very big difference, kwa sababu unasikia Raila anaweza ongea hata beyond Mombasa. na natoka Bondo. But unasikia saa hii Ruto alienda kuahidi mambo fulani huko Turkana kuhusiana na kahawa enye hata hiyo kazi haifanywi huko. Sasa hii ni kama anataka kukufia mahali, anakufia hiyo uongozi ili kuna kitu anataka imshikilie kwa maisha yake. Let me just be frank, personally I think hii mambo ya ICC bado iko moto sana, na ile law ya ICC ndio inatuangusha kama Wakenya. Unajua hii Kenya imeibiwa for the last 10 years ili watu waweze kununuliwa watoe kura, ambapo is not going to happen right now. As you can see, things are out of hands. Wakenya wamerevuka, na perhaps hii uongozi ya hii leadership ya presidency ikitoka kwa mkono ya naibu rais, ile mambo ya ICC inaenda kufufuliwa na huenda labda atapotelea huko. That's why unaona anakuamilia hii uongozi kwa sababu ile law ya ICC nasema a president and a deputy can also be paid hadi wamalize hiyo mambo, na hiyo mambo imeumiza sana Afrika. Unaona watu wengi presidents wengi sana wamekwamilia uongozi. So this one is going to be a history. Hii ya Kenya saa hii inaenda kuwa history. Tarehe 10 watu wengi sana wanaenda kulea, na sisi tuta celebrate. And hii election ya kufa kupona, hii ni kufa kupona. Hii tukimaliza tu tufike 10th tumeachieve target yetu, Kenya will change greatly, na Kenya itakuwa example dunia mzima. Na hao watu wanafanya vitu kama ufisadi na uuaji, saa hii lazima wakuwe tu chonjo, kwa sababu watu wamerevuka. And I look forward to see Uganda and some other African countries wenye saa hii wanaumia kama Kenya, wafanye maneno pale mbele, dunia iweze kuendelea, na hao watu wafungwe na wapate adhabu yao. Asante sana.
Okay, asante Bwana Elias, we appreciate that, clearly putting across your points, and we believe every Kenyan is listening carefully. And watu wa comments, tafadhali tusikilize kitu vizuri alafu to respond appropriately. Hakuna mtu ameitwa mjinga. Now don't be oversensitive. Emmanuel Olele anasema Bernard Ruto is confident, maybe he has bribed IEBC. Hata akipeana mashamba yote kwa Chebukati, hii ni kura ambayo haiwezi kuachiwa Chebukati amue. Hii ni ngoma kali. Hii itakuwa under microscopic watch. No hidden cards under the table are going to work, whether is in the bush or in the city. That one I can guarantee you. The focus of the entire world will be on this one. No monkey business. Anybody banking on monkey business amepoteza pesa yake. Pesa watakula, lakini kutoa hiyo results zile unataka haitawezekana. Tulikuwa tumeruka zuri, kama una la kusema useme sahi kabla tuende kwa next person.
Mimi nao sina la kusema, ni kuwasikiza tu, ni siku yangu ya kwanza leo, so ni kuwasikiza.
Sawa, asante. Na wale ambao umejoin leo, tuko na WhatsApp groups ambazo unaweza join huko, tunakuwa na discussions zingine ambazo tuleti hapa, hata huko ndio tunaamulia nini tutaongelea hapa. So if you are new and you want to be added to any of our WhatsApp groups, there is a private chat on the side of your screen. You click on it and you can leave your number there, so that we will be able to add you to our WhatsApp groups, where you will be able to contribute more by chatting off air, and then you will enjoy more. So if you are wherever you are and you have a WhatsApp number, please share it in the private chat. The private chat is only accessible by people on the screen, not the public part. So don't put it in the comment section, put it in the private chat. And if you are in a foreign land, start with your code number, so that tusichanganye numbers kaleta kizaza. Reverend said, ukienda nyuma ya curtain tunatupa wewe nje. Hiyo ndio sheria. So tafadhali hata utuonye ukitaka kutoka tukutoe, kwa sababu we want the quality of the video to be one, so that the people who come to view this video after we are done enjoy the broadcast, not see something black and the black and the black. We want to sustain that. We have assessed there are 2,000 people who view this program after it is finished, and so we want to be fair on them by ensuring that they get quality as they follow the broadcast. Wala mnatufuata Facebook, tunaendelea ku encourage, tafadhali hakikisha umesubscribe kwa YouTube. Utakosa mambo mingi ukitufuata kwa Facebook peke yake. Facebook iko na limitations ambazo zina to affect as a broadcast platform, and so we are considering to be more on YouTube than Facebook. So don't follow us on Facebook alone. If you are following us on Facebook, hakikisha umevuka, umesubscribe kwa YouTube and hit that notification bell so that anytime we on air you will be notified, hautaachwa nyuma. Kuna watu wamekosa program yetu for the past 3 days when we couldn't broadcast on Facebook and we were live on YouTube, lakini hawakuwa na habari yoyote. Wengine wakanipigia simu, vipi, mbona mko? Tumekuwa all through. You can even get those videos there. So please, if you have not subscribed on YouTube, do so, even as we continue with the broadcast. Tunaenda kwa Nelvin. Habari ya leo?
Mzuri sana Bernard, habari yenu?
Tuko salama.
I hope mko wazima, mimi niko mzima, niko kabisa.
Tupatie the latest.
Ningependa leo kuingia katika mjadala kuhusu opinion polls. Ningependa yani kupatia watu nini kuhusu opinion polls. Opinion polls zifanye tuje tukaenda tukapiga kura, kwa sababu tunaweza angalia opinion polls ziko juu, tulale tuseme baba atashinda, na mwishowe turudi tujipate tumebakia peke yetu. Na waomba Wakenya wenzangu, hata kama opinion polls ziko juu, tuamke sisi wote tuende tukapige kura, tupitishe baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Alafu kitu kingine ningependa kuomba kwa wale ambao wanaingia katika YouTube channel hii ya Mtembei, ambao wanatoka Rift Valley, nikiwa mmoja wao. Kuna watu wameweka kasumba zingine. Nani aliwaambia William akiingia atasaidia Wakalenjin peke yake? Wewe ukiingia kwa YouTube channel unaamua kutusi watu, unaingia mahali na kasumba za kuoneshana ati wewe William ndio mnatambua peke yake, hamtambui kiongozi yote mwingine. Hiyo upusi ambayo mmejiekelea ndani ya akili yenu muache, kwa sababu tuna viongozi wengi sana ambao wanaweza fanya kazi Kenya, na Kenya ni yetu sisi zote. Muache hizo kasumba ambazo mmejiekelea. Kila saa mkiingia kwa internet, kazi ni matusi. Mmefunzwa mpaka matusi. Wakalenjin si watu wa matusi, Wakalenjin ni watu wa heshima. Nyinyi mnataka kutufanya tuwe kama nini? Alafu kitu kingine, kama William angekuwa ni mtu wa kusaidia watu wamefukuzwa Mau Forest ambao walipatiwa mashamba ya kulima. Parastatals ziko mingi sana. William badala ya kupatia Wakalenjin ni kujigawia. Huyo ni kiongozi ambaye mnaita kiongozi wenu wa Wakalenjin? Ati kiongozi ambaye anaweza wasaidia? Kiongozi huyo ni wa kusaidia Oscar Sudi na asaidie kina Moses Kuria, watu wa kununuliwa. Kwa hiyo muache hiyo upuzi ya kuingia mahali mnataka kucommand watu, mnataka kukua ni kama nyinyi ndio wenye hiyo media. Tafadhali na waomba, kama utapigia kura yako William, enda umpigie. Usikuje kutuambia hapa kuhusu William. Hapa mahali tuko kwa channel, tuko wanaazimio. Sisi ni wanaazimio. Kwa hivyo mkiwa na hiyo upusi yenu, mwende mfanyie huko mbali, hatutaki. Huyo William kama angekuwa na haja ya kusaidia Wakalenjin, angewasaidia wakati watu wanafukuzwa Mau Forest. Yeye ni kiongozi, national leader, awapatie kwanza ardhi, waache kwa tent. Ukienda Mau Forest saizi, watu wako kwa tent na anajiita national leader, tribalist leader na matusi usiku na mchana. William mahali yako ajue ya kwamba watu sisi tuko na uchungu na tunamtuma nyumbani, na kama hata toshea Sigoi tuweke yeye kamiti. Bernard, ni hayo tu kwa leo. Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana. Committee still has expansion, kuna nafasi ya kuongeza. Nilikuwa huko juzi nikaona kuna eka nyingi, kumbe iko tu eka nyingi ya mahindi imepandwa. So na ndiposa hata wafungwa kwa hii serikali mpya hakuna kukula chakula ya bure, pia hao watumike kufanya kazi ili inji isonge mbele, kama ni irrigation ama ni kupanda, ili mazao haya yote yaende sokoni. Historia ya kusema hakuna mahindi Kenya, bei ya unga imepanda, ni kwa sababu mahindi ile tunatoa ni kidogo. Kila shamba lipandwe mahindi, bei ya unga itateremka tu yenyewe kama kila shamba imepanda nini. Alafu hii serikali pia iangalie maneno ya nyumba 10 kuchunguza mgeni ambaye amekuja katika kijiji, waachane na sisi. Nyumba 10 isimamie maendeleo ya kijiji. Kama mtu anazaa kila Jumamosi mtoto na akiamka asubuhi ni kwenda kunywa na kutolima shamba yake, achukuliwe aende baraza apigwe viboko, alafu asimamiwe mtu wa nyumba 10 kuamsha asubuhi, asimamie alime shamba, apande mboga, apande viazi, apande nini. Hakuna kuzaa kila Jumamosi lakini ulimi chochote. You are increasing our mouths to feed, yet you are not increasing your productivity. You must be productive. Hiyo ndio njia ya pekee ya kusaidia uchumi. Hata saidia uchumi kwa kulia uchumi ni mbaya, uchumi ni mbaya. Uchumi itarekebika wakati tuko productive. Let everybody be productive. Kama uko na shamba eka 100 na unalima eka 100, wewe ndio unaongeza umaskini katika hii nchi. We want to put all that land to use so that we have enough production in the land, there is enough food in the land. History ya wewe unalinda shamba yako isilimwe, unaifence, unaweka hapo electric fence, utaki ilimwe, unataka kuweka title deed. Hayo mashamba yote they should be put to use. If you are owning land and you are not putting it to use, wewe ndio unasababisha umaskini Kenya kabla mambo mengine yote. So as the new government comes in, we want to put everything to use. Shule ziko na mashamba azilimi, alafu ziko tu hapo zimevuka wanyama wengine hapo kina Jakoya. The animals feeding from that land who are not part of the productivity of this particular country. So let's work hard to secure what we have. Tuhakikishe kwamba kila mtu anafanya kazi na anakula kutokana na jasho lake, kama vile Biblia inasema. Sio wanaokula ni wengi, wafanyikazi ni wachache. Tunapaswa kuwa na wafanyikazi wengi kuliko wanaokula. Hiyo ndio kurekebisha nchi. So hawa watu wanakuambia 50 billion, 50 billion, 200 billion, they are part of the problem. They don't even know the way forward as far as the recovering of this country is concerned. We can't be a dependent economy and succeed in freeing ourselves from slavery. We must free ourselves by overproducing our products. Overproducing. Kama mahindi itolewe nyingi mpaka kuwe na surplus ya kuexport. That is how to recover. Lakini wananchi wanalala njaa, tutakula barabara. Now hawa wanafikiria namna hiyo. Ni vizuri tu sikuwa headmaster wa shule. Kuna watu wangekuwa wanashikwa wanachapwa viboko. Mtu anasema hatuwezi kula barabara na anataka kuwa rais, anataka kuwa kiongozi, aongoze nchi gani? Hata ya kusadikika haiwezi kubalika. Wale walifanya Shaban Robert. Thank you everybody. Please, those following us on Facebook, hakikisha umesubscribe kwa YouTube. Tunaendelea kufanya hiyo campaign and we need you to do that. And those of you on YouTube already, you can join into the membership of Mtembei TV. There is a link. Kuna button hapa inaitwa join. You click on it, you'll be shown how to join and become a life member of Mtembei TV. And then also, if you have donations to support Mtembei TV, there is donate button. Just you go to the YouTube profile, there is donate button. You click on the donate button. It will give you the procedure on how to donate your support for Mtembei TV. Let's all be active and do what is required as we move forward. Eunice, ulikuwa unasemaje? Tuna
talking about the issues to do with Nairobi, almost at the tail end of the interview, issues to do with integrity.
Sorry, your TV is on.
No, I don't.
The fact that they gave up too soon when
Okay,
he was
okay,
the
we'll
deputy
get back
governor,
to you.
they were
Thank
able
you.
to stand the heat.
There.
And I think we need to listen to this.
Okay.
Okay. Carry on. What were you saying?
Anyway, before niende ku comment mambo ya mengine hapo, productivity which we were talking about ya kulima na nini. Ideally for now, like niko hapa lakini ninalima Kenya. Mvua hakuna, nililima kali 20 lakini nimetoa mahindi maharagwe gunia 2. So it depends anyway. So usipige wazi sana mambo ya kulima. Now I was coming about Sakaja. Mambo ya Sakaja ambapo wanasema kwamba aliperform well kwa mambo ya debate. You can win interview, but when it comes on the floor, you have poor skills, no strategies, and a management structure hauna kabisa. You know, ni kama vile unaweza kuenda kwa interview, ufanya interview, ni ile kitu unasoma kwa kitabu, it's overhead, it's flowing in your mind, kwamba nikienda huko ni kuenda niseme papa. But when it comes to management, hautaweza. Kwa hivyo hiyo mambo ya kusema Sakaja nini tumtoe kando. Unajua tepe ambayo alina kitu linakuanga linafanya kelele sana. So, and at the other side of Ruto, we need to look Ruto kitu kinaitwa positive behavior. I remember during Moi era, Ruto alislap alikuwa anaitwa Ruben Chesire. Alimslap mbele ya Moi kwa sababu ya Ruto alikuwa amepewa order ya kuprint t-shirts 10,000 lakini akaprint 1,000. When hii mambo ililetwa mbele kwamba ni aje ndugu, ni aje kuliendaje, akaslap Chesire mbele ya Moi. So it is a positive behavior to Ruto. And also he's a very smart man. He's a game changer. He's very game changer. When he went to Kisa, muliona vile alibadilisha mambo kwamba amekasirika kwa ajili vile mambo yanaenda sasa, uchumi ni mbaya, kila kitu ni mbaya. He's a game changer because he knew he has really kwamba ana lose mambo ya kura za Western. So we need to kwamba wakati anafanya kitendo kama haya, kila mtu akuje online akondem hii, na kila mtu ajue kwamba he is a game changer, a liar, a complete liar, ambaye hautamweza, atasema hii kesho anabadilisha. So tena hii mambo ya kuomba msamaha, hatuwezi tukarusha mtu ukasema ulipishe kisasi, hatutaomba msamaha. Ukitaka kuweka mtu kwa mtego, which is obvious kwamba hawezi akaomba msamaha. Mimi ninasema wazee walifanya kitu ambacho wazee wanafaa waseme. Ndio isiwe inaonekana kwamba Mlembe nation they are happy for whatever will happen. So hao walikuwa wanataka kujiondoa kwamba upande wao wako sawa, Ruto aombe msamaha, asipoomba msamaha huo mzigo upaki ukiwa kwake. Sasa ninakuja mambo ya Raila. Kwa kusema ukweli, kulingana na opinion, juzi niliona vile Moses Sukuli alikuwa anasema kwamba yeye ako na opinion zake kutoka kwa anajuanga vile zinafanyika, anajuanga hii is being cooked. Ideally Raila ako mbele. the reason why ako mpole, mwenda mpole, but anayo mema kwenda kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Ruto is an empty drum. And the reason why he's an empty drum, if you look at like he has been campaigning for 5 years. Na Kenya anasema leo, kesho anageuka. Anasema leo, kesho anageuza kingine. Anasahau kwamba aliongea. Kwa hivyo, mimi ninasema kwamba ni ile unakumbuka Anne Waiguru alisema kwamba you can rent a Kikuyu, but you cannot buy a Kikuyu. The time has come now. Ruto lazima ajue kwamba hapa kwa ground vitu ni mbaya, kwa ground vitu ni tofauti. And anyway, sitaki kusema kwamba nilifurahia jana mambo ya Gachagua akikimbishwa mbio, but hiyo microphone yake nayo na mdomo wake ndio inamkosea. Na watu wote wa Ruto ukiangalia, wale ambao wa upande wake, they are all the same characters. The same characters. They are the goons. Yeah? Nisamee kusema goons, but for me, we really don't appreciate their characters. They are only there to make me noise, kuongea hivi, mambo ya they are all propagandists, you know? So, kila kitu nasema Raila atashinda very early in the morning. Kuongeza kura zetu za hapa, tuko mbele. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Eunice. We appreciate that. And naomba tusonge mbele. Niko na line mrefu, kwa hivyo tuchunge muda tafadhali. Naomba tuende kwa Esero. Bwana Oluoch, ngoja hapo, tunakuja kwako tafadhali. Esero said you unmute and then speak.
Okay, unanipata?
Yes, unapatikana, endelea.
Yangu ni kusema ni siku yangu ya kwanza, lakini nimefurahia sana pia tena kujoin kutoa maoni yangu. Lakini ni vile tunaona kwamba, unajua profesa alituambia kitu kwamba Raila is a political machine. That is one thing that many people do not really get. You cannot compare, you know, Ruto is a toddler in politics, and that's why he's making up very, very, very small, stupid mistakes. One thing, he's not even checking his image. He's not even bothering about, because a presidential material, you're not supposed to have a loose talk. And in fact, the things that he's answering to are supposed to be answered by people like Ndindi Nyoro, his juniors. He's supposed to put it. In fact, that's why elections of this time round will be based on how you behave, the image you have portrayed to the public, and the so-called hustler. In fact, in any case, people mistake this thing they call hustler. There is nothing like a hustler. It is just that people get, you know, Ruto can be an orator. He can really talk, and he can really convince. In fact, Professor Lisema Jana, Ruto can convince even people in the desert to buy sand, and they already have it there. But you see, convincing people to accept what you are saying is one thing. Believing you later after the day you have convincing, it's like an insurance agent. You don't come telling people how this insurance is very good. Then tomorrow, it does not even give any service to anybody. Nobody will listen to you anymore. But the problem with my brother Ruto, I used to respect him. I've never been away from Raila, but I used to respect Ruto, thinking he's a worthy opposition leader. But now he's proving that he's not even worthy being an opposition leader, because you need to tame your anger. You cannot, like he was in, I come from Maragoli. I saw today, he was in Maragoli, was it today or yesterday? When he was telling a young man that, nijibu kama nani. Those are not things that are supposed to come from a presidential material. Those are things which are supposed to come from a sub-chief huko nyumbani. Now, when you hear, you listen to him, I wonder even a learned person like Musalia Mudavadi following a guy who cannot tame his anger. It really beats the logic of being a very good, potential, mature politician. So this thing is really eating. And in fact, let me even assure everyone on this platform that Raila has no competitor. Let's first of all put that into the bank. He has no competitor. He has no worthy competitor where he can stand. And in fact, if I was on the panel of advising Raila, he should forget about answering anything to do with Ruto, because it is not worth talking about. It's not worth even telling anybody about. So when we see our party leader also wanting to answer, he should forget. In fact, he should leave it to Junet Mohammed. He should leave it to Joho. Those are his matches. Those are matches for Ruto. We should just base, because we are winning. This thing, we have already taken it. Whether nobody likes it or not, we have already taken it. And anybody who has no eyes, I think he's not seeing. But anybody with eyes and na maturity yoyote yenye tunaweza sema katika hii dunia, unaweza jua kwamba already, in fact, they are delaying us to go and swear in our baba. I wish it was even tomorrow, because what we are actually doing, what Raila should be concerned about, how do we start ruling this country from 9th? How should we put things into order? That should be his problem, not answering to this fake fella called Ruto. He is a fake politician. In fact, he should be, anafaa enda akauze kuku, and maybe uko that is much better. That is all that I can say.
Okay, asante Esero, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Tuendelee mbele. It's important kupata maoni tofauti kwa kila mtu, na ili Mkenya amakinike. Na kama unatusikiliza, tafadhali karibisha mtu ili tukasikilize pamoja na tukamakinike. So tutapanda hapo juu tumchukue Oluoch, alafu ndio turudi kwa Mama Selina. Lakini kabla ya hapo moja na watu wa comments, tafadhali let us keep it clean, let's respect one another. Kutusi mtu haikubaliki, na ukitaka kutumia matusi, tumia jina lako kwa profile yako kwa platform yako. Usibebe matusi uleta kwa platform ya mwingine ambayo iko na jina la mwingine ili umharibie yeye. Usikuwe mchawi. Okay, just if you want to talk wherever the rubbish you want to talk, please do it in your name, on your own platform, in your own way, so that when they are looking for somebody who has said that, they will find you. Don't come and hide here and begin to insult people. That is unacceptable. All right, let's get this video and then we move forward.
Wengine wakisema ati ajenda yao ya kwanza ni kupeleka watu kamiti. Project zetu zote zimekwama in the name of fighting corruption. Na sasa tena yule alisema anafuata nyayo za huyo mwingine, anataka kutulisha hapo. Niko hapa nimealika rafiki yangu, nilimwalika kwa hiki kikao. He was a PS. Wapi PS Duati? Former PS Duati. Huyu rafiki yangu ni mimi nimwalika specifically. He was fired as PS irrigation because kuna watu walikuwa nataka kukula damu ya dhoake. Akilipokataa ikuliwe, akasifutwa kazi. Jamani, Raila Odinga, rafiki yangu Martha Karua, mnaanza kusema mtafunga watu. Wale walikuwa nataka kula watu, kuja uulize Duati, anawajua. Na wengine wao ni mpaka mavice ya Jubilee. Kushika wao leo wapeleke kamiti. Kwani kamiti iko wapi? Kwani ni kesho? Nani hajui wezi wa Kemsa? Unangojea nini Martha Karua? Unangojea nini Raila Odinga? Shika wao. Kwani ni kesho? Tuna hii barabara yetu hapa ya Ruaka. Kutoka Eastern Bypass Ruaka kupanda hivi 22 km imejengwa at a cost of 21 billion. Yani that is 1 billion shillings per kilometer. Wenye wamekula wako hapo na Uhuru Kenyatta. Shika wao. Kwani ni kesho? Kule Lamu. Tuko na barabara moja hapo. Wacha hata expressway. Kutoka Lamu kwenda Garissa. Atinipati ya Lapset. Kilomita moja na nikiweka Maram. Ile tunajenga na CDF la kila shilingi milioni 2. Imepewa budget ya 86 million per kilometer for gravel. Na wao watu wako kwa hiyo serikali. Washika leo Martha Karua na Raila Odinga. Kwani ni kesho? Hii barabara nimewambia Eastern Bypass imekuwa procured not by a tender committee but by NIS. Tangu lini NIS ikakuwa ya kufanya tenda? Hawa watu wamefanya hivyo wakakuwa hii serikali. Martha Karua, Raila Odinga wasike leo, kwa nini kesho? Tumekubaliana hawa watu tuwafukuze Mainoke tumahotesholeka mudu, tukifukuza Raila Jubilee mpaka yende wapi?
Wamama wenzangu, so far tumefikisha 350k kwa akaunti yetu ya chama. Fanya aje na hizi pesa zetu?
Naona tununue vitenge zinafanana. Hapana, tununue sufuria za non-stick. Tununueni kate.
Ai, wamama wenzangu, vote tununue kaploti. Kuna watu wanauza plots na nyuki. Hebu tuwapigie simu watupe uhondo. Hello.
Thank you for calling Optiven. How may we assist you?
Can we get a plot with 350,000 in Nanyuki?
Yes, you can get a plot at the Great Oasis Gardens in Nanyuki today for as low as 349,000 shillings.
There is scarring possibility.
Bwana Roch. Watch, unmute your mic and speak. The mic is beside your name. Yes.
Yes, habari yenyu.
Salama.
Wacha niongee kuhusu opinion poll. Hii opinion poll la baba anasema ni 75 na baba has never lied. Hao watu wanatuletea sijui 50, sijui 32, sijui 48. Si waseme tu ni 80 juu baba hawezi kuwa chini ya 80 hapo. Juu ukiangalia president mwenyewe akiongea anafukuza watu 5. Deputy wake akiongea wanafukuza watu 5. Sasa watu badala waongeze percentage, kazi yao ni kupunguza tu, ndugu yangu. Huyu mwingine hapa ametoka naongea kuhusu corruption. Kumbe wanajua wenye walikuwa naiba na amekaa tu kwa bunge, amenyamazia tu. Alafu sasa ndiye anakuja kutuambia siji shika huyu, siji barabara ilifanywa aje, barabara ilifanywa aje. Ndio watu wanafaa washikwe. Itakuwaje wewe unasimama na bado mnajinominate kwa bunge? Si anajua hata hiyo governor hizi akapata. Hiyo Kiambu governor siji anaenda kusimama. Mbona tena amejinominate, yeye ndiye party leader na amejinominate aende kwa bunge? Kuna watu hawafai hata kuongea mbele yetu hapa. Na nilikuwa naomba hivi, wale washazungumuza ama wana la kusema, wangeachia wengine pia nafasi waingie hapo. Juu kuna wale tu wamekwamilia tangu tuanze hapo na watoki na wachangii. Naomba tu watuachie wengine pia wachangie. Lakini tuangalie kura tutapiga 99.9%. Hiyo 0.01 ndio tutaachia Ruto. Sijui atashindia wapi. Hata sioni. Na huyo jamaa unasema huyo kweli Bena, huyo jamaa jana alionewa, mambo yake ni sawa kweli ama jamaa alienda na mnatudanganya? Juu tumesikia kuna mtu alipatikana kando ya barabara na sijajua ni nani. Kama ni ukweli mtu ambaye ni ukweli, msitudanganya hapa na mtu hayuko. Hiyo ndiye mchango yenye naweza toa, lakini 99.9% hiyo ni tunawahakikishia. Na baba anaapishwa tarehe 10, sio tarehe siji tuongeze siji siku ngapi. Hata huyo jamaa pia raundi aende kotini tuone ile koti yenye atasimama. Tutafunga koti zote hiyo siku. Asanteni sana.
Asante Bwana. Nashukuru kwa mchango wako na swala la wacha niseme swala la mtu wa Vihiga tafadhali. Kama kuna swala kama hilo linadhibitishwa, sisi ni wanahabari, tukipata habari tunachunguza na tunataka kutangaza habari ambayo ni hakika. So from what we have covered so far, it's propaganda. It's just a created sensational story kwa wale watu wanataka likes na visitation from their blog, but there is nothing like that. There is somebody called Anderson anakuja baadaye, atakuwa hapa baadaye, atatupatia habari kamili. Yeye ndio alituambia alikuwa kwa huo mkutano wakati kulikuwa na confrontation jana. So kama kumekuwa any other development atatuambia mbivu na mbichi, lakini from where I sit and all my antennas around the country. There is no such a thing. Just relax yourself. Opinion polls ni wana Kenya wamesema yale yaliyosemwa, lakini si mbivu na mbichi itajulikana kwa debe. So tuende kwa debe. Na nashukuru kwanza umekumbukisha kwamba kura tunapiga 99.9%. Ukweli ni kwamba kila mmoja lazima ajitokeze aende kupiga kura. History ya kupiga mdomo hapa na kukaa unasema tushachukua, hatuwezi chukua kama hujatoka kwenda kupiga kura. Haswa watu wa Western na watu wa Nyanza na watu wa Mombasa. We want over 90% voter turnout. Si historia ya nini tunapiga hapa mdomo alafu at the end of the day only 60% wameenda kuvote. We want 90 and above % voter turnout. The entirety of Western and the entirety of Nyanza. Hii ni nini? Huu uchaguzi ni wetu. Okay? Huu uchaguzi ni wetu. Let us vote better than the Mount Kenya people, the way they vote 90% and above. Na tukitokelezea hivyo, hii mambo hata swearing nyinyi umesema itakuwa tarehe 10. Na hiyo naamini kabisa itakuwa tarehe 10. Kama kila mtu atatoka mapema. Rift Valley 90%, Nyanza 90%, Mombasa 90%, Northeastern 90%. Hiyo itakuwa rahisi sana, kwa hesabu itakuwa rahisi sana kwa sababu turnout iko sawa na percentage zitajulikana. Huyo Ruto akipata 5%, baba mpata 95. 5%, baba mpata 95. At the end of the day, hakuna kwenda kotini kwa sababu utaenda kotini kuambia nini? Chebukati naye afanye kazi yake. Chebukati afanye kazi yake. Hii story ya kukaanga kana kwamba amepotea, anakaa kana kwamba ametoka ile jikoni iko na moshi. Afunguke macho vizuri, afanye kazi yake. Asipofanya kazi yake tutamkujia na anajua sisi tunakujenga. Aulize Hassan. Isaac Hassan aulize yeye aone kama yeye ako juu sana. Kulikuwa na mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Chesoli. Chesoni, ozi Chesoni ama nani? Mama Selina atatukumbusha. Watu wote wamesimamia IBC ama Electoral Commission. Kama wakai vizuri wanakalishwa. So Wakenya wamechoka na kudanganywa. And that's what we get from the crown. Now story ya Moses Kuria. Tungependa pia kufanya nini kuiangazia kwa sababu yeye ni mbunge, amekuwa bunge, ana hiyo habari yote. Na kuna siku ameongelea bungeni na anataka Martha na Raila washike hawa watu wakati yeye amekaa na deputy president ambaye yuko ndani ya serikali amwagizi kushika hawa watu. So ukweli uko wapi katika hii nchi? Mama Selina, karibu.
Asante sana Penat. Nataka kushukuru wale wametutangulia. Tangu ulipoanza Penat nilikuwa nasikia, nilikuwa kwa barabara. Nimefika nikashika kimbo ya maji, nimetulia. Sasa naweza ongea. Penat 25 days. Najua huku kwetu patu ni jioni. Nyumbani karibu asubuhi, already 24 days. Nataka kusema Penat ya kwamba opinion polls ile tumeona siku ya leo, yes, hata kama amepatia baba 52 na Kenya Kwisha batu wako na 34, ni kwamba tunajua baba amelead na ako zaidi ya hiyo 52, lakini pia tutaki kukaa kama watu ya Kenya Kwisha wawezi kubali. So ametupatia lead, na nataka kushukuru Kisii County kwa sababu ya Simba Arati. Ile sijajua kwa Nyamira hiyo ni mtu ya UDA ama ni chama gani ameongoza, mtaniambia juu hiyo majina sijasoea. Si kuona, nilikuwa nafikiria naona Posira, lakini nimeona majina sijui, labda sikuelewa hapo. Hiyo ya Murang'a naona mwingine ako na 50 something na mwingine ako na 19. So kwa Murang'a au watu ya UDA watasema hiyo ni mzuri, ama pia ya Murang'a wameipiwa. You know, these things lazima tuone. Otherwise, mkutano ya baba Mombasa imeendelea vizuri. Naona Kalonzo alikuwa Central na kina Sapina Cheke. Penat kwa 24 days watu wamedecide na wale wajadecide wameamua. Hatuna time ya mambo mingi, story hatutaki kurudia. Kenya kwisha, wanaendelea kukwisha, hasira zinaonekana. Kwa hivyo bado kwa hii siku 10, kwa sababu najua kampeni itafungwa kabla ya, so ile kitu tunataka ni kuona tu vile jamaa anaanza kukasirika, lakini tuliambiwa ukikasirika umese wembe, kwa sababu wembe ni rahisi sana. Otherwise kama wembe ni ngumu, pia kuna kukata miti kwa sababu kamba siko. Na Penat baba ametafuta mara 4, hii ni mara ya 5. Kibaki alitafuta mara kadhaa. Sijaiona mtu anatoka tu hapo chini anakuja kukua president ati anapatikane. Kwani hao wanaume wengine wakuweza kutafuta? You know, you cannot. Lazima ukuje na ukuje. Hata ifike 5. But ni bahati mbaya. Baba Moi alinyenyekea, ndiye akapata kiti, kwa sababu baada yake kulikuwa na vice president walimtangulia, lakini utulivu ya Moi ilifanya akachakuliwa. Hatujaiona hii ni mara ya kwanza, but nashukuru wa Kenya wameonyesha. Ya pili, Penat. Kenyans wanataka leadership, si conmen na si pesa. Ukinipatia pesa ninakula, naenda choo, na kesho bado natafuta ingine. So hizo pesa yote alikuwa nayo, kwa sababu haikuwa ni pesa ya haki, amerudishia wenyewe pesa yao. He can go now and sit down na ulise Recho, wamama wanafanana aje. Nataka Recho asimame mbele amuone, asimame nyuma aone, alafu achue tofauti ya wamama na wanaume. Kwa sababu nafikiria ajui, akiona watu wajui wanaume wanakaaje na wajui wamama anakaaje. The best person ila anayeambia Ruto mambo ya kukua mwanamke ama mama, hakuna mtu ingine apart from wale wamama ya room 350 na Recho, wamwambie Ruto waheshimu wanaume na waheshimu watoto ya wamama wengine. Mimi Wamalwa ni bwana, ni baba ya mtu, ni mtoto ya mtu. Angetumia siasa yote, lakini ukisema hatuchapi wamama na tunajua we unachapana, ulikuwa unaenda kusikumanisha nini? And by the way, Penat, nasikia hata hiyo Recho ni muluya yenu, so labda alikuwa nawaambia vile anachapa ule msichana ya Tarubo. Ako na hiyo plat, so I think alikuwa nawakumbusha ile msichana mulimpatia vile anamchapa. So I think hakukuwa wrong. Najua kama umezoea kuchapana utasahau. So mi nataka kumwambia Ruto hapo usuri si wa Kalenjin, na wale wanakuja tusiana. Nataka kushukuru mtu anaitwa Melvin na wale vijana wamekuja kwa hii Mtembei TV. They reason. Na wale waja reason, kama mnatumwa juu muende museme tumetusiana, ni nyinyi wenyewe mnachiweka nyuma. But nataka kushukuru, we have able sons and daughters of Kalenjin. Tuko na Gideon Moi, baba yake alikuwa rais. Sijaisikia kitusi mtu. Tuko na kina Gavana Tolgos, able leaders, ampo. Na walikuwa na mchekea wakati aliungana na baba, but today nataka kumwambia Governor Tolgos, you are a very strong man, na kwa sababu unatoka kwa Total Man, and Total Man was your mentor. Watu wengi wajui Governor Tolgos ni Mpiwata mentor yeye, and that is why he's a very strong short man of Kalenjin. Nataka kushukuru kina Tarus na Mama Sally Koskei Chebi Kilimo. Mumetuwakilisha kama jamii ya Kalenjin. Sisi wengine tumeongea kwa niaba ya watu yetu Penat. In these 24 days, ile kitu ningeambia wa Kalenjin ni ya kwamba aibu ile Ruto ametuonyesha, wacha tupigie baba kura. Watu wanaongea kupita 70% Kalenjin. Can we even get, nilifurahi wakati Salat aliwauliza mupatie baba 40%. Na mimi najua itapita. Na kwa sababu nyinyi hamjui kukaa opposition, sijui mutasurvive aje, mutauswa aje, kwa sababu we have never been in opposition. Hata siku ile tulijaribu ilitushinda. So I'm trying to know how watu ya Kalenjin watakuache opposition. How? Mulichukua Moi University, imeisha mpaka inafungwa. Hata ndiye nashangaa. Hilo watu wengine walipatiwa kama ministers, walimaliza. So Kalenjins, Lelmengi, thank you so much. Tusichoke kuambia Wakenya ukweli na Wakalenjin ukweli. Na tuambie Kenyans waone jamii ya Kalenjin kama watu ya heshima. We have been there. Tumekuwa kwa wakati ya Kenyatta. Baba Moi aliand over serikali polepole kwa Kibaki. Sally Koskei alipaki kwa serikali ya Kibaki kwa sababu alikuwa chief to cabinet, na alikaa chini akaand over serikali polepole. Hakuna kitu iliharibika. Kina Kimayo, ule inspector of police, tulikuwa na watu ya maana Penat. We have able people. Huyu jamaa aliwakalia na kila mtu, na si ati walikalia. Unajua wa Kalenjin, they are very clever. Walitaka akimbie. Amekimbia race. Anaenda kumaliza race yake. Sisi wa Kalenjin tutatoka kama jamaa amemaliza race yake na kufanya kazi na baba. By the way, we are Nilots. Baba ni Nilot kama sisi. Watu wengi wajui. Wakati sehemu kubwa ya Kenya ni Pandus, musituweke mbali na baba. Sisi ni Nilots na baba. So damu yetu na ya baba haiko mbali, ni vile tu wengine wajui. Baba na Epo Mother Karua, asante mama kwa kuwakilisha kina mama, na nashukuru rais amekuunga mkono. Naona Kuria ametetemeka. Why are you asking Mother Karua and Baba? They will do the job. Moses Kuria, give us the names. Give us the list. Utuambie hiyo watu wamekula hiyo pesa. Mama anangojea. Usitutishe ama useme unangoja nini. Mama atafanya kazi tarehe 10. Kutokea tarehe 10 in 100 days, Moses Kuria, we will show you. Na utupatie hiyo list because you know them. Na utangulie from your candidates. Yale mambo amepata. Lakini ile tumejua ya mashamba tutatangulia hiyo. Alafu Moses Kuria, unajua mengi, na usituite rafiki, patia sisi list. We will do it. Baba anangojea. Hatuendi kushika watu si wale wesi. Wale wanajua wamefanya makosa. Nimefurahi sana unasema na utuambie vile mulipepa pesa kwa kulia na mkapatia wa mama ya saloon. We are ready waiting for you, Moses Kuria. and your friends. Mama si mtu ya kutishwa, amefanya kazi na atafanya kazi. Baba, ninashukuru ulipatia mama kazi. Ali Hassan Joho, baba alijua. Unajua huwezi weka mtu penat ule anaenda kutiswa. Najua Ali Hassan Joho ni mwanaume na ni noma sana. In 100 days, Hassan Ali Joho rutisha kila kitu ile wananchi wamechukua ili Wakenya waweze kuishi kwa amani. Penat, siwezi ongea vitu ingine leo, hata wafanye nini, hata si kuona, sijaijua. Chenye najua ni AZIMIO na kujua baba. Hiyo maneno ingine tulimaliza siasa. Yetu ni kungoja Mungu, tuende tuapishe baba. I cannot waste my time, waste my energy talking about watu wajui wanaume ama wanawake wanakaa aje. Sitaki kuwa part of those things. I know mama ni mama, najua baba ni baba. So wacha niwachie hapo. Ni hisabu na vijana msilale. If you are a man, kwa sababu utaitwa mwanamke, na hata sisi wanawake tuko tayari kukaa polling station. Msione sisi ati hatuwezi. Ni vile tuko na wanaume, tuko na vijana yetu. Na mkiona mnashindwa, tell us. Tutafaa already tunafaanga, sitaki kuongea. Tutakutana na nyinyi tuchunge kura. Lakini naomba wamama, pika uchi, pika chapati, simama kwa barabara, patia watu wakunywe. Tukue na maji. Wale vijana watachunga kura yetu kwa sababu ni 24 hawalali usiku na mchana. Mama, amuka mapema, weka chai yako kwa thermos, weka uji kwa mtungi, peleka kwa polling station. Watu wakunywe. Asante Pena. That is what I can talk. But for hii story tulimaliza. Asante.
Okay, asante Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako, na ni muhimu kila Mkenya amakinike. Siasa zetu ziko hivyo, lakini lazima tukubali wakati tumekosea ili turekebishwe na tusidanganywe. Uongozi haupatikani kwa kifua, na urais wa nchi hii hauko katika urithi. Hawezi kurithi, hawezi kupigania, ni uko kwa kuchaguliwa. So unajitoa, alafu Wakenya wakukague, wakisema ni wewe ndio hivyo, wakikataa ndio hivyo. So sio kitu ya kulazimisha, na hakuna ile ya kusema wetu walikuwa wameniambia ama walikuwa wamenipromise. Ni utapata kura ngapi wapi. Alafu kuna hao watu wa UDA wana insist Ruto must get, Ruto must be. You can't must be something that is dependent on the people's choice. You can only say must be if you are the only decision maker. But if you are banking on other people to make the decision, you can't speak with that emphatic of saying must be. He has 10 million. From where? Show us the pathway to that 10 million. Show us the pathway to those numbers. If you can't trace the path, you can't tell the destination. And so, all of you, you're free to support whoever you want to support, but don't support blindly and don't emphasize what you can't substantiate. The truth is, the kind of blunders that William Ruto has made, his chances of being the president of this country are going dimmer and dimmer with every passing day. Na naendelea tu kuwaonya, msipochunga Wajakoya atamshinda. Na najua kuna wengi ambao wanaweza kutapika wakisikia hiyo. Ukweli ni kwamba William Ruto asipochunga atakuwa namba 3. Mtu yule atakuwa namba 2 ni Wajakoya. Kwa hivyo jipangeni. Maneno ya number 1 hiyo ishaenda. Mmeambiwa hapa na wazee, mmeambiwa it's all confirmed. Number 1 ishaenda. So ile namba inapiganiwa saa hii ni number 2. Na Wajakoya can just carry the day. So be careful. Be careful. Thank you very much, everyone. We appreciate everybody for your contribution and continued followership of our program. Please keep inviting people to join. Those of you following us on Facebook, please, you need to subscribe on YouTube. There are programs that you will not get on Facebook only. So you must be a subscriber on YouTube for you to be able to get part of our programming. We are getting set to be able to stream full-time, 24/7 during the week for elections. And we can't do that on Facebook. It is only YouTube that gives us unlimited time to broadcast. And so we want everybody who is following us on Facebook to make sure that you are a subscriber on YouTube, so that when Facebook disconnects us, we will still continue with broadcast on YouTube. Tafadhali hakikisha umefanya hiyo na usiachwe nyuma na lolote lile. Asante sana. Kenya Kwanza anasema, huyo Hillary Ron anasema Kenya Kwanza is winning. How? Where? Miraculously, mysteriously, or practically? You just let us see how you can win. Nani huyu Adika, my sister says, hii story gani inatembea 8 Clovers Malala amekula sangula gani hiyo tafadhali? Hebu nijulishe kwa kina, sina habari. Lakini Malala hana nafasi yote. Kenya Kwanza hawana nafasi yote in Western. Hakuna. They will hardly make 25%. William Ruto kupata 25% in Kakamega is impossible. In Vihiga, it's impossible. In Busia, it's impossible. The only place where there is a probability, which in my opinion, after insulting Eugene, he will not be able to get, is Trans Nzoia and Bungoma. Angefiata ulimi wake, labda angepata hiyo 25. Lakini baada ya kutukana wenye kura za Bungoma na Trans Nzoia, sioni akipata hiyo 25. So he may just make it in some places, but not everywhere. Let's move forward. We give a chance to Tom, and then we'll come to Eunice later. Tom, vipi?
Poa sana Bwana Bernard.
Yes.
Habari zenu lakini? Nimefurahi sana. Asante sana. Furaha yangu iko na wale wa Mombasa. Nimeona mzee alikuwa Mombasa siku ya leo, na nimeona vile umati wamekuwa na yeye, na ile furaha imekuwa huko. Bwana Bernard, hakuna kitu ingine sasa tunasema, because I believe our boat is full and we have started the journey. So I hope everyone is in the boat, and we have to wait for the big day. Umeona Mombasa vile imekuwa, baba akiwa huko. Umeona viongozi wale walikuwa na yeye vile wameongea. So the country, inchi imeamua. Sababu wenzetu wale wengine wa mkondo ingine, kazi yao sasa ni ile ile kama vile tulikuwa tumesema jana. Ni matusi tu, ni na makasiriko. So hiyo ndio order of the day for them. So the more wanatukana watu, the more kura nyingi zinatoka kwa mdomo pia. So the more wanaendelea, the more our boat is getting full. So mimi nimefurahi sana, na mimi najua sasa kwa vile siku naye zimekuwa karibu, mimi kwa upande yangu naona tuanze tu tupange tu ma celebrations zetu. Nikiendelea na ile story ya Martha na bwana Kalonzo kule Central, huko pia nimeona kuna mabadiliko kubwa sana. Mabadiliko kubwa sana, hata nimeona line ya Murang'a from the opinion polls. Murang'a anaona by tomorrow, let us just give them few days. I think by today is Thursday. I think by Monday namba kubwa itakuwa na baba. So hapo nimeona mama anafanya kazi. Mtu kama huyu jamaa mwenye ameongea mama achukue nafasi ya kustaki wengine, hiyo iko tayari, hiyo hata siseme, sababu tunajua mama atafanya kazi. Bwana Moses Kuria atulize boli. Hiyo kazi ni iko kwa mama. Mama atafanya hiyo kazi. Ndio maana tu ako pale. So mwenye anarukaruka anafanya mambo yake, afanye tu, na kinajue siku ni chache, siku zake zinakaribia. So mi sina mengi bwana Bernard. Furaha ndio nimekuwa naye sana siku ya leo. Na bwana Bernard, tunaweza panga namna gani bwana? Unajua hii celebration lazima iwe kubwa sana. Sijui tutaenda uwanja gani. Nairobi naona ni kidogo sana. Nairobi naona
Jali, tutaipanga vizuri, na wala ambao watafika watajoin virtually. This is going to be a global celebration.
By the way, wengine watajoin virtually because naona Nairobi itajaa ndugu yangu. Ni siku ya kipekee. Bwana Mama Selina, ni siku ya kipekee dada yangu. Nimefurahi.
Tuko tayari.
Kabisa. So mimi wacha tu niwache hapo, sababu nimeona watu wengi leo. Nitasema tu asanteni sana, wacha tukutane kesho tena.
Sawa, asante bwana Tom, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Tunaendelea kusonga mbele. Maandalizi ya sherehe pia yanaendelea, na huku tunahimiza kila Mkenya, get your ID ready, your voters card ready. The most important item you have right now is your ID. Watch out a voters card. As long as you are a registered voter and you have your ID, you will vote. Don't lose your ID now. The days are few. You can't replace it within 7 days. Hata wale watu wa kureplace watadildal, so that they help the losers to have a margin. So please make sure that you protect your ID. And if you registered using your passport, okay, don't carry your ID to the polling station and cause problem, causing delay. If you registered using your passport, carry your passport to the polling station, and then your passport should be valid. Usibebe passport ambayo imeexpire kwenda kukosi delay na kuexplain vile ile expire ukiwa wapi. If your passport is about to expire, go and renew it. We have 24 days. I think it's being worked on in 14 days. So you have a chance. Kimbia, enda renew your passport. Usikae tu wetu unasubiri kwamba utapitisha watu kura bila kupiga. Kuna nani huyo Hillary Rono anasema anapeana opinion poll zake za Kenya Kwanza 52, Azimio 44. Hiyo ingine ni gani? Hizo zote tunazijua zinakuanga imaginary. Hii itakuwa practical. Na bwana Rono, tunakuhimiza tafadhali, angalia inji vile inakaa. Angalia mikutano ya Azimio. Kwanza mtu alisema jana, William Ruto aache wamama wa soko wauze mboga. Okay? Akitaka mkutano aende stadium. Wale watu wanataka kumsikiliza wafunge soko, waende stadium kumsikiliza. Hii story ya yeye kupelekanga mkutano kwa barabara, anapeleka mkutano sokoni, anapeleka mkutano kwa maduka, ni kwa sababu hana mtu wa kumfuata. So bwana Rono, wakati Ruto ataweka mkutano Kasarani alafu kusikwe na magari na beba watu kupeleka Kasarani, hapo ndio nitajua akona numbers. Sahi hana. That's why he's going to the marketplaces causing disturbance. Alikuwa anazozana na huyo jamaa. Huyo jamaa alikuwa sokoni, amengoja mteja kubeba apeleke mahali atengeneze hela. Wewe umeleta mkutano kwa parking ya boda boda. Apeleke mkutano Buhungu Stadium, aache kusumbua wamama sokoni na aache kusumbua watu wa pikipiki wakikaa kwa bezi yao. Hiyo ndio tutaona stamina yake ya kisiasa. Hii ingine mnamtia moyo mkimdanganya kona 50%, 60%, hana chochote. Na umwambie ukweli, na chema na kukata miti atakuja hapa akwambie vile miti inaendelea kukatwa. Ukweli ni kwamba tarehe 10 itakuwa siku mrefu.
Bernard, ambia hiyo mtu waingie hapa. Awache kutuandikia. Ambia hiyo Rona akuje mbele ya watu. Awache kuandika kwa shenzi huko chini.
Pole mami, wacha tusonge mbele. Kabla Eunice aje, naomba tusikilize hii alafu tumlete Eunice atuambie kama soko bado iko ama imefungwa. Na hii okay, let's get to this. Two quick videos please. A little patience.
Napendeza kwangu, weshughulika na kwako. Maisha ni yangu, weshughulika na yako. Napendeza kwangu, weshughulika na kwako. Misipangwingwe, sipangwingwe, misipangwingwe.
Not stop a leader from delivering.
These are the faces of impunity. They are murderers. They are corrupt.
Langata Primary, William Ruto orchestrated the tear gassing of children.
They have been making fake promises and feeding us lies.
In 6 months' time, the stadium will be complete. Internet, iende kila nyumba.
Reject them on the ballot. Vote for peace, hope and prosperity for Kenya. Vote for Raila Odinga and Martha Karua.
Okay. Eunice, vipi leo?
Bernard, niko poa. Habari zenu?
Tuko salama. Karibu.
I hope nyinyi nyote mko sawa. Siku tumeisukuma leo, siku haikuwa mbaya. Niliona Mombasa mambo ilikuwa sawa. Nikaangalia huko Kisii, Nyamira. Nikaona hapo Ruto alikuwa huko na watu hawakuwa wamechangamuka. Walikuwa na baridi, ndio wakaulizwa kwa Kisii na yule mbunge Osoro. Ni nini leo wenzangu? Mbona mumekimya hivi hata wamsangilii Ruto? Ndio akawaambia ni njaa. Kama ni njaa, fuata hii gari ya Kemosi. Hii gari ya Kemosi tukitoka hapa pesa siko pale kwa ndege. Leo mtapewa kila mtu 200 muende mununue unga. Ameongea kwa Kisii. Sasa akaambia watu wachangamuke, waonyeshe Ruto kama watampea kura, wasikae na hiyo baridi wako nayo. Amenisangaza, akaamuka akawauliza, huyu jamaa mumemkura sana, mumemkura pesa sana. msikose kumupea kura. Mumeona vile amekonda? Nyinyi mnaangalia tu vile ameona vile amekonda. ame kampeni kwa Kikisii, amewambia na Kikisii. Mumeona vile amekonda huyu kijana vile amesunguka, amemwaga pesa. Mumemukura, mumemukura. Msimuache hivyo, atakufa. Kura mumupee kura. Hapa alinifurahisha. Sasa pale nilijua kura, hakuna kura Nyamira. Kisii hakuna kura. Hakuna kura hata kidogo ya Ruto. Mpaka wao wanajua tu vile wamekuliwa. Ni kupaya. Si niliwaambia hii ni biashara. Watu wako kasi. Nikienda kwa Central Province, Wakikuyu wameamuka. Wanasema kazi lazima wafanye. Pesa lazima wakule mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Ikifika siku ya kwenda kupiga kura, iko kwa akili na roho ni papa. Sasa naona mambo inaenda vizuri kabisa, Bernard, kabisa. Nikiwafuatilia naona watu wako sawa, maneno inaenda. Unaona vile Sabina Seka alikuwa siku ingine Kiambu Katondo, na walikuwa na Moses Kuria, na wote kila mtu aliongea kwa mkutano. Sasa ndio ujue Wakikuyu ni wako na uerefu. Sabina Seka ni wa AZIMIO. Vile aliamka kuongea, watu wote walisema papa AZIMIO. Sabina akamaliza. Moses Kuria kusimama, watu walianza kusema wheelbarrow. Yaani hawaonyesi mtu ati wako pande yake ama wako pande yake, vitu wanasiweka. Na papa amenifurahisha sana, ameambia watu wasiache pesa wakule pesa vizuri kabisa. Sile pesa wanakula wanapewa wachukue na wasisema asanti. Juu hiyo pesa ni ya umma ya serikali. Pesa zilipigwa kitambo na Ruto zikawekwa kwa magunia, ndio sinafanya kazi. Akiwapea hakuna haja ya kumwambia asanti. Ile kitu watamwambia wamwambie tu ni akuje tena, asirete tena. Wamwambie kura ni yake, lakini akienda wanajua kura ni ya Raila. Amenifurahisha. Na alafu akasema kuna kitu kinaitwa ngiri. Ngiri ni ile kitu ukipika saa hii, ikitoroka ikienda pale imesahau kama ilikuwa inachapwa. Ukipiga ikienda pale inasahau. Hii ngiri imekuwa ni Ruto. Ruto ile kitu anaongea hii dakika 30 sikiisa, hiyo kitu amekisahau. Atakupea ingine mpya. Akikupea hiyo ingine mpya, tena within no minutes, tena ameisahau. Tena anakuambia kitu kingine tofauti. Okay, ukimuuliza rudie hiyo kitu ameongea kwa 30 minutes, anasema si yeye. Sasa ndio nashindwa sasa, hii huyu ni kiongozi mgani? Ataweza ongoza hii Kenya? Aitoe juu ndio Kenya ikue ya maendeleo? Nimeenda kuangalia, naona kila mtu sasa ameamua, anaona hapa hakuna uongozi. Huyo jamaa hata ajielewi yeye mwenyewe. Maneno yenye anaongea kila siku hawezi akasimama hata siku moja arudie neno hata moja. Sasa Wakenya wamefunguka macho, sasa wako na akili timamu. Sasa wanaangalia, wanaona Ruto chenye aliongea jana, leo ameongea tofauti. Na akiulizwa hiyo kitu arudie, ajui kama aliongea, anasema si yeye. Sasa watu wanaenda wakimjua ni mtu mwenye anaongea maneno yenye si maneno ya msingi, ni maneno ya kiorerorera, si maneno yenye inaweza jenga Kenya, si maneno yenye inaweza simamisha Kenya. Ni maneno yani imekuwa maneno tu cheche, maneno ya mdomo tu, maneno ya kuropoka, lakini si maneno ati atachaguliwa akuwe kiongozi aweze kuongoza wananchi nayo. Ni maneno tu, ni kama mcheza ako nayo hata hatumuelewi. Bernard, wacha niachie hapo kwa saa hii, ndio wengine wapate nafasi ya kuongea.
Okay, asante sana Eunice, nashukuru. Umenifurahisha sana na hiyo story ya Osoro. Kumbe hii mambo imeenda hivyo, lakini Mungu atasaidia kijana wenyewe. Okay, tutacheza video moja alafu tumlete Ongoro aendelee na mjadala wa leo. Let's get the video ready. Okay. Yeah, we.
Bernard, niliuliza swali ya Nyamira. Na huyo ni nani huyo ana gavana ya Nyamira? Sikuelewa.
Huyo Osoro ni wa UDA, sasa ana kampeni wape kijana kura. Alikuwa anamuita kijana. Ruto ni kijana. Mutapea huyu kijana kura? Mnaona vile mumemkura pesa.
Nauliza kitu ya gavana ya Nyamira. Kuna mwenye anaongoza.
Kuna mwenye anaongoza anaitwa Machogu.
No, hebu tutazungumzia hiyo. Nangoja Alex aje ndio atupatie mbivu na mbichi ya masuala hiyo. Kulingana na hiyo Tifa opinion poll, anayeongoza Nyamira ni UDA na anayeongoza Kisii ni ODM.
Simbarati.
So kuna kitu hapo, although Alex alikuwa ametueleza Simbarati akipewa amani Kisii atacross hapo Nyamira na arekebishe kura hapo. So I think the Azimio people have a plan for the same, although according to the Tifa opinion poll, mtu wa UDA anaongoza akifuatwa na wa Azimio kwa asilimia ngapi? Ako 34 sijui na wa Azimio ako something 20 something. We'll see. We'll get into that. Let's wait for Alex to come. Tusikilize hii tape and then we bring Ongoro. Ongoro, I hope he's still around.
Curator-in-Chief, the elephant. A question around the standard gauge railway, which I've seen some contention around the same. Please take the mic for your question.
Thank you. I think it's fair to say that you are one of the most ardent supporters of the SGR. That's right. And in fact, you told in 2018, you told your current head of communications that the SGR was not a matatu. So please, I can't hear you. Okay, sorry. You said the SGR was not a matatu. You said it would pay for itself starting 2020. One of your economic advisors, David D, has written that the SGR will never pay for itself, and that the debt we took for it is going to be paid from the public purse. And I think your manifesto also cites the SGR as an example of large public infrastructure projects that have very little multiplier effect in the economy. So my question is, do you now acknowledge that the SGR, building the SGR was a mistake? And if you're elected, will you leave it as it is, terminating in Naivasha, or will you extend it to Uganda? And if you're going to do that, how much will it cost and how will you pay for it?
Thank you very much. As you have said correctly, I was and I am an ardent supporter of the SGR. I believe that it's time as a country that we scaled up our infrastructure. And one of them was SGR. Let me tell you that the SGR was not merely the infrastructure. It came as a package. We were supposed to do the Dongokundu project, which was a special economic zone. We were supposed to do in Naivasha an industrial city, so that the SGR would not only bring in raw materials where we need raw materials, but it would also take out what we are producing in Kenya. In Naivasha, our target was, and it didn't end up in Naivasha for no reason. It ended up in Naivasha for a specific reason. We wanted to tap into the geothermal resources in Naivasha, where we would get energy at 5 US cents. We would get free steam from the geothermal facility there. And that would help us in two significant areas. And those are the areas, if you look at our manifesto, we have targeted. We have said the leather industry is going to be a big player in our economy, and the textile industry is also going to be a very big player in our economy. Those were the two sectors that we were supposed to target. Unfortunately, what happened to the SGR is that it became a captive of conflict of interest. People started to look at how they will make money from the railway, from operating CFSs, you know, and small things. In the process, the SGR became a big project that required money to be paid. So what we will do, we will leverage on our plan on the special economic zone in Dongokundu. I know for sure that there are investors who are ready to deploy their own money to build the special economic zone in Dongokundu. The only problem is conflict of interest. There are people who are forcing these companies to partner with them so that they can get that contract. Eliminating the conflict of interest, and that goes into why in our manifesto we have said we must deal with conflict of interest and we must also deal with state capture. That is what is taking our country backwards. So to just answer directly your question, SGR, our intention was not to move SGR beyond Naivasha. We had an intention of taking it to Naivasha. Beyond Naivasha, it will depend on viability and on partnerships with other countries. Up to Naivasha, that facility can pay for itself. Let me give you the statistics as of now. If we moved the SGR to 18 cargo planes, cargo trucks every day, it will pay for itself. Unfortunately, we are stuck at around 9, or sometimes 12. We have to find the mechanism to ensure that we roll out the plan as it was, so that we can make sure that that SGR is viable the way it was intended.
Naibu Rais, kuna jambo ningependa ufafanue kwa sababu unapozungumza kuhusu miundombinu, infrastructure na kadhalika. Kuna mwaka 2018 wakati kulikuwa na kongamano la uchumi katika kaunti ya Nakuru, ulisema kwamba serikali ya Jubilee ingeanzisha kituo katika kaunti ya Nakuru, hususan eneo la Naivasha. Lakini katika mikutano eneo la Pwani umeshutumu handshake kwa kusema wao ndio wamehamisha kituo hiki na kukileta katika eneo la Naivasha, na hivyo kuathiri wafanyabiashara, wabeba mizigo na kuathiri uchumi wa Pwani. Haswa ni kwamba unawahadaa wa Kenya au haswa mbona useme kitu kimoja kisha baadaye ulaumu wengine kwa kitu ambacho wewe mwenyewe ulinukuliwa ukisema?
You see, you are confusing two issues. You're confusing what the SGR was supposed to do, and I have said the way I've said here, it was supposed to go to Naivasha, and Naivasha is supposed to be our industrial city, right?
Haukusema kwamba mtaanzisha kituo katika eneo la Naivasha.
What has happened, let me just answer you.
Yeah.
What has happened is other people took advantage and moved port operations. What we are discussing here is port operations. You know, simple infrastructure things that have nothing to do with the construction of the railway. That's why we are saying we are going to reverse port operations that have been brought to Nairobi largely. You know, as CFSs that have been brought to Nairobi, many of the other facilities that have been brought to Nairobi to benefit a few people. We're going to reverse it so that it goes back to Mombasa. That does not mean we are reversing the whole plan of the SGR. Those are two different things. The original plan of SGR was not supposed to shut down the port of Mombasa. It was supposed to elevate activity in the port of Mombasa. How? By making sure that the Dongokundu Special Economic Zone is operational, and by making sure the industrial city in Naivasha that is supposed to produce material and is supposed to produce products that would eventually go back to Mombasa and make the Mombasa port that much more commercial and that much more viable. So there is no conflict between what we are saying in Mombasa and what we are saying in Naivasha.
Lakini kwa video hiyo unasikika vizuri kabisa. Hausemi SGR. Unasema hiki kituo, hii shughuli za bandari kuanzishwa katika eneo la Naivasha, na unanukuliwa kabisa ukisema serikali ya Jubilee itafanya hivyo. Lakini sasa hivi umesema watu wa handshake ndio wamehamisha shughuli za bandari.
Nimekueleza jambo ambalo lilitakikana kufanyika Naivasha sio port operation. Ni industrial city. Sawa?
No.
An industrial city and port operation are two different things, madam. You know, one is activities around a port. The other one is a facility to manufacture, to produce products. And that is what is supposed to happen in Naivasha. And that is what will happen in Naivasha. We're going to have a huge leather industry in Naivasha. We're going to have a big textile city in Naivasha that will not only bring in products using the SGR, but it will also export products out of Naivasha. And let me give you how this is going to happen.
Huyo anaitwa naibu rais.
Tena tunasikia awezi akarudia ile maneno aliongea mbeleni, awezi akarudia.
Umesema ndio ngine.
Anawapiga chain, unaona vile anawapiga chain.
Sawa sawa, naomba hivi kuna kitu ambacho tunapaswa kurekebisha. Anayeongoza katika opinion poll Nyamira si mtu wa UDA, ni mtu wa Upya Party, ile party ya Matiang'i. So I'm happy Alex is here. Atatueleza kinaganaga.
No, that's what I wanted to correct. That is what I wanted to correct. UDA is not anywhere. What happened, and I like what happened. There's a place called Isecha. There's a place called Gesima. So it's a border of Kisii County and Nyamira County. So when Simba went, when we saw that we had a danger, when Simba was supposed to address the Kisii County side of Kitutu Chache, that is where Onyonka comes from, we decided that that rally is not going to be held on the soil of Kisii County. It's going to be held on Isecha, which sits in the hills of Manga Hills. And that rally was well attended. And the narrative changed right away. So that area was the one ilikuwa inatusumbua sana na UDA. Hiyo ukienda mpaka Nyamarambe, ukienda the other side, yenye ulisikia Kipa akisema iko karibu na mpaka wa Kipsigis kule, ukirudi mpaka Konate Nyamira, hiyo ndio side ilikuwa inatusumbua. Alafu kuna side ingine tena kutoka the other side inaitwa Gesima borders now again Kipsigis land, hiyo ndio ilikuwa inatusumbua. So those two major rallies that he held, and you can go see them in a channel called Miruko is George, and you see how, the guy is an orator. Akianza kuongea Kiswahili, anaweza ongea Kiswahili for like 3 hours straight, and people love sitting down on the floor and listening to him for 3-4 hours. Bernard, the guy is like Fidel, this Fidel from Cuba, who can address you for, Hugo Chavez, who can address you for 5 hours. And we don't go to sit in chairs when we go to our rallies in Kisii. We sit down with our lesos and we are ready for Simba to talk to us. So those only 2 rallies have changed the narrative. Now, the present governor of Nyamira, who is Nyaribo, is leading for the first time. He is leading at 34 to 39, but from where I come from, I think he's hitting 45. So my uncle, unfortunately, Nyambati is crumbling. and the chicken have come home to roost. The money has dried. People are not getting the money they were getting every day, and Ruto is not sending that money and those T-shirts. And now Matiang'i has unleashed his money. Now Matiang'i knows politics. Now he has sent his own money. Don't think being a minister for internal security is a small job. Hata wewe lazima hiyo mkato unaikata kidogo. So hata yeye ako na pesa, akaangi tu huko bure. So pesa yake imeingia Nyamira na tumeanza kuiona. Sasa hatupewi 50 bob anymore. Vile tulikuwa tunalia, hatutasema tunapewa ngapi, lakini hiyo pesa ni mzuri kwa sasa na itatusustain mpaka tarehe 10, na I think hata itatupeleka mpaka watoto wakifungua tutalipa fee. So tuko vizuri. Nyamira, for now, I can tell you there's a time I said UDA is winning, but I can guarantee you, even members of parliament, they are not winning. Take it to the bank. Now, there was a time I was afraid and I was saying the truth, how it was. Osoro is not winning. Osoro, there was a time he was going to win South Mugirango, the only MP from Kisii that was going. Osoro is not winning. Take it to the bank. Osoro is going home.
Okay, asante Alex. I think you are mute. Umemaliza?
Kitu kimoja Bernard, Melvin ni rafiki yangu na nilifurahia vile aliongea, lakini hii ni Mtembei channel. Alisema watu wale wengine wa kwenda kabisa, hii ni Azimio channel. Bernard, hii ni Mtembei channel. Tunataka wale ndugu zetu wanakuja kama Black na wengine, tunapiga story. Hiyo nakubaliana. Hakuna mtu wa UDA amefukuzwa hapa. Ni Ruto tu tunafukuza, tunafumingeti yeye. Oh, pole, hiyo jina tulisema tusitumie. Ni Ruto tu hatutaki hapa. Lakini watu wa UDA ni ndugu zetu, wamedanganywa, hawaelewi, hawajielewi, na ukweli kabisa siku watafungua macho watakuja kuunderstand kuwa hii nchi lazima ikombolewe. So watu wa UDA msitoroke. Wakina Rono, Hillary, you know, you are hilarious. You know, just come. Thank you.
Okay, asante Alex for that clarification, and it's good that it's coming from you. I didn't want to dive into that because I'm always a target, but I'm happy that we are all moving forward well. Let us look at this keenly, and that clarification is good, so that everybody knows where we are coming from and where we are going. You're free to support whoever you want to support. Just do it the right way. Don't use lies. Don't take Kenyans for a ride. It's important. Our children are learning from us. We can't teach them when we are lying to them or lying to ourselves or deceiving the whole country. It is very important. Tuendelee kukaribishana, na kama uja subscribe kwa Mtembei TV YouTube channel, please do so. Fanya hivyo, itakusaidia. Kwa sababu tunakwenda sasa, tunaanza kuangazia 24/7 broadcast. 24/7 broadcast is not viable on Facebook, it's only viable on YouTube. So please hakikisha umesubscribe Mtembei TV YouTube. Kama uko na shida kupata hapo mahali pa kusubscribe, niambie, nitakutumia link alafu utasubscribe directly. But anybody who is IT conversant, you will be able to get that without any aid from anywhere. Ongoro, samahani, lakini karibu sasa.
Hello, good morning, good evening, good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning from Nairobi.
Can you hear? I'm good. How are you, sir?
Great. Karibu.
Okay, thank you very much. This is my first time here. I really want to appreciate whatever you are doing. You are doing a good job. This is very nice. Actually, I wanted to correct about the Nyamira thing, but Alex has corrected it. It was Nyaribo, the current governor, is the one who is leading there. Today, I was really impressed by our rally in Mombasa. It was wonderful. And I still believe that we still have the ground and we are still winning this. About Sonko is just there, but the guy who is in the ODM ticket will carry out the day. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much and have a good night. Yeah.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Ongoro, tunashukuru kwa hayo, na twende moja kwa moja kwa Eliza. Eliza, vipi?
Poa sana, habari zenu watu wote?
Salama, karibu.
Umeshinda aje?
Tuko ngangari.
Okay, nimejaribu hii, restart simu inanisumbua, lakini acha niongee kabla ijaanza usienzi. Okay, mimi ninataka tu kusema naona watu wa AZIMIO sasa ndio wamevaa viatu vizuri, wanachapa kazi kuchapa sasa. Wacha watu wa UDA walisema Gachagua alisema anafanyanga mkutano 15 kwa siku na Ruto 10. Sasa saa hii hata siku hizi waonekani sana. Siku hizi hawaonekani. Wale watu wamepiga kelele mpaka watu wamechoka na makelele zao. Sasa saa hii ndio campaign sasa. Wale watu hata wakienda wapi hakuna mtu anataka kuwasikia. Sasa pesa zimeisha. Hizo pesa nye walikuwa na mwaka vile Eunice anasema kibarua. Watu walienda kibarua, wamemaliza, pesa hakuna. Sasa Ruto anataka kuchapa watu makofi, hata mabodaboda wenye walikuwa nakula pesa zake. Hata ingekuwa ni uwezo angeambia rudisheni pesa zangu. Haya. Mimi leo nimeona opinion polls ya Kisii, nimeona Simbarati is leading. Huyo mtu wa udaku ako na 13, which means UDA are not doing good in Kisii. Then pia Nyamira nikaona they are doing good. Kitale nikaona natembea. Chris niliona ako na 21. So natembea, he was with 50 something. So Chris ni nyumbani. Hao watu wa Ford Kenya wote wanafaa kufukuzwa waende. DAP itembee kazi. Kwa sababu hakuna kazi wamefanya kule Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia ni city ambayo ingekuwa inatakana pia nayo inaonekana, lakini watu wa Ford Kenya wameipeleka imekuwa kama sio Kitale. Zamani mtu alikuwa akisema anaenda Kitale, unaona ni Kitale, lakini sasa hivi sio Kitale. Wako nyuma sana. So mimi ninashukuru baba na watu wake Mombasa, wanafanya vizuri. Sisi tu ni kuwaombea na kuwapa nguvu na kuombea nchi yetu ya Kenya. Watu wapige kura kwa amani, waache maneno ya kusema tunachoma huyu. Kura ni kitu yenye inakuja na inaenda miaka 5, mnarudi kuanza kutafuta. Mimi naomba watu wangu wote mahali wanasikia, watu wa comment kule chini pia mueneze amani. Mtu apige kura asipigane na mwenzake. Watu wakileta kupigana tena wanarudisha nchi yetu nyuma. Tena ndio wataweka maisha iendelee kukua gali badala ya kuteremka chini. So mimi ninaomba amani, watu wapige kura kwa amani. Hiyo ni kitu ya siku moja inaisha na maisha inaendelea, na tutabaki kuwa Elizabeth, tutabaki kuwa Bernard na siku zinaenda mbele. So mimi ninaomba watu wapige kura kwa amani bila kuchukia wenzao. Usichukie kabila fulani ati wewe kabila, hapana. Hii ni kura tu. Ni kama vile watu huwa wanacheza mpira. The moment watu wakiingia kwa kiwanja, kila mtu anatetea anataka kufunga goal. So hii ni kama mpira imeingia kwa kiwanja, lakini saa zile imefika 45 minutes, firimbi imepigwa, unaona referee anaenda anasalimiana na wenzake, pia hao wachezaji wanasalimiana wanaenda. Wakirudi tena wanakuwa maadui kwa sababu wanataka kila mtu afunge goal. Wakimaliza wanasalimiana, wanapeana ma-t-shirt. So mimi ninaomba watu wa AZIMIO wakati watashinda wasalimiane na UDA, wachangeane t-shirt. AZIMIO wapatie UDA t-shirt ya AZIMIO. Hiyo ndio Friendly
Well,
match.
yellow fever, we are vaccinated against it.
Si inakuwa ni match tumemaliza. Unakataa kabisa hiyo, hamtaki. Mama Selina, hutaki yellow fever? Okay. But mimi ninashuku.
Wacha kutuchomea wewe Elizabeth.
Si ndio?
Unabadilisha aje? Watu wanakaa
Sasa
kwao na kujipanga.
Okay, ni sawa, lakini itakuwa sasa mchezo imeisha sasa. 90 minutes itakuwa imeisha. Nakusalimia. Take my t-shirt because you have
Nakubali,
won.
wachana story ya t-shirt. Tutasalamiana. Na yellow, hatutaki yellow fever please. Tutasalamiana, tunakubali.
So, mimi ninafurahia vile baba anafanya kampeni zake. So, mahali nimeona kuna shida kiasi pale, niliona Murang'a wanasema huyu Mudi UDA ndiye anaongoza na 58. How comes? Hapo mi naona kama wamedanganya Samuel Kamau ati ako na 13%. Hapo mi sikubali. Hao watu wa UDA watakani wapate hizo viti kabisa. Hizo viti hapana. Ni kampeni sasa
Hoteli
inatakana.
ilifungwa, wachana naye. Hoteli ilifungwa, wacha wafurahishwe ndio watoe pesa kidogo imepaki. Kila kitu iliisha.
Nakwambia saa hizi kweli. Leo nimejaribu kuangalia mkutano ya Ruto, sijaiona kama leo ameifanya sana. Leo ni kama walikuwa anapiga mahesabu kwenye ataenda, au atapiga mahesabu ataenda Mombasa ama ataenda wapi. Mali baba amekuwa, si unajua mali baba amekuwa ndio saizi anapata. So maybe atarudi aende Mombasani kule. Huko Mombasani huko watu wamekanyaka kule. Huko ni block. Ukambani ni block. Sasa hata siku hizi Ukambani ndio aonekani. Nani anaitwa nani, Mutua alikuwa na Ukierere, alipotea, haonekani, sijui alienda wapi. Amason Kingi walikuwa wamesema wamepata chama ya UDA, inaonekana siku hizi haonekani, chama cha paa haionekani. Walienda wapi Bernard? Maendeleo chap walisema ati amepata mtu wa ukweli. Saa hizi yako wapi? Saa hii anatamani hata ende angekuwa anasimama kwa chukua huku kwa AZIMIO. Aanze kuongea. So unajua mtu usifanye kitu kutokuelewa ulikuwa unaenda wapi. So they were thinking now Ruto is going to take the president. Lakini saa hizi wameona, wamekuja wanaonyeshwa dust the dakika ya mwisho. So si tukuomba tu Mungu UDA wacha waendelee kukanyako kwa sababu walianza kazi mapema, wakatengeneza mawheelbarrow, wakauza, wakapatia watu vitu. Sasa watu wamekuja kukundua this is the people we don't, watatuangusha na watatuchoma. So wamerudi kwa AZIMIO. AZIMIO inatamba, sisi tunaombea tu AZIMIO. Tarehe 8 masaa kama hii tumefaa mabulu wote hapa kwa Mtembei. Kwanza mimi nitakuwa number 1 kuingia. Ukifungua tu hivi ndiko na wewe. Na bulu nimefaa. Tunahesabu. Nashukuru.
Thank you Eliza. We appreciate it.
Penalty nikuulize, Alice Waoma alienda wapi ama pesa ziliisha? Alice Waoma alienda wapi? Rafiki ya Ruto.
Sasa wewe ndio jirani yake, ungetuambia Kandara kuna kaaje? Kwa sababu mara ya mwisho kuonekana alikuwa Kandara kwa kanisa fulani hapo.
Amekimya sana.
Simba alikuwa amenyeshewa akafikiria ni paka.
Mato anacheka nini? Mato, utuambie Mutua alienda wapi? Mbona unacheka Martin Ndeto? Mutua ako wapi?
Basi Mato atatueleza kule Mutua yuko na mengine yote, hata hiyo ya Mombasa kama Asongo ako na nafasi huko. Lakini kabla Mato akuje, ngoja kwanza nataka kupanga hii mkururo. Unajua kuna watu wameongea mara moja na wengine hata hawajaongea. So nataka nihakikishe kwamba watu wanapata nafasi ya kuongea. Na tunaendelea kuhimiza watu wote wanatufuata Facebook, usibaki Facebook. Utamiss mambo mingi sana. wakati tulikuwa tuna report from every polling station, we will be live for 3 days continuously. That is not possible on Facebook. So if you want to be part and parcel of the broadcast and know what is happening, subscribe on YouTube. Subscribe on YouTube. If you have a problem getting the channel ya YouTube, niulize nitakutumia, alafu utasubscribe and then hit that notification bell so that every time we go live utajulishwa, and then tutahakikisha kwamba mambo mengine tunafanya kwa pamoja. Ukweli utadumu, uongo hauwezi. Njia muongo ni fupi, wahenga washasema. So yule anaitumia uongo Wakenya watamnasa. Okay, wacha let's listen
Penat,
to
ulikuwa Penat pole. Ulikuwa utupatie report kwa sababu tulikuomba, tunataka tujua kwa sababu kila mtu nafikiria isipokuwa wale watu wako Kenya. Nyinyi mna access TV, mna access. Sisi wenye tuko upande hizi tulikuwa tumeomba Penat utupatie report ili tuweze kuchanga ya kwamba hatutaki ukose stima, hatutaki point sikose. So tumeanza na kuna wale wametoa. So nilikuwa naimisa kama kuna watu hapa wa diaspora mali popote, tafadhali. Tulikuwa tunataka siku hizo 3 hatutaki Penat aingie saa 3. Polling station ikifunguliwa tunataka Penat akue pale. So tafadhali, tunajua lazima aitishe internet, tunajua lazima ifanywe makarapati yote. Alikuwa ametuambia ataongea na watu wenye watakuwa kwa polling station ili watupatie report. Hiyo kazi ni ngumu sana. Na
Mama Selina.
Yes.
Wacha niongelelee Bernard. Unajua Bernard anakuaga mpole, ni mtumishi. Na unajua watumishi wanakuaga wapole, wataki kusema ile kitu inafaa kusema.
Tumetoa kuna
ngoja.
Okay, order. Martin,
ametoa $100. Mama Selina anatoa yake kesho 100. Kuna watu naona sijui wako wapi, nafikiri hiyo ni euro ama nini. So tumeanza kutoa na kuna namba, si Penat anationgelea, hii ni yetu. Penat ako Kenya na
wacha basi mam. Nilisikia hiyo kitu yote. Bernard, nipatie tu dakika moja na hii sijachukua time yangu kwa sija contribute. Nataka tu kuambia Mama Selina na nikusupport. Mama Selina, kuna kitu Bernard amekuwa akifight for, and it's a very important thing. Tulimaliza the first phase, he's going for the second phase, na nilisikia akisema nilikuwa kazi jana. There's something that alisema, lakini unajua Bernard data haizi jisemea, mimi mwenyewe nitamsemea leo. There's a system that imekuja that hata Bernard akipoteza lights anaweza endelea kuwa na hizo lights. I think it cost about 150,000. Bernard, what was it? Usiogope, sema. Mimi ndio nasema, si wewe.
The list was 125k Kenya shillings.
Yeah.
To get the backup system that takes over as soon as power goes off and is able to retain power for 10 to 15 hours until power comes back. So it charges when the power is on, then when power goes off, it picks up. So it will be a good investment for continuous broadcast in case kuna kuzima stima kwa wale ambao wangependa kuzima stima kutumia uchaguzi.
So internet uliso Bernard, internet iko sawa?
Internet iko sawa unless tunataka
upgrade. So hiyo ingine sasa, nyinyi wenye mnataka kutoa na wenye wanakuja wenye kutoka Facebook na wenye wanatusikiza, now we're becoming a big community. I think it wouldn't be very hard to get that 120 something. I mean, I'm putting a budget of 150,000. I think it wouldn't be very hard. So that's the real budget that Bernard never wants to say. Bernard, and I'm so sorry to get into it, lakini mimi ndio nimeisema, si wewe, na kujua wewe unajua wezaki kusema. Tudi hapa kando kando because wewe ni mtumishi.
Wachia hapo.
Mimi nasema ukweli semwe.
Dakika yako imeisha.
Penat,
Okay,
24 days.
Let's do this. Ngoja.
1 minute, Penat, please. Utulie.
Hey.
24 days, Penat, ni kidogo sana. So, Martin, tulitoa ile ya mahindi. Sasa, kuna ile group tulikuwa ninio ya internet. So, please, chochote mtu watoe. Let us be serious. Kama tunataka kuona results ya Kenya, si ati kuna kitu ingine, kwa sababu hatutaki tuambiwe ile imeisha, alafu tulisema kuna alert. Mtu akiwa Crown anayeambia Penat, na sisi pia tunatoa moto kusema kimbia hapa imefanyika. So sisi wote wenye tuko hapa, naomba hata ukiwa Kenya, hata kama ni 50 shilingi 50 si mbaya, kwa sababu tunajua maisha ni ngumu, but this is for our interest. So Mato atufichi, mimi nimetoa 100, Orare 100, sema yako. Wale tuko huko tuseme. Wewe unajua tunasemanga na tunatenda. So mimi hata sitaki usemee Penat, weka yako kwa mesa tuone tuko na 300 sahi.
Mama Selina, I think tushaambia watu saizi, unajua pia saa zingine tunaweza ni kama tuna push vitu sana. Mimi bana najua ile yote nimefanya, na si ati ni sipendi kuweka vitu zangu juu ya kwa umati. Ni ile mtu apeane, hakuna haja kuwekana kwa umati. Unajua ukipeana kwa roho safi. Unajua si lazima kila mtu ajue kitu yenye umefanya. Ile naweza sema tumetangaza saa hizi.
Si ati kwa
order.
Kuonyeshana. Tulikuwa tunasema kwa roho safi.
Okay. Yeah, mwenye amesema si lazima tutangaze.
Please, let's do this. Mnajua tuko debate, okay? Alafu mnafanya housekeeping. Your housekeeping is taking over the debate. Let's do this. I'm still
Bernard, nilikuwa nasema hivi, mambo mengi hawa wawili ambao wanasema can you give us the way we send money? That's all. Like that.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'll be sharing that the number you are sending to in the private chat section. But what I'm saying is, I'm still working on the team. You know, to put up the team around the country is not easy, and we are going to work in collaboration so that we are able to, because footing a bill for every polling station, you will need that Chebukati's budget, of which is too high. So, but I'm working out on an elaborate plan. We can continue with the fundraise. What Martin talked about is also part of one of the important things that we need to do, because the Wi-Fi we are using uses power. Without power, it can't work. And if there is any power interruption, no evil. So we need that power backup system as part of this program. But let's do this. We are going to do a kamkunji where we'll discuss this in details with all the whatever the involved parties. And then we open it to the public. Kama tutafanya fundraise for 7 days or 10 days, we'll do that. But for now, nataka to focus so that we allow the people who have not made wherever their submission to make their submission. But those who want to make contribution to the kitty for the election results reporting, I will be giving you the number to use. You don't use the other number, the one I used for my birthday. It's a specific number for that, and I'll be giving you details shortly. Let's hear from nilikuwa naenda kucheza tape alafu mkanirudisha huko. We're going to listen to this immediately after that. Tumsikilize Joshua, but I'm sharing that number shortly. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. This is the video. We seem to have a problem.
Simamo na ni wa haki. Mseme ukweli bana. Cheki ambaye anaitwa Martha Karua. Hawa ni watu ambao ni wa msimamo na ni wa haki. Mseme ukweli bana. Hawa wengine ni wa mdomo na matusi. Sasa mimi nauliza, ukiwaona kila siku wakienda kwa mkutano, kazi yao ni kuongea juu ya uhuru. Sasa wewe unaongea juu uhuru, atafuti kura ama ni namna gani? Ati wananiambia nimalize niende. Kwani wanafikiria nimalize niende wapi? Nitakuwa hapa tu. Na mimi nitafanya kazi yangu mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Ama ni namna gani? Bado kuna hospitali za kufunguliwa. Bado kuna barabara za kujengwa. Bado kuna kazi nyingi za serikali ambazo zinatakikana kufanywa. Na mimi nitazifanya mpaka nipatie shughuli hiyo mwingine, na nawaomba nyinyi kwa heshima ya yule ambaye nitapatia aendelee naye, iwe si mwingine isipokuwa Raila ama ni namna gani? Kwa sababu kazi itaendelea ama ni namna gani? Kweli. Na sisi tutakuwa tunakutana mtaani tu tukiongea ama ni namna gani? Na bado tutakuwa tukiona kitu tunaweza kupigia wenzetu, tulikuwa pahali kuna shida tusaidiane. Hiyo ndio maisha jameni. Ama ni namna gani? Sisi hatutaki uadui. Mimi nataka niseme ya mwisho. Mimi nashukuru hawa viongozi wenu. Hakuna kitu mimi inanifurahisha zaidi nikiona leo hii Kadosi tunasimama naye hapa, tunatafuta kura, si ni kweli? Na nawaomba mumpatie, si ndio? Lakini ile kitu inanifurahisha hata zaidi ni ya kwamba Babu Owino hako pale nje na grupu yako, hata yeye ako hapa, na tunaomba kura pamoja. Niambieni kama hiyo ni kitu safi ama sio safi? Si hiyo ni amani? Kuna mtu ambaye anachukia amani? Kuna mtu ambaye anachukia amani? Na mwananchi ataamua, na akishaamua aende nyumbani agojee matokeo. Ama ni aje vipi? Vijana ama ni aje? Si ni hivyo? Si ni hivyo? Na hiyo ndio furaha yetu. Kwa sababu nchi ambayo haina amani haina maendeleo. Nchi ambayo haina maendeleo haina kazi kwa vijana wake. Nchi ambayo haina kazi kwa vijana yake ni nchi ya umaskini. Si ni kweli? Lakini viongozi wakishirikiana waseme ya kwamba hata tukitofautiana tunaweza tujadiliane. Si suluhu lazima itapatikana? Si suluhu lazima itapatikana? Mwataka viongozi wa suluhu ama wataka viongozi wa siasa ambaye haina mwelekeo? Si ni viongozi wa suluhu? Suluhu ndio kazi inapatikana. Suluhu ndipo barabara zinapatikana. Suluhu ndio itatusaidia kuhakikisha ya kwamba kama kuna plot imeibiwa imerudishwa. Suluhu ndio itahakikisha
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Huyo ndio rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta, na haendi kokote, amalizi kwenda, atakuwa hapa. Okay, Bwana Joshua, karibu.
Yes, habari yako Bernard?
Salama, namna gani?
Niko salama. Yes, nataka kuongelea tu kwa hiyo video tumeona hiyo. President is very clear on his word. Na jamii seni a single word ambaye akiongea. Anasema kuwa the right person to lead this nation is Raila Odinga. And I think the words are very clear. Uhuru has been consistent since 2018. You know what walikuwa nafikiri pengine Uhuru anachezea Raila, atacheza Raila ikifika dakika mwisho atamruka. But since 2018, since handshake, he has been consistent up to date. So that shows the kind of leader that we have, ambaye ni Uhuru Kenyatta, ambaye ana msimamo. He has a stand which we need to embrace it, and we must see what he's telling us. We must realize that this guy is telling us a nice thing. Our president is telling us one of the best things. Because sometimes I also wonder, this president, they were with Ruto for almost 10 years. And now he's telling you that this is not the right person. He knows very well this is not the right person. Uhuru is a billionaire. Raila is a billionaire. Now, when he's telling us that we need to save this country, they want good out of Kenyans. Because after all, Uhuru, after retiring, Anamali, he can go and celebrate with this wealth. Raila can lose this election. He can go, he's a billionaire, they can go and celebrate. But at the end of it, who are going to suffer are Kenyans. So people who are following Ruto, I still wonder. And then when you look at the poll opinion, Raila is leading. And I saw in our Kenya Daily, they are saying that there are about 10 counties that will determine who will win this election. And I remember the counties that Tifa came up with them today, like Isiolo, Vihiga. There are some of the counties that were mentioned that they're the counties that are going to break this election. One of them was Mombasa, Narok, Isiolo. There were like 10 counties. So to me, I am seeing Raila is winning this election because each and every day, and I pick up and I move. Now, I want to read on issue of IBC. Yesterday I watched the interview, but the question that were asked, but they are not clear. They are not clear. Like issue of 1 million, the issue that Ruto came up with, Alipoleta allegation that some of his supporters were removed, were transferred from their polling station to other polling station. But Chebukati was not clear about this because he was asked, how did Ruto knew that some of his supporters were transferred? But Chebukati was saying, no, they were not 1 million, they were 5,000. So the question that they were being asked, they are not clear about it. Another question that they asked, the also issue of relationship with Tangula. He was asked that, has he ever met with the Tangula? But he tried to dodge that question. But to me, when I look at the face of Chebukati, it was like they have met with the Tangula, because you can look at the body language of somebody. Then he was trying to say that they are trying to profile the commissioner and the people who are working in IBC. So Chebukati is trying to dodge. And then there also question that was asked about the Smartic, the company that is going to supply the scheme kits. And they were asked very well that this company, they supply Philippines with this kit, Uganda, and this thing failed. So they were being asked that, are they aware that in those countries this thing failed? But CEO was not even clear. He was saying that he doesn't know about that issue, that people are supposed to be asked is that country. I mean, it's the company that is giving us this contract. So I'm seeing either Chebukati or Hussein Marjan, they're not clear. Either they're not working as a team. And I'm just requesting that if AZIMIO should have a very strong agent, and there's this system that there's some time Raila came with it to 27, that adopt a polling station. They need to adopt all polling station, and they should give us the best agents to man those polling stations. We cannot rule out this cheeky game Chebukati is playing, because from the look of face yesterday, Chebukati has so many things that is hiding us, because they are still sticking on the issue of not providing manual register. And I don't see any harm that manual register will cause to when manual register is there in the polling station. They are trying to say that if the manual register will be the polling station, it's very easy to know the somebody who has not voted, and then it can be used to to key in the system, and the election can break. But that's not the issue. So I am seeing IBC ever much they're trying to portray themselves as people who are clean, but there's some cheeky game that they're playing. But I am sure that AZIMIO guy are aware. And then I want to talk about issue of Sonko. Sonko, however much he has come this race, we cannot underrate him. I'm not saying that Sonko is going to beat Sarai. Not Sarai, no, I mean Nasir. But Sonko can bring chaos because Sonko is a populist. You know, somebody is a populist, is a good mobilizer. Sonko is a good mobilizer. Populist, he can go somewhere, akasema kuwa, like the other time he went to Makadara mortuary and he paid all bills kwa wale watu walikuwa wamefariki pale ndani. So you know, sometimes somebody is very disparate. Akisaidiwa, he'll follow in Sonko. So Sonko is a populist but not a leader. He's a populist and he knows how to move masses. So if we're not careful with this Sonko coming in, it can create chaos in Mombasa, and this can bring that voter apathy. Kuna wale wafuasi wa Sonko ambaye ashawavuta watasema kuwa kama ni hivi, then we are not going to vote for Baba, we are voting for Ruto. So this thing, so coming in to this race, I'm not welcoming. I have a much Azimio, kuna Wiper na kuna ODM and Jubilee. They ought to have sat down wakaelewana kuwa this governorship ya Mombasa waachie ODM, because Shabal was more stronger than Sonko, but now wamemruhusu Kalonzo alete Sonko. So I'm sensing danger that Sonko will come out, is going to vote, I mean, it's going to campaign, it's a good mobilizer, atakuja na masses, vita tatokezea pale, the people, our supporters are going to fight, and then that voter apathy ambayo it affect the support ya Baba in Mombasa. So but I'm praying that kesho IBC, I mean not IBC, Supreme Court tupile Sonko nje. That's my prayer. Because I also wonder that if somebody was removed in an office because of a gross conduct, so I'm wondering today it has been cleared. Still, the allegation that the allegation that was there before, which made him to be removed in the office, still there. So I'm wondering that how can somebody just go to another county and also vie? So your decision for court yesterday, I don't know what the reason why they came with that decision, but I'm praying that Supreme Court tomorrow wamrushe Sonko nje aenda pumzike, so that in Mombasa we can be very safe. Because if Sonko come in this race, Sonko is going to bring chaos in Mombasa, and you might lose support ya Baba in Mombasa. Thank you very much.
Joshua, you believe in preset elections, eh? Elections are won on merit. Elections are won on competition. They don't have to be preset. The coming in of Sonko has many factors. You don't just come and bring chaos. Bring chaos where? Mombasa people have their leadership. They have their way of doing things. You don't come in and upgrade that way of doing things and carry the day. I would want AZIMIO to compete health competition, not to have this block this, so that somebody passes. That's not even getting the people to decide who their leaders are. So as much as there is a need for negotiated democracy, we can't have it everywhere, everything negotiated. There are places where healthy competition should be allowed. And if the courts clear Sonko to run, let him run. The only thing Naziri needs to do is up the game. Because now when you have a stronger competitor, you fight harder so that you win. Because hatuwezi shika mbweha wote ili nini kila ndio watu watoke. It will not be healthy, and it will not be building democracy. It will be destroying the democracy that we have. So let the best man win. Nasir has an upper hand. He's a local. He has built that leadership for a long time. The commitment of the Mombasa people to Nasir is not sensational. It is not out of hype. These people have voted for this person over and over again. They can do it again out of their commitment, out of their loyalty, not out of sensational. Tumepewa kitu ende kufanya vile tumeambiwa. It's very, very, I don't think that will be the way the decision will be made. In my opinion, with or without Sonko, the Nazir man is going to win the governorship of Mombasa. For one, the competitor from UDA is too low. If they were neck to neck, then the dividing of the votes will cause UDA to have a walkover and apitie katikati apate kiti. Lakini yeye yuko huko chini. Naziri ako huko juu. Any person coming in between here is not a serious danger. If it was a serious danger, baba angekuwa ashaitisha mkutano. Martin, ulikuwa unasemaje? Wewe ndio uliniambia wewe ni mkosti. Wewe mara unaniambia wewe ni Mwislando. Saa nyingine unasema wewe ni mkosti. Tena wewe ni mtu wa Eastern Province. Sasa tuambie kinaganaga, uko wapi? Na Izali
mimi
Izana Eunice wameuliza mtu ako wapi? Tafadhali anzia hapo.
Mimi ni Mwislando, mimi ni mtu wa ghetto bwana, unajua. Na pia ni unajua mimi am Nairobian bwana. Mimi huko ndo nililelewa, unajua. You know when you ukiwa huko hata kaka kizungu kangu kidogo nimejifunza bwana. Unajua mimi ni mtu lakini siongeangi hizo za kuna ingine imekuja siku hizi, kuna sha nyingine imekuja siku hizi siwezi ongea. But nashukuru sana for you giving me this chance. I have 15% on my charge, but I'll go and get niende nichukue ingine. Mimi ni mtu wa Islands, but ile nilikwambia ukuelewa. Nilisema mimi ni sisi ni watu wa Mombasa nusu. Unajua Mombasa nusu inamaanisha nini? Tuko hapo Mombasa nusu hapa. Tunakaribia tuko. Unajua Machakos nilikwambia sisi wa Mombasa nusu. Sijui kama uliona hiyo nusu mtumishi.
Niliona nusu, sasa nikashindwa hii ndio Mtito wa Ndei ama Taita Taveta.
Now, let me be serious because your chat ikiisha unajua sasa nitaanza from scratch na najua utanipatia hiyo chance tena venye umenipatia. Wacha nianzie mali nani ameanza huyu amemalizia. I think guys naanzia kwa topic. I mean unajua mimi naanzanga na ucheshi kidogo lakini nataka kuanzia juu mali ameanzia so that Kenyans actually can understand what is really happening. And I'm going to say it here. Nitaisema haraka haraka because like I said I have 15%. Nilikuwa nimekimbilia charger but you called me. So I hope it doesn't die before I talk. But you see people watu amjielewa why Mother Karua and Kina Kalonzo speak Kikamba when they get to somewhere like Taita Taveta, Mtito wa Ndei, Sultan Hamud, and all that. Remember, that's fully what it used to be, where it changed to be, where the Portuguese came, and that's Kambani in a certain way. Just because it was demarcated in a certain way, you bado ni Ukambani. And what is really happening with Sonko, Bernarda said this was a game of chess. And this time, we were not going to lose it. This time, tulikuwa tumeicheza na tunaicheza na itachezwa mpaka mwisho. This is the last time to bring out the queens and the kings. You know, when you play a chess, you kuna pawns and there's all those things. So you unatupa ka pawn pale, then something is there. Sonko is not really going for nini. I said it here nikagongwa. Ile nilisemanga ya Kalonzo. Nilisema hapa. Watu wakanigonga kabisa Kalonzo sijui nini. Kila mtu akanigonga kabisa hapa. I said it. In Ukambani we want to be tunataka kuwa where Central is. But again, what the game that is being played here is that Sonko is coming in to pull the people both in Nairobi and because he's a good mobilizer, both in Nairobi and in Mombasa. Don't worry about Sonko in Mombasa. Sonko is not going for your KTC. Hakuna kitu anapata. But there's also a catch there because there's a constitutional crisis when we come to that. There's a precedence that also, while you're doing politics, also you also look at your country and the precedents and the laws that you make of that country. And like I said yesterday here, the laws are not just made by the laws that are made by the court. The laws are not just made by the constitution. They're also made by our presidents. There's a precedence that we're playing with here, which is a constitutional one, which even as AZIMIO people, as I am, will not like what I'm about to say. There's a precedence of the law that what happens if you're impeached? Are you forever not supposed to run for your, Bernard, my phone is gonna die. Patia mtu mwingine, then I'll come back and say that because I have a good presentation for that. Please, I have 5% in Nakufa. Patia mtu mwingine. Let me get my charger. Nice.
Okay, thank you. Organize yourself and get back. Papa AZIMIO, you had your hand up. What is the matter?
Yeah, I just want to mention something about what Joshua said about Sonko. You know, Sonko's presence is an advantage, and I have spoken. In fact, I spoke to several people here in Mombasa. That was, let me call it yesterday. Yes, and the people who are supporting Sonko. One of them is my employee. Wanasema tumefurahi sana Sonko amerudishwa. Sasa Sonko tutampa kura. Ya baba ni ya baba. In fact, Sonko is going to add to the presidential tally votes more. And when you look at the voting patterns, the following that ODM has, you realize that ODM will carry the day, whichever way. And even if Sonko is to pour money and do favors to the locals here and there, you know, in 2017, the kind of money that Jubilee spent to try and oust Joho was not a joke. In fact, right now, this is child's play. Whatever he'll try to spend here, it will count for naught. But I wish him well, and I believe he will put up a good fight. But he will not tilt the governorship towards Wiper. That one is not going to happen because even in 2017, the Wiper candidate was there, and it did not affect how ODM performed as such. And then where Ali Mbogo comes from, that is the Kisauni constituency. He is assuming that he will get the same following. But the gentleman who was there previously, called Benzema, that fellow is so strong on the ground, and take it to the bank, that is an ODM seat, without question. And the kind of following that fellow commands, in fact, his rallies alone is much more. The effect of that gentleman is so big that Abdul Nasir has co-opted him on that side of the part of Mombasa. Because he's an MP, but if you look at his rallies, are what the kind of rallies that Raila does in Mombasa, if you go to Kisauni area. So I am not very worried. In fact, I am encouraging Sonko's participation, because it is going to add to the presidential vote much more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I trust all is well. And unajua Wakenya tuko very fast in running into conclusions. Mimi kuelewa kwangu kwa siasa ni kwamba siasa iko na it has many angles, it has many perspectives. You can't use one perspective to run into conclusion. Kama hela ndio zinaamua hela zingekuwa zimenunua kila mtu. And then there is this Tifa opinion, the national one, that is now claiming that the Martha Karua ticket has added nothing to the Azimio campaign. I hold that in contempt. I hold that in contempt because where are they coming up with that kind of allegation? Hawajauliza Gachagua alikuwa mkutano Meru kuliendaje alipoanza kutusa rais. Kuna vitu zingine ukitaka kudanganya, tafadhali tafuta uongo mzuri, tengeneza huo uongo mzuri alafu upeane, lakini sio kujaribu ku water down what has the kind of fire that the Martha Karua factor has brought on Azimio campaign is only for the blind that can't see, and for those who choose not to see will not appreciate. There is some flow that has come on to the Azimio campaign by the Martha Karua factor that nobody can pretend not to see. And kama kuna kitu ambacho kimemaliza Ruto mlimani, it's Martha Karua. And then you say that Martha Karua coming in has not changed the numbers for William Ruto. If that is an encouragement, please don't deceive mtoto wa Goi. Mwambie tu ukweli, anze kujiandaa mapema, kukubali matokeo. Lakini history ya kumwambia he has his numbers intact in Western, Mudavadi has helped him retain which numbers. When Mudavadi is struggling to get an MCA in his backyard, he's struggling, begging people to give him MCA in his village. And if you tell me that he has added numbers for Ruto, it's an insult to our intelligence, in my opinion. So Mato, umepata moto sahi ama tuende kwa Lara kwanza?
Niko sawa saizi Bernard, if you let me nimalizie submission. Nikachapa kalikuwa kananichapa kidogo.
Sawa basi tamatisha.
Yeah, so I'm appealing to all Kenyans, and bado tukifanya campaigns, and that's why leo niko kaa serious kidogo. We need to also remember what Kenya is all about. Kenya, even though we're doing campaigns now, kuna kitu inaitwa constitution, kuna kitu inaitwa laws, and we need to remember that we are a very young country. You see, like some of the places that watu wanaishigi, you go to a court, and once you quote one court case that has ever happened, it doesn't need to be in the constitution, but it's a precedence. So even though these guys are fighting, and I thank God that it's Baba and Mama Karua fighting that, because going for this campaigns and everything, there is also something that is called Kenya. And Kenya is not just about who's going to be the president next week, in 3 weeks. There's also what is going to define who we are. And there's laws to be kept there, and for our kids and our generation. So we need to talk about these things. And I think that's what is happening when it comes to Sonko. I think people are overreading this thing of Sonko. Is a question of, what if he wasn't an Azimio person, or what if he was an Azimio person that we really like the way we like, and is somebody that has been impeached. Now, what does impeachment mean? Does it mean you can never run, or you can never do whatever? It's a constitutional, a law kind of way of trying to answer this thing. It's a precedence that you put there that one day you can go and say, this was the law in 1970, whatever. This was the case number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this is what happened. Because we might set a precedent that is gonna actually one day come to haunt us. So in as much as we are making this, in as much as we're doing our, we know who we want to be there, we know where we are right now as our country, is also that we have to set a good precedence about that, because anybody can come and say, hey, this guy did whatever, so he can never run for anything. So it's a constitutional thing that we have to talk. Sonko is not going to be the governor of Mombasa. He'll stay my neighbor there, huko kwenye tunakaga. It's just that, Mua Hills will stay there. He's not going to be. It's a constitutional thing that we have to answer about that. Now, let me go back. Sasa turudi kwa siasa. I wanted to come on that one on a serious note for people and the people that are watching this now. We are becoming too many people. The Facebook guys are listening to us now. And kila mtu, by the way, join, like Bernard says, join in here. Tuko hapa. We'll do everything to make this channel a big one. But sasa acha nirudi kwa kawaida yangu sasa. I hope Keep anakata miti na anaendelea kukata miti. Tunamtafutia bulldozer, tunamfanyia, unajua ile inaitwaje, we trying to get kumtafutia GoFundMe badala ya kukata ang'oe, alafu tutapanda 3 badala ya 2 kama Moi, because kuna kijana hapa naona akienda akijiua kama Atuoli venye alisema. Sijui kama mlisikiza Kalonzo and Sabina today. Unajua Bernard, I told you, I think it was yesterday, I told you, munanitesa akili hata mimi sasa. It's so hard to follow Azimio campaigns. Yani hiyo kitu kufuata bwana, munaua. Bwana naangalia huko kitu ingine inaendelea, sijui huko Joho anafanya nini, sijui Kalonzo, na hata nilikuwa ni Kalonzo, hata karibu nianze kuuliza Kalonzo alienda wapi, even though nikigongwa. Leo tena na Kalonzo na Sabina Shege Kangundo. Alafu anasema sijui ati unaona tulikuwa void tukasema sisi tuende hivi, wale waende huko tufanye na Gachagua ampatii raundi yake, si aende peke yake basi tumuone. Yani mnatuma Azimio kila mahali bwana. Mimi hata sisi mnaanza kutumiza bwana. Kwenu wapole hata kama siku zimebaki 25. Mara naangalia Joho Mombasa, Raila huko, natafuta Karua sijui amepotelea wapi, kidogo anakuja amechelewa kidogo, Kalonzo ako pande nyingine sijui alafu unapata Raila amekaa huko juu ya gari, kwanza anakaa relax, ni kama hata huyo jamaa anafaa kwenda nini, kwenda inaitwaje likizo,
holiday during elections.
Arudi tu tukuje tumuapishe bwana.
Unasahau Oparanya na Eugene nayo pia wameshikilia Western.
Munaumiza bwana, wacheni kitu bwana.
They said bring it on. We have brought it on. Nakwambia when it remains 15 days too, watu wataamua tu wakae nyumbani kwa sababu they can't keep up. Ndio naambia watu wa Tifa na hao wengine wangoje. Hata watashindwa kumasaji hizo numbers. This was projected long time ago.
Na Bernard niliwaambia, tulisema hapa kitambo mimi na wewe, sitaki ndio niliacha kuwa prophet. Nilikwambia nitasema hii ya mwisho. Nilikwambia hizi za mwisho cause niligonga nikaambiwa wewe prophet ina gani? Lakini kila kitu imekuja ukweli yenye nilisema. Hii ya mwisho sasa kimeumana. Na nimetafuta kura za Ruto. By the way, hata mimi mwenyewe nimejieka kwa sanduku la Ruto. Nikasema mimi na familia yetu tutapigia Ruto. Nimeangalia hivi hata sijapata 25%. Na si mchezo. Hii ni kubaya. This is a movement that has never been seen. Thank you, Mama Selina, for Mother Karua. Na bado kimeumana. Next week ndo itaanza kuumana, ndo utaanza kuona ujinga yote. Sasa ndo ile itaanza kuumana 2 weeks prior. Na hiyo wiki ya mwisho ndo mutalia. Sasa hata Chebukati wenyu, I swear to God, hata ajaribu, sijui anaweza iba gani kozana kitu ya kuiba. Kimeumana, hakuna kitu ya kuiba. Hata ukijaribu kuiba utaiba makaratasi. Kimeumana, imeisha. Ruto, my friend, keep mali huko. Please, mchunge ukijana. Na umeona hata Mudavadi na nani, Mudavadi na Kaweta na Katiti Nyoro. Katitimas. Umeona venye hata siku hizi wako mahali, hawaeleweki wako wapi, hatuelewi. This is a revolution that is a government and is a Kenya turning into be something else. And there's a reason you find this Congo lady that always sings Leo Alimba. Because remember, Congo just joined into the East African community. Guys, whoever you are, where you are, na unanisikiza vizuri, na unasikiza hii channel vizuri. If you were planning to vote for UDA, I beg you, change it, because it will change your kid, yourself, and the kids, and the Kenya that you know, and not just Kenya, East and Central Africa, because there is a thing that is going on to be a united Africa. Like we say, United States of America, Africa is united. And that's why we have the East African passport. Please, guys, these are the liberators that fought for us. I am begging. This time I'm not laughing. I am vouching. And if you can ever listen, come on, Sheikh Kufraisha kwa hii channel. And if you have any good thing for me, please, I am begging wherever you are. That UDA person, the blacks, I mean, black alisha, the people that come here, the Penyagakas, please, guys, let's move together as Kenya. And remember what Azimio la Umoja means. Azimio la Umoja, if you translate it to English, it means a declaration of unity. Let's move together as a Kenyan. Let's forget about Mjaluo. We don't even ask each other here in this channel. And I can bet you the people that you're looking over here, there's a Kamba, there's a Kalenjin, there's whoever, and we are here together. This is our country. We need to take care of it. And let's forget about what, easy vituza ujinga. Let's remember what our country, it needs to go. And we've been called third world for a long time. We're on the road. Says it kuna mabarabara zinakaa kama za New York when you go to Nairobi, when you go to Kisumu, when you go to Mombasa. Hizo mama Karua semanga zinakaa za gorofa. That thing has never happened in Africa. We are the first one. And please, guys, let's remember where we're going. Me today, I came not the jokative person that I'm always, but to come and talk to UDA people personally, because these other guys, I know them, I know where they are. UDA people, please, if Mato can convince you, please be convinced, and let's vote one way, where we know where we're going, where the Constitution came from, the people who have fought for us, and let's not go the mafia way. The other side is a mafia. It's a cartel. Please, guys, let's go one way. Na to make hii country kuwe poa kwa mtoi wako, mtoi wangu, mimi mwenyewe, mama yangu, na wale wenye wanakuja. I'm vouching, I'm asking the UDA people that are there, or the wenye wamehang, please, tutembeze hii Kenya pamoja. This is a new beginning for Kenya, and it's a big thing. Munasemanga United States of America. We are coming, we are moving to a United States of Africa, and it's already started. Please, help us do that. I am begging you. don't just vote and lose your vote for nothing, because right now we know where it's going. Add your vote so that you may be remembered one day and you can tell your kids, I was a part of that movement when it did happen. So Bernard, I'm so sorry. Unajua mimi niliitagwa motivational speaker for a long time. Wacha nikue.
Thank you for
Asanteni,
motivating
nashukuru.
us. And thank you for that. It's important. A wise man changes his mind, the Bible says. So you don't have to walk a wrong path simply because everybody's doing it. It's good for you to mind this country and vote wisely, understanding that your vote determines the kind of life you will live for 5 years. Don't give power to wrong people, because they will give you a wrong life and they will mess you big time. Right now unapembelezwa, baadaye wanageuka wanaanza kukumaliza. Kwa hivyo jitahidi kila mmoja, hakikisha kwamba tuna vote, especially national politics, vote for Kenya. Don't vote for individuals, vote for Kenya. What is good for Kenya? What can make Kenya great? And what can make Kenya good for every Kenyan? What can make Kenya good for every Kenyan? Not what can make Kenya good for a few people and the rest of the Kenyans to continue suffering. So judge these matters keenly, even as the appeal is coming to you, and let's look at it keenly. You have 24 days to look at it keenly. Ukienda kwa hiyo booth, before you put a tick, think about 5 years from now. Think about your children and your children's children. Is this what you want for your children's children? Tuache hii story. Today I got a ride from another guy, and he was talking about that was Raila in his right mind talking against Mutumba. I was shocked. He's a young person. And I asked him, what is wrong with you? He said, hey, Mutumba akienda kazi sisi tutapata wapi? Ambia Mutumba ndio imekunyima kazi. Sio wewe, mbona ushiki maneno? Sababu huna kazi ni kwa sababu ya Mutumba. Mutumba ungekuwa na kazi. But young people have been kind of poisoned to think that they must be relying on somebody to do. The Mutumba came in to mitigate a problem that was created by the collapse of our industries. The moment our industries are working, we will not need the Mutumba factory. Let the Mutumba factory go wherever it is needed. Kenya can be self-sustaining, and we can only be self-sustaining by being productive at all levels. So let's do also work hard to do civic education. Hata ukikaa na mtu kwa matatu, elimisha yeye kidogo, mwambie ticket ya baba na mama inafaa kwa sababu ya hii na hii. Don't shy off. And when somebody begins to speak garbage, there is a boy who was I heard on the news today, he's in court for smoking bang. Asema he was in solidarity with his presidential candidate. Right now analala ndani, his presidential candidate alali ndani. Chunga sana. Alikuwa navuta, akasema mimi navuta kwa sababu na support my presidential candidate na ngoja tu alegalize. Jaji akamwambia is still illegal. So ingia ndani ungoje ruling. Ruling inakuja 15th. So it is important that ujitahidi. Unaweza kosa kupiga kura kwa sababu ya kucheza na nini. Be keen, do what you are required to do. Don't play around in the name of you are in solidarity with your presidential candidate. Vote for what is good for Kenya, not just good for you. Now, kuna mkururu ambao nataka tumalize, lakini kwa sasa hivi lazima tucheze tape moja alafu turudi. Nani alikuwa nauliza jinsi ya kuingia? Kuna link tuna share. When you click on the link, it leads you to the studio. Then you can contribute. But the studio is, when it's full, you keep trying. We are on the 4th hour. We will be here for another 4 hours. So if you try the first hour, you don't get, try the second hour until you're able to get through and air what you feel and think. One of the things that I don't take lightly is when you struggle to press the link, unakuja unafika studio na unauliza mnaongelea kuhusu nini. I thought the reason why you want to enter is because you have something you want to tell us, or you are coming to look for something to tell us. So please, let's make maximum use of our time by ensuring that you really have substance you want to share. That's why you want to come to the studio. Don't come, arrive, and then you begin to look for what is the topic. Go through the topic, listen from the background. When you have found something you want to add to what is being said, come and share it with the rest of the Kenyans. We still insist, the Facebook guys, please subscribe kwa YouTube. Kama unataka kufuatana na Mtembei TV vizuri na ufuate matangazo vizuri, subscribe kwa YouTube. That's where we have unlimited time. Like after the 8th hour, Facebook inakata kabisa. Hao watu wanakujanga night class. Wanaendelanga kwa YouTube. Their videos unaona ziko 10 hours. The YouTube is what provides that. So kama you are not a subscriber wa YouTube, you miss the rest of the show. Ile ambayo naambiwa siku hizi inafundishwa Kiswahili, mara iko na nyimbo zingine za ajabu ajabu.
Wewe acha kutuchomea wewe. Unatuchomea kwa nini sasa?
No, nimesema naambiwa, hata hiyo inamaanisha sijathibitisha, it's still an allegation. So kama uko na confession ya kumake mato, just make the confession. The priest is here. Our own priest is here. This channel is all combined. Iko mpaka na priest. So kabla Bwana Olara aje kutupatia mawili matatu, naomba tusikilize hii video alafu tusonge mbele. There's a video I was playing that refused to play. Let's try it again. Okay. Let's help Martin to celebrate this fast due to
alipotaja majina yao ilikuwa aibu kubwa. Mbele yake Rigathi Gachagua, nyuma yake kijana Sudi, Ruto katikati, Wetangula upande, Kakatiti Mazi kanashangilia.
Mulirudishia Katiti Mazi kofia.
No, kofia tumeweka Kibra. Yule anaona ana uwezo wa kujia akujie. Tuwezi mpelekea kwa ofisi. Ilianguka Kibra, ukitaka kuja. Tuone kama utaipata. Different sometimes. Geoffrey Ruto has said, Bernard, that's exactly what the ground had. Things are different. Sometimes really wonder where. No, sisi tunajua siasa ya Kenya. We Bwana Ruto, nenda ka advise Ruto. Hana chake, kwa hii alikosea kitambo. Kama wazee wa Kalenjin peke yao wamenao mikono, sasa wewe ukikataliwa kwenu utakubalika abroad. It doesn't work that way. So arudi kwa wazee wa Kalenjin, aombe msamaha, wamsamee, wamtakase. Saa hii kuna vitu amebeba ambazo haziwezi mfanya kubalike kwa inji. Wacha nisianze kuongea kama atuoli baba yangu. Kuna vitu beba ambavyo vinamfanya akubaliki kwa inji. Kwa hivyo lazima arudi kwa wazee wamsafishe, wamtakase, wamwachilie. Hii mistakes anafanya hizi ni kwa sababu baraka ya wazee haipo. Yeye alipuuza wazee, akapuuza Moi, akapuuza viongozi wote wa Rift Valley eti kwa sababu amepata meno ya kuchekea. Haya meno ya wenyewe imechukuliwa. Mkate pia hawataki sasa. Wamepata baba wa kununua mkate. So mambo ni kama hayo. Ambia Ruto ukweli, wacha kumdanganya. Olara.
Bernard, nimesikia kuna demand ya Ruto apewe mic pia. Si Gachagua peke yake, wapewe wote wawili.
Sasa Gachagua asipewe mic, Ruto asipewe mic. Nani ataongoza campaign? Mudavadi amerudi kijiji, anaomba Panamu nipatieko tu ka MCA kawili angalau kanifute machozi. Sasa
na Kalole anaitisha Oparanya kura.
Kalole naye anaitisha Oparanya msaidieko kuombako kura. Sasa na mnaniambia ati Ruto ako na 40%. 40% ya where? You people go and style up. Bwana Olara, karibu tafadhali.
Asante panelists, nimeona Bob Papai kwa hapa, pia Matindeto amechangamsha the panel for longest. Mama Selina, na leo naangalia kuna wakina mama watatu hapa. Sijui kama tunge utilize hiyo time kuwapatia wakina mama waongee vitu zao mingi zaidi, kwa sababu sisi tulikuwa tunaongeanga peke yetu muda mrefu sana hapa sasa. Coming back to, I have only 3 contributions. It will take me only 1 minute. Kitu ya kwanza kuhusu Governor Sonko, the Supreme Court will speak tomorrow at around, today at around 4. And they'll send an email out to new outlets. I think Bernard should be on lookup. And the ruling, according to the President of the Supreme Court, if you can all remember that a time back, amesema, if you are impeached, you are impeached. And if you are indicted, you are indicted. Sasa, a Supreme Court, I don't see where Sonko will pass through that, but I think there is something to surprise all other indictees or all other. I think the record will be set straight. That's when I think governor will come back and say, okay, I fought my wars, but as a president, you mismanage a country, you mismanage a county, you mismanage a slot in MP. You should not run somewhere else and revivorate your political life. Coming back to Martin Deto, according to Mamboya East African Community and Umoja and the Declaration of Unity, I just want you all to understand that with coming in of Congo has tripled the economy of East Africa up to 29 trillion shillings now. And if Kenya was having a biggest share in the East African community, now we have another bigger partner coming in. It will make our share even better. It will make our roads more usable. We can tax more. We can gain more. So as we go forward, the future should be brightest. As we go forward, Tanzania is opening up, and Tanzania has almost 70 million, and Congo coming in with another 100 million. If we can get Ethiopia well incorporated into East African community, then we'll be talking about another 10 trillion added to 29. We'll be speaking about an economy of over 40 trillion. And if we are serious to tap into all those economies, we need serious leaders too. And when we speak about serious leadership, it means we have to have a stable country with a stable leadership, with a stable policy. We need a stable policy towards East Africa, because I think in the next government, the ministers for trade, ministers for East African community, and minister for tourism, and minister for finance, they're going to be our biggest and more challenged ministers to come, because I think this is where the enigma himself is operating through. Is a representative of all African infrastructure. So we should expect that to come into the fold next time. We should not just focus on eating maize all the time eating maize and sugar. There's some other things to be eaten out there. It means open up the economy more, be collaborative, to see what will come up with election violence. We stop the goods to East Africa moving through our lands to go to other places. These are all disadvantaging us and giving a startup for Tanzania maybe. Tanzania, although it's a longer route with less infrastructure, but if we misbehave again, we go to 207 route I'll beg, we'll have more of us from diaspora here participating in virtual worlds, but we are not actually participating to help Kenyans and help Kenya go forward. And Kenya cannot go forward alone. Kenya must go forward with its neighbors. Kenya must go forward with East Africans, because the wider the market becomes, then we become more productive, we earn more to our value. This audio value chain, it will mean something to us more than other, because the others will be playing a catch-up game. We'll be teaching most of them. And of late, I think Rwanda has taken us on ICT areas because of Uzembe to Kidogo. But the little they have learned from us, they are now projecting themselves better, well, and which I congratulate them for that. If Congo will allow peace to prevail, then we can harness together the economy of that country. That country has more economy. He will solve a lot of our energy problem, and we'll have a cheaper energy. By cheaper energy, it will mean all the East African community will have harness all their powers together. Because of, for instance, Kenya now is investing a lot in energy, and nobody else within the region is trying to do the same to make us in a par. And becoming a par, it means that the cost of energy will come down. I'll finish by this. Sisi wote on 9th, we must vote, or at least encourage our families to vote. Opinion polls will only motivate us more to go and vote now to actualize the polls the way they're setting. And this country must fight corruption. This country must fight corruption. This country must fight corruption. We don't have tribalism. We have corrupt leaders eating in the names of tribes and terrorizing the whole community because of personal gain. We don't have tribalism. Look at, for instance, Kikuyus. They have just moved out of the chain because they realized they don't have land. They just went into trade. And every other kid is anatumwa akauze mandua, akauze mandazi, akafungue kiosk, akafungue wasichana wametumwa wakafungue saloon, wakafanye nini. Whereas other kids were just taught to be, okay, kama kuna kazi ya serikali utalima hapa kwa shamba utakula. Kama kuna jirani yako atakoa utakaa hapa. This is the only difference we have. You may hate Kikuyus on other factors, but they have taught us how to do things because of land problem in their place, because their lands were confiscated by other tribes, by their big men. Their big men cannot relinquish this land now. And this, I think this is the next phase of liberation after the economic revolution. We have to recapture all those lands, redistribute it fairly, or make it, or put it in a good use. Not somebody having 2,000 acres and only utilizing 50 acres of that to plant some things he likes. Maybe he loves avocado, he can just plant them there. Maybe he likes something, because all those big landowners, they don't produce. They just sit on land and then resell them slowly to them. When the village overflowed, they just sell the next 50 acres. And if you want the proof, go to the southern bypass. Hiyo pitia hapo inaenda paka ndio inapitia Ruai, ndio alafu iende hivyo paka izungukie Thika Road upande. This has been all Kenyatta land, because Kenyatta land, ukichukua hiyo land paka chini paka saizi sehemu nimejenga mahala, hiyo Kenyatta land bado iko chini pale, unaangalia the mountain, they still have that holdings in that. What happens? They'll just appoint one of them to sell kahawa wandani, kahawa wapi. They're just selling those land. And, the family is planning to build another city by their name, because they have money seated somewhere, they want to invest it. And that city, the sewage, they don't have to buy sewage. They want to use the Ruai sewage to. That's why people from Kariobangi were evictiwa, people in Ruai were evictiwa. So We have to be careful with our country. Our country needs to fight corruption. We don't have tribalism problem. We have corruption, and we have corruption, and we have corruption. I rest my case. I don't know if Mama Selena will be taking over to at least for the few minutes before Bernard comes back. Thank you, Mama Selena. Chukua hapo uendeleze hiyo kipindi.
I'll take over for Bernard kidogo. So for the men, kuna mtu hajaongea. I really want to take a gender angle at this point before Bernard comes. But if there's a nani wajaongea? Papa ujaongea? Papa, is it a question ama unataka ku contribute?
Mato umeambiwa pale ni Bob ndo anaongea.
No, I want to contribute.
You want to contribute? Did all the ladies contribute?
I want to contribute.
All the ladies, kuna mam na Julie contribute. Eliza usha contribute pia, si ndio? Eunice usha contribute.
Papa na Peter ndiye hawajaongea.
Haya,
Time ni Papa na Steven.
Papa, cheza kawe.
Na Peter.
Asante sana. Leo nimefurahia sana, nimeona hii mambo ya Matakarua ilikuwa the effect of Matakarua, I saw it on the studio. There was a time there were more ladies in the studio than men. This is quite interesting. Naonekana she's doing her thing. A lot of encouragement, and that is a good sign. Now, I really want to congratulate the DP. You know, for once, I want to be on his side. He has really tried. This is his first time as a presidential candidate, and the man has worked hard. But you know, unfortunately, even in school, we were all at one time in school. Kuna wale wanasoma muda mrefu, hawalali, wanafanya tuition, wanafanya kila kitu, lakini mtihani hawapiti. Na kuna wale wanatulia kama Raila hivi, anatulia, anakuja kuanzia January ndio anaanza kuguzaguza hapa na pale na anaenda kupita mtihani. Sasa hii marathon huyu bwana alianza for 4 years. He has been studying for an exam, and it appears he might not get an A. It is quite sad that he might not get that A, because he has really tried, and I can't congratulate him. He has been very resilient. Unfortunately, it's not good enough. Let him take courage, and this is part of character development. He will improve next time on his marks. Otherwise, he has really tried, and he needs to work on a few things like temper. His anger management is quite bad. So those are some of the things he should work on very hard. Otherwise, delivery of message, he is a very good orator, and whereas he's a good orator, he delivers a lot of lies. That one, he should also work on the truth of his message. So I've tried to apprise him, and I think I'll give him something like 30% this time round, and hope to see that he improves next time round. Meanwhile, the opinion polls are always opinion polls. Don't read too much on them. The fact is that, yes, AZIMIO is doing very well, and we should not rely on opinion polls and kind of relax. That is not the way to go. We should push as hard as possible. Every time you leave your house as an AZIMIO supporter, you need to try and convince those who are not convinced. And we should not leave it to our presidential candidates or our candidates alone to look for the votes. We should also take responsibility to try and capture 1 or 2 a day. That can make a difference. Remember, for the presidential vote, it is 50 plus 1. So even that 1 vote that you manage to convince to come to our side can make a difference. On the opinion polls, there is one particular thing which is does not give me comfort, and it is about Moranga. You know, I have been following Moranga politics, and I read a lot about what happens in Moranga. And I want to believe that Jamlek is doing a good job, but the kind of polls that we are getting from Tifa, maybe somebody from Moranga needs to come in. Let's hope UHURU will come in with some good information, because that is worrying. I would have thought maybe it would have been a close thing, but it's looking like it is something else. So let's hope on somebody to give us better information from the ground. On UHURU being a charm offensive, you know, UHURU KENYATTA has played his game so well, and he has realized that the Martha Karua effect was so huge that he doesn't need to leave office to go and campaign. He will just maybe throw in a few good words for Baba and Martha while discharging his duties, and which is a good thing, because we don't also want to give these characters an opportunity to hurl insults on him. He needs to do his work and continue throwing one or two good words. That in itself will be of much more effect. And more so, I want to believe that he should stay away from Central Province. The reason I'm saying this is that the poisonous fruit that the people of Central, especially the young people, were given and they ate, it's still in the mouth, and it is not going to give him some comfort to go there. The places where the president needs to concentrate on while he is discharging his duties, I would want to believe Northeastern is a good area, the Maasai area, the Ma community, the Samburus, and you know, the places like Lamu, especially in Mpeketoni. Mpeketoni people, in as much as it might be, they might not be as many voters registered there. But that county, there is something important about denying our opponents the 25%. So that we can also have an edge over them. So, and we know the history of Mpeketoni and how the people got to Mpeketoni, who majority are from, actually it's the central Kenya. So it will be of good effect if he can work around the country in areas that can tilt the scales in case push comes to shove. Otherwise, he's doing a good job, and it is quite encouraging. There's something I wanted to mention about the IEBC. And the IEBC looks like, I'm not really worried about how they will conduct. They have to conduct this election, whichever way they have to conduct it well, because the numbers that AZIMIO is going to poll are going to be so huge that any monkey business will have people going to Bomas to uproot them from there. So what I'm concerned about is the fact that we have somebody who was given an office in the name of a CEO. And I don't know why the office of the CEO is a poisoned, it's like a poisoned chalice. Because Chiloba was there, Oswago was there, and here we have this Marijan. And this fellow, we give him an opportunity to serve Kenyans. And he goes and sits down there. And yesterday he was telling us that the company, about this company called Semantics, that he relies on a tender committee. You know, as a CEO, how can you simply rely on a particular department and don't take it upon yourself or don't get interested to look at this company that have been given that is the best? And we all know what tendering means, because corruption is there in tendering. Why don't I do my own investigation? Because he has the funds. And when he was yesterday, he was talking about having the funds to send people to different countries to go and fact find. So why should he tell us that he leaves it to that committee to just give him results? Is he really a CEO? Is he worth that office? Because that to me is very strange when you find out that a company that you have given a contract is so dirty, as in it has all manner of scandals from Philippines, Uganda, name it. Anywhere it has touched, it is just dirty. And in one country, they admitted themselves that the election had a malpractice where there was inflation of 1 million voters. So you can imagine we are dealing with a company that is that dirty. That tells me that this man is not fit for that office. And the truth be said, yes, it is too late. They have to deliver. Let them just deliver this election, and after the elections, that man needs to be sacked. If Kenyans want to be serious about people they are giving jobs in important institutions like the IEBC, they need to get this man out of office immediately after the elections. Because the more you allow such incompetence or mediocrity to continue, then the more we will go down the drain. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Bernard. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Let's have Stephen come in first.
Yes, jambo. Bernard, jambo.
Jambo, vipi?
Nashukuru, habari ya tangu jana.
Salama, salama.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the other panelists in the studio. I hope everyone is well, yeah? So I want to start with
wewe ndio mkosterian niko hapa. History ya Songo kuja kusumbua.
Unataka niongee Kiswahili?
Hapana, sio Kiswahili. Hii mambo ya kusongo. Mimi sioni vile Songo anakuja Mombasa kusumbua watu, lakini nataka watu wa Coast waniambie vizuri. Kumekuwa na mtu wa Coast nusu, sasa wewe ni Coast kamili.
Wacha nikwambie Bernard,
Yes.
Unajua Sonko amekuja na speed nyingine mbaya, but ajue Mombasa iko na wenyewe, Coast iko na wenyewe. Kuna kisanga kilifanyika kwa marehemu Kibaki sometimes back. Let me talk about that. Kibaki alikuwa sijui ni Kwale ama wapi. Suruali ilimteremka, hakujua imemteremka aje. So huku huwa speed una maintain kidogo, unakuja na speed limit. Ukikuja vibaya kuna vitu zingine zitakufanyikia, utashangaa. Anyway, I said here that the judiciary in this country is going to bring us a lot of issues going forward, because the president of the Supreme Court is telling us this, and the other judges who are his juniors are telling us something different. So I don't see how we are going to solve the injustices of this country. But in fact, the matters involving elections, they are so sensitive issues. Sasa mimi sielewi Bernard, kwa nini baada ya siku moja Sonko kuongea na Uhuru na kuonekana na Raila na Matakarua, alafu pap mara hiyo tunasikia amekuwa cleared. This should stop. This is nonsense. I'm AZIMIO till my death, but this should stop. We should not encourage such behaviors, because now the other guy, I talked about it here, Waluke alitoka UDA akarudi Jubilee. He was cleared. He has a jail time of 700 years. You see, so these types of things we should not encourage in this country. Whatever the side you are, let's not take sides on these things, because the judiciary is the only thing that mnyonge anaenda anapata haki, tajiri anaenda anapata haki. Ikiwa sasa itakuwa ni matajiri peke yake ndio wanapata haki na maskini hawapati haki kwa judiciary, it's a very bad precedent. So I think today, Martha Koome should come clear with this issue. Sonko running is not a big deal. He's not going to win. I'm telling you, Sonko is not going to win. People are not that foolish as he thinks. in Mombasa. People are not that foolish as they think. You are given a chance in Nairobi, you bungle that, you come to Mombasa, you also want to bungle here. It won't happen. For a fact, it's not going to happen. It's not going to be the governor. But going forward, at a later year distraction katika Azimio, they're going to split votes. So it's going to create a chance maybe for Hassan Omar if they share votes for between him and the ODM guy. Wanaweza patia ujamaa chance akapita na Hassan Omar is nowhere near that seat. So this is dangerous for Azimio and it's also dangerous for the country. I don't think Sonko should be allowed to run. Anybody who was impeached, it's the law, it's there. It should not be allowed to run. Okay, let me leave it at that. The other thing is about UHURU. You know, the president once said that ukiona paka usione paka amenyeshewa, simba amenyeshewa ukafikiria ni paka. He knows what he's saying, you know. He knows what he's saying, and a president is not just a person who you can just put off. A president is somebody who has authority. He has the instruments of power. He can manipulate if he wants to. He can bulldoze if he wants to. So Ruto did a very big mistake underestimating the president, because he should have done that, let's say, a week to the election. But he did that some years back. So the president told him clearly, and I am happy the way the president came out. He said, tunaenda na wewe nyumbani. It's an open secret now. Nyumbani wataenda na yeye. Na niliwaambia jana, Ruto akifika tu nyumbani hivi, ICC nayo ifike hapo. Wamchukue huko, waende naye kwa Charles Taylor huko. They should share a cell with Charles Taylor. They have many things to share between them, because both of them have been beneficiaries of dirty money. So I think undermining the president was the downfall for the deputy president. So let him face the reality. Western ndio hiyo imeteleza, imezidi kuteleza. Mlima ndio huo umebomoka. So I don't know where he's going to run to. I saw here earlier you played a clip of Manyora. Herman Manyora telling us how do you get the numbers? Where will Ruto get the numbers? You see, Raila is leading in all the other 6 provinces. Rift amegawanya katikati. Ukija mlima ndio huyo, Martha naye ameingia hapo. Surely, like Martin was saying here, where will Ruto get these numbers? You know, we should just wake up to the reality. Where will he get these numbers? Surely, where will he get 50% plus 1 in this country? Where will he get these numbers? So I want to say again, Chebukati should try his silly games, but this time round tutaenda Uhuru paka kumuhangi yeye, hakuna kuapisha, tunampeleka hapo. Hiyo itakuwa civil arrest, hiyo civilian arrest. Tunamuhanga hapo na tunamalizana na yeye hapo. He should not bungle this election. He has done that twice na watu wamenyamaza, but this time round let the votes count. Kama ni Ruto ashinde, wacha ashinde na uhaki, we shall accept. Kama ni Raila, wacha ashinde na uhaki, we shall accept and move on. There's life after elections. There's life after politics. But let him not try that game. Tutampeleka hapo yeye na huyo mwenzake huyo Marjan huyo. Wote tutaweka hapo Uhuru Park. We stone them there, because they should not be given that chance to bungle elections. And it should be a precedent to the other people who are going to be elected to be given these opportunities to stand in the electoral bodies, that they should not play with the elections in this country. I think this is the year we are going to have that clearly. Hii mchezo yao, hii mchezo ya kulai upande mmoja should not be there kabisa, haitakikani kuwa hapo. Okay, the other thing is about the 25 days to elections. I think it's not bad on our side. The way Azimio is doing the campaigns, it's not bad on our side. We just need to increase the effort. We need to mobilize further. We need to encourage our friends, like the way Martin was saying passionately here. You need to convince people, you know, si kifua, unatumia tu maneno mazuri. You let them know the reality. You tell them, these people have been there. They opposed the constitution. They opposed everything. Hakuna kitu amesimamia huyu mtu. How is he going to tell us that he can change this country? The other thing, anasema amekasirika kwa sababu maisha ya Kenya iko juu. Surely, where was he? Where has he been all those days? Hajui kama yeye hako kwa government tu bado. So he should be called out for his lies. He should be put off kabisa. Yani watu wasahau mambo ya Ruto. Akianguka hii 2022 tusahau mambo ya Ruto. Venye kina Babu na Mwamba amejaribu kuamka waende kabisa, wapotee huko na wasirudi kabisa katika uongozi wa nchi. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. We appreciate that. Let's keep moving. I think, Nyerere, you have your 2 minutes before we bring in Juliet.
Yes, I'm Jambo. Let me salute you all.
Atujambo, vipi lakini?
Safi, hakuna maneno. Naendeleaje kuhusu ku-advocate maneno ya campaign? Nafikiri natumai mko sawa, mko salama. As the way you are going on, maneno yako sawa. Kina Martin Geto, they are very well. Kuna wengine hapa sijaona, lakini nafikiri coming in. Kene sena melala. Alafu sasa we are remaining only 25 days to. Hii ni wakati ule mgumu sasa. We have to go down deep to all our means. We make sure things are working well. Kuna kitu kingine hapa, wakati mwingine tuliongea this time, I think we said siku ya ile tarehe 9 tukasema tuende hata sisi sote on the ground, we mobilize watu voters. Hata sijui hiyo kitu kama mnakumbuka. How far have you gone about it? Are you still remembering it or just put it on the side? Hiyo kitu I think musisahau. Things are coming, good things are coming. Let us go down and work out to let President wait on the board. Haya, kuna kitu kingine nilikuwa nataka kuongea juu ya I don't know kama nyinyi mnaona mambo yako hapa. Hata kuna mwenzangu hapa ameongea mmoja, amesema juu ya courts. Courts hata sijui imetulet down vipi. More especially kesi ya huyu senator wa Nairobi na hii maneno ya Songo. In fact hii kitu inasumbua watu akili sana. Wewe niambie mtu amesoma from standard 1 all the way standard 8 akapata certificate, all the way from 4 akapata certificate, all the way to university akapata degree. Nini kinafanya mtu apelekwe kotini? Hapo kitu kinaenda hivi karibu miezi mitatu, sio miwili. Alafu kitu mtu anakuja kuwa declared ya kwamba ati yuko clean, amekuwa allowed kugombea kiti cha ugavana. It is as well the same case kama hii ya Sonko. Amri Warren. Unajua hiyo, I'm just closer to the place in Mombasa. I'm just in Taita Taveta County. But hiyo mambo inafanyika hapa, at least huwa nayapata kidogo. Ule jamaa ameenda, unajua do you know the reason yule mtu huwa anapata wafuasi wengi sana? Wale wote wamedini na yeye, hata akiwapata supermarket ataweza kuwanunulia vitu mubebe mwende nyumbani, mwende kula. Anaweza kuwapata parking area, mahali mmepaki magari, awakusanye watu wote mko pale, awapatie handouts za kishua, si ati ni 100 pesa. Yani jamaa alichimba pesa, sio alichimba wapi, ako nazo kama zote. Haya, hiyo kitu mambo tunafikiri mambo yameenda vipi? Anyway, wacha tusubiri mambo ya kesho. Sio ni kesho mnasema, sio ni lini? I think it is tomorrow. Hiyo judgment itakuwa tutaipata hiyo kesho, tuone vile watasema. Lakini hizi ni kodi, ni zile tuko nazo Kenya. Transparency hakuna kabisa. Hakuna sheria inafuatwa kwa mnyonge. Hiyo ndio kawaida, sheria inafuatwa kwa mnyonge, lakini mwenye ako nayo mfuko, no way. Haya, na hiyo kuna hii maneno ya Chebukati. I don't know kama jana wengi mlifuatilia ile mambo ya wanahabari na Chebukati na mwenzake anaitwa CEO Marjan Hussein Marjan. Jamaa wonderful. Unajua that guy is very smart of answering questions. This guy we call Marijani. Lakini anaziepa. Anaepa. Mambo mengi waliwekwa kwa kona. Kuna vitu waliwekwa mpaka hii maneno ya hizi kits za kuweka vidole hizi. Alafu na hii manual register. Unajua pale kitu ilionekana ya kwamba hata waandishi wa habari wajaribu kuweka mwisho kabisa, waweka mwisho. Inaonekana they are siding on one side. Ile kitu ambao Ruto alikuwa anasema na hao ndio wameshikilia hapo. That means hawa watu, lakini I don't think kulingana vile niliangalia wamegunduliwa. Njia zao zote zimefungwa. In fact njia zao zote zimefungwa kabisa. There is no way hizi kura watazaiba. Hata watakuiba utaiba ngapi na hizi kura ni nyingi. Unafikiri 15 million strong ni mchezo? It is 15 million strong. No way. Hata mpende mspende 15 million strong. Na hizo ndio tunapata. Kama sikipungua labda itapungua kama kitu kama 12 million to 13 up. Lakini things are going well. Tunaenda mzuri. Tunaomba Mungu mambo yaendelee mzuri, mambo sio mabaya. Na mtu anaitwa William Arap Ruto ameharibu kila kitu. Saidi ameharibu kabisa. Yaani mtu anatukana mwana wa Ingo. Where do you think will you go? Na hizo ndio vote zimekupeleka all these days. 5 years down. You had been going there several times. And again. At the last minute unakuja kusema ya kwamba ati uambie mwanaume mwenzako ati huyu ni mama. Jamani. What is that? But the way tunashukuru vile alisema hiyo ni max kwetu. We have achieved and we are getting more and we are still getting more. Na mambo mengine kama ya hii siara ya baba walienda coast.
Kana interview kidogo nimuulize maswali hapa kiendelea.
Yes.
I want to interject kidogo tu.
What is it?
Kuhusu the IBC regarding the kit and the microchip. Sisi wote hapa we didn't take the necessary steps to understand what was the answer IBC was giving. The answer is the manual register is contained in a chip, and every polling station will have a manual register of all the voters in the chip. In the case that the technology cannot identify you in the KIMS, they will go to an electronic manual register, which is you, your ID. You know how the SD card works? You put the initials and you pick the person comes up. I remember the KIMS use biometrics. SD cards use your biography, including your photo, your ID number, and all of that. In the case the substitute KIM doesn't work, they will go to the same manual register, which is already in SD. SD will never register national registration into that polling station. The information contained in the SD card, and we all use computers. You can use SD card. If it fails in that one, you can just go to the next computer, it will work. So what they are telling Kenyans is the likelihood that they will fall back to the green book of every polling station, which is already digitized, because i.e. what the IBC was trying to tell you is your manual register is contained in that SD card. And the SD card of 10 gigs, or okay, let's give it a 1 TB or 1 TB. It will carry almost a half of Kenya in the, if you are just taking the name and a photo, name and a photo, and the ID number. Because they're using, I think they're using PowerPoint. PowerPoint, you just have those bars. This is the such arena you are dealing with. If you have a barcode, the barcode can pop up all the information at once. And all the kits in that, this is what the CEO is trying to explain. They will hardly need to go to manual register. Why? Because they will have several kits. It's only about what me and Martin here we are discussing.
Wanolara. Your explanation is creating more confusion.
No, it's not more confusion. I'm just giving you the details.
Yeah. The manual register cannot be electronic. The manual register needs to be physically printed out. It's a physical register.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
You yes, okay, listen, please, Bernard. In a polling station, you have names in the manual register, which can be verified by what? Either the keys, and if that fails, you go to the SD card. And the same polling station will have the same information about all who are registered there in the manual register. What Marjan Hussein was saying is the likelihood that we'll be using the green book for that particular polling station is almost next to what? 0.19. i.e., we have the teams and we have 3 backup teams there. The only thing you do is only when now, as your problem as Mr. Martin Beto and your technology backups you are talking about, is only when the network fails. That's when the actual green book for that particular constituency will be used. And the likelihood of that happening is very high because during the election time, there's a lot of congestion in the network. Every network will be in that green, then red, green, red, then maroon. That's a little Marjan said the green book will be there.
Giving us information that is creating confusion. Even when the comments are complaining. I believe in simplicity. Okay. The green book is what contains all the names of registered voters. It is only resorted to as the last resort.
Yeah.
But the physical manual register is split into they're called streams. So we are in stream A to C. All the names A to C in that polling station as they are printed out. Then there is C to E. They are printed out. So when I go to vote, biometrics is supposed to identify me. If I can, they put in now my ID. If my ID does not bring up my details, then they should check to the physical register where my name is. If my name is found in that physical register, I'm allowed to vote. Now, the backup of the physical register was, in my opinion, to be used as it was used in 2017, whereby you identified biometrically, and then you vote. Then, as you're leaving the polling station, your name is crossed, both is archived in the electronic register, and then it's crossed on the physical register, so that if there is something wrong with the numbers in the archived electronic, it can be counter-checked on the physical. They need to tally. If 500 people voted in the polling station, they should all be crossed in the physical register. The alternating of using different register is the breeding ground for rigging. That we found 3 people through these schemes, and then another 3 people through these other schemes, then this other one through this SD card. That is unattainable. So
okay, can I talk now? Can I talk?
Without turning this into the IBC issue, because that's not part of our debate, I would want us to.
I will conclude.
Yes, I would want us to remain focused and not tufungue mambo ambayo tuwezi maliza. If we open up a subject that we cannot finish, we'll leave here confusion, and we don't want to leave here confusion.
I'm concluding. I think we have a presidential aspirant on board, Karibu, Madam Juliet. Now, I think this is it concerns you more than us, because you are actually participating. You want to be there. So the conclusion is the SD card will only replicate what is in the manual after it fails. When you're going to manual, because now the Supreme Court said that you should have an alternative to technology. And alternative cannot be the technology itself. So what the IEBC did, they have the KIMS, then they have the SD card, so they don't want to fall to alternative.
That issue of SD card doesn't arise. How do you link the SD card to the electronic register?
So what the IEBC was trying to tell you all along is this: the SD card for every constituency will have an equivalence of already registered small green book of that constituency or polling station. SD card for every polling station will have a manual there. i.e., it will be a big register, but it will have an E for maybe this is Wandara ward.
We'll need to bring the CEO to explain that to us, because mimi
nimekufuata, lakini kidogo
unanichanganya. Leave it there, please.
Asante.
Leave it there. Thank you, Martin.
Bernard, you know what, and yes. Mr. Olara, I know where you're going, but let me tell you the one thing we also, when we have to be true to the people, the voters, and the people that are going to be voting, and also to the people that are listening to us, because we have to give them the right information on what is happening, or what systems work. You see, I'll give a very good example. See, some of us that don't live in Kenya or sometimes and travel to Kenya a lot, and sometimes when you get to Kenya, like the phone mobile of Safaricom that I had the other time, so that I can use my M-Pesa line, is not the same that I'm gonna use maybe the next time. Maybe by the time I was living there, you see, when you walk into a booth to go get your SIM card, you don't go there and they don't type in, because you go to a kiosk, and they type in, they don't type your name, your number, and what is gonna be. They write it down. And then after that, once you leave there, then they put that information in that system. That confirms what? That tells you the reason they wrote it down. That's a book that has been, you know, like a paper like this, that I go back and sign, you know, and still now type it back inside, you know, back on that. That record, that where you typed my information, is what we are saying, let it be available. So that in case of this other one that you typed in, you messed up anything, we can look at what I signed or what you wrote down. So we want this, and it's called this. There's that different. I think, I don't know if you saw our show when we said what complementary and supplementary is all about. Complementary is to complement, you know. So here's my records on digital. Here's what is here. Now, whoever was typing here had a typo, but on here, I can see you. So if your typo doesn't work on my digital right here, then I can go back and look at here and confirm, you know what? You're a voter in this area. It's just that when I Google search you, or when I search you on this, whatever we call in digital, I mean, something is not right there. Maybe Olara was written Olare, but over here, we had said Olara. You see, that's what we're trying to make sure that some people don't wasishindwe kuvote just because kwa ile digital imekataa, lakini hapa iko. And it's called complementary for a reason. We're not saying use this one. And we are not saying use the digital. We're saying use them as a complementary so that in case of any mistake, anybody can make a mistake. I type sometime. Kwanza mi I'm a bad typer. Nikienda kutype huko nazaandika Olare niseme Olera. You see, so that's all we are saying. We're saying have them both so that in case Bernard goes there and the computer is not showing, or the hard disk, maybe kuna mtu alifanya ujinga huko akaenda akatoa jina ya Bernard, anaweza angalia kwa hii na aone ukweli Bernard ni mtu anapiganga. It's called complementary. We complement. We're not saying that this list is different from that one. And by the way, if my name is on this paper, it definitely should be on that digital form. Bernard, sorry, I wanted to clarify on that. Complementary. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Let's go back to Nyerere to conclude with Juliet. Nyerere.
Wacha ni conclude. Nilikuwa nasema juu ya safari ilikuwa ya AZIMIO huko coast. Imekuwa successful na ni nzuri, na nyinyi wenyewe mlijionea vile tumepita Kinango huko, Kwale, Kunda, elekea town, hapo town kuelekea Kengeleni, Kongwea. Hiyo yote mambo yamekuwa mazuri. Ile mambo watu walikuwa nafikia, hata hii Kenya Kwisha ilikuwa nafikia they have captured some of the people here. I don't think whether they will get the numbers that they expected to get. If in case, but very few. Here tumeingia mizizi imeingia kisawasawa. Only that we are waiting for the day to come. Please, wale wenzetu, wale panelists vile tunaendelea, the only thing, let us go down, tufanye mambo kabisa huko. Kila wale kina vile tulikuwa tumeongea kina Ndeto, hata mkiwa mko kule, enjoy, always, just come. Let us do something. Whoever who is down, who is not willing to vote, let you make him or her to vote that day. Let us at least make something on that day. When it comes on 10th, asubuhi, we all celebrate. To say hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Nyerere. We appreciate it. Kampeni iendelee na kila mtu atoke aende kupiga kura, sio tupige kura na mdomo. So all your area of influence, let everybody do their campaign to see to it that everybody plays their role. Nimesomewa na wale watu ambao wako studio na wako studio. So Juliet, how are you today?
Greetings everybody, hamjamboni.
Hatujambo, karibu.
Asanteni sana. So I'm following. I just said nikasema leo tena ni pop in, ndio tena muniulize maswali. If you've got great questions, I'm happy to answer any of your questions. But let me address some of the things that I've been listening to when I came. I'm sorry I came a little bit late. I had to work. Now, nitaanza kwanza na Bernard because I was listening earlier on, and nitaanza na when you started off telling us about was it something to do with kama uko na shamba, I think something along that side, and you talked about those people who are not kulima na ni shamba zao, and you had very strong views, Pastor. So on that one, I want to actually disagree with you here today, Bernard. And I'll tell you my reasons why. Because your reasoning was like, if you've got your shamba, which you have bought for yourself, and everybody is on different income level, so you don't know somebody's pocket, and so you know, I sort of nikajiweka kwa ile perspective. If I was to win this presidential election, if I was to get that certificate, and I thought about your thoughts. What you're saying is, for any presidential candidate to come in, they must enforce or interfere, let me use that word, on family values, on family ways of doing things. And so I questioned myself whether that is appropriate in any society, right? And that goes along the side of, and I'll put a link here just to sort of like bring that learning. So it brought me to thinking about communism and what happened in those eras, whereby if somebody did not do something, then you had the right to take that thing away. That person had worked very extremely hard for whatever it is that they had. And that is why on that one, I will disagree with you and maybe perhaps have further engagement. It also allowed me to think about Mwalimu Nyerere in Tanzania. Wakati alikuwa na mambo yake ya socialism. And you all know that Mwalimu Nyerere was a beautiful, wonderful Pan-Africanist. And sadly, his views on socialism hazikufanyika, because what that meant that kama umenunua shamba yako na mtu mwingine hana shamba, it means that you come to that shamba and you eat from that shamba. What happens in those ideas? Nobody wants to work. And that is what happened in Tanzania. So we have to sometimes perhaps reflect and think about what we are asking for in today's world. So I will disagree with you there, Bernard Kidogo, but just to bring you a taster of some of the things that I would think. But in terms of how do we bring the ideas of making sure that, because uchumi iko juu sana to Kenya, the first thing I feel, and I have said it here in this program, I have told all of you how I feel about Chebukati Wafula. I told you I took him to court, and I'm not shy to say that I took Chebukati Wafula to court for the fact that I have felt that he has not provided alternatives for Kenyans to have good alternative choices for presidential candidates. I have said that. I voiced it, and I continue to voice on behalf of every ordinary Kenyans. I will not stop doing that because it is the right thing to do. So nirudi kwa lugha ya mama. So in terms of today's topic, because Bernard started me off with that and I listened briefly, but
hold on, Juliet. Hold on, Juliet. You have taken on me. Let me clear the air on that on the matter of productivity. I was not talking about repossessing anybody's land or taking over anybody's land. I talked about the productivity of the country. Is what is needed to correct the economic equation. And I say, if you are a family man, okay, you have 10 children, then you wake up in the morning, you go to drink. You have a land that you don't cultivate, okay? You don't have an income, but you have children, and you're not part of the production line. The government should intervene and make you put your land to production, because this your family is eating from other people's sweat when you are contributing zero. When it's not that you don't have land, you have land and you are part of the increasing of the population program, but you are not putting your land to use. As long as that land exists in that county, exists in that country, that land is still part of the national resources. National resources in the sense that tukisema Kenya is 200 square kilometers, whichever, it is part of that particular resources of that country. If that resource is not put to use, then we are overusing one side at the expense of the rest. So the country can only take off when everybody becomes productive. And if the government needs to intervene in order for that productivity to take place, they should. That's what used to happen during Kenyatta's time. That happened during Moi's time when I was young, going to school. In fact, we were arrested to be taken to school. And then there was Mzee who used to go and supervise lands in a particular place. We even had agriculture officers who used to go farm to farm and check how you are farming, whether your farming methods are producing enough food for us to secure food security. That's all I was talking about. So your land is yours, yes, but the children you give birth to are Kenyans. They are Kenya's property, and it's Kenya's government responsibility to take care of its people. And one way of taking care of its people is to make sure that the parents who are giving birth to those children are able to take care of them. And if they can't, they should be made to.
Thank you for that. So basically, I hadn't finished, but I said I disagree with your policy or what your interventions would be for this particular one, but it is ground for having a further conversation. So on that one, and especially when you're talking about the one-child policy, I'm thinking about China and what that means for people in China. And, you know, when you talk about those kind of, you know, and I hear where you're coming from. So to move on, I was coming on the food security issues and what I think solutions would be for food security matters. Food security matters, first of all, munajua in various places, even in Kenya, like now, places like Samburu, places like you go to the north, hata saa hii, some places tuko na semi-arid, you know, like it is not functioning. But if you look at examples like what happened in Ethiopia when 1982, or when there was quite a lot of problems and there was drought, and many people sadly passed away because of hunger. But something nice happened during that time. Technology was discovered. Technology was brought to the people of Ethiopia. who remembers the song, "We are the world, we are the world, we are the people, we are the people. There comes a time." Who remembers that song? We were still young people. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the favorite singer of that one. But technology happened during that time. They made walitengeneza something like rainfall to fall, you know? So I think in that context, you see. So for me, land is
Juliet,
still a...
wasn't that done by Michael Jackson and then by the Haiti with
Yes, thank you.
yeah, for
No, it
Haiti when
wasn't
they
Michael.
had when
It
they
was
had the
Bob. It was Bob. Was it Bob? I think so. Bob, and then
no,
they. But
he was the one, this guy that just got what is it called? But they did it for Haiti when they had the earthquake, but originally that song was sung by Michael Jackson.
yeah, Michael Jackson was part of the singer, but the person
We
who
are the
really...
world. We are the children. We are. You cannot sing. I think you're old enough to remember that.
Anyway, so for me, I'm thinking about technology really there. Thank you, everybody. But I'm thinking about the extra arid land that we've got, that perhaps Kenya can celebrate some of the most, I want to say, graduates that don't have jobs, graduates that don't have, are ready to actually do something great, graduates that I know have not been given a chance.
Madam
And you
Juliet,
know,
Madam Juliet, all our arid lands are all concrete now. A lot of people have just built lands on them.
I'm
I
coming
think
to
the
that.
future is on those arid lands, semi-arid
No,
lands.
order, please. Can we have some order, please? Thank you. Juliet, please, let's focus. Let's do the debate. Let's not take too much time opening up issues that we cannot conclude in this show. Please.
So I was just starting off by that a conversation that you brought. So let me go to the issue of the polling. Polling, as you also know, polling for me, when it comes to not just Kenya, but these issues of polling in Africa, you've heard me say, I don't approve of them because it seems to be biased. So because it seems to be biased, I always say, if you're going to do polls, bring all the candidates together so that we have the correct sort of polls. And, you know, if somebody was to do polls, if I was to open a poll today, I can surely showcase that I'm winning. So is there a point of doing that in an African context at the moment during election, and then the confusion is setting? Sometimes I worry about those kind of statistics that sometimes don't have meaning, and it depends who is sometimes paid behind the scenes. Now, the other one was leather. Now, leather one is an interesting one. Kwangu, I feel that with leather, environmental hazard of leather. I'm into fashion. I love fashion. I model. I do all kind of, you know, areas of bringing the artwork out. And one of the latest things that I'm learning is mambo is a leather, and why leather is not being used or is not very fashionable at the moment. So I would question, and especially when I heard that the leather factory would be taken to Naivasha, I would hesitate, because Naivasha is right after, like in the middle, like you're coming towards Nakuru, and whether the water sanitations and everything is really okay around that area. And it's not a big town. I live there, so I can just sort of like imagine whether that is the right direction. So when it comes to leather, I would rather suggest that we take the environmental hazards more as a priority and look at better sort of like ways of sustaining ourselves and better quality. So we look at countries like, sort of like, you know, if you look at countries which are using maybe a cotton and stuff like that. Cotton used to be quite favorable in our country. I don't know what happened to that and all that kind of thing. So in terms of, I think of election countdown, 25 days, excellent. I love number 25. And on campaigns, I would love to say that it is critical that any Kenyan who is actually taking, say like, oh, tumeletewa. You know, many youths call me, oh, leo tulilipwa, sijui tulifanya nini. I want to remind those, any Kenyan who allows for that process right now is the cause of poverty, is the cause of poverty. Taking those handouts, taking any handouts that you are given by any politician and allowing for us to be poor for the next 5 years or 10 years. So, yes, I don't care. We know the truth. Let's not lie to ourselves. And I don't care. I'm going to say it. And that's beyond Kenya, beyond Africa. This is not right. So I stood, mi nilikuwa nimesimama in London. Let me
Juliet.
finish my, yeah, who is that?
It's me, it's Martin. You know,
You.
as a presidential forefront, somebody that is running for presidency,
yeah.
I think it's wrong for you to tell us that you don't care, because you have to care for all of us if we give you that mandate. Again, I will tell you that I admire you for your courage. No, let me finish.
When I said that
let
sentence.
me finish, Kidogo.
Yeah. Okay.
Kidogo too. Again, I admire you coming out, you know, and I admire your spirit. I think your time is coming and it will come. I think people will reckon one day will come. But if you're going to be a presidential candidate and want to lead people, you cannot say that you don't care about anything, because you have to care for the stupid, the wicked, the bad, and everything, because those are your people that you're going to lead. That's just something I wanted to point out. I am so sorry, but I admire you. I admire your pointers.
Thank you. Let me correct that statement and what I mean by that. What I'm saying is the kind of handouts that we see on average, averaging between 200 to 500, and who has got the biggest stake, right? That is what I'm talking about, Martin. So when I'm saying I don't care what these politicians are doing, what I'm saying is I do not want to see you going unaenda pale unalipwa. So what I'm really doing is criticizing that effect. Hiyo effect ya kuchukua hiyo chapa, hiyo effect ya kuchukua hiyo umehongwa. Ati ndio when you go in and you go in and you vote for me. That extension of that horrible bad governance that starts from the start. So that is why I'm saying, instead of now being like, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm just saying that is where the horrible corruption starts from, Martin. And so I was just about to give an example, yeah, just before you came in to remind me, maybe I needed to be clearer there. But my point is, if you take handouts, it takes us back. Any politician, you imagine if you're 100 and you're giving even 1,000, think about all the road shows that are going from Uko, kila pahali, and every one of them is being given whatever they are being given, handouts, assuming. Okay, so let's just say assuming, just to be to fry to say me assuming, but assuming anybody has touched that money, any one of us, right? What happens in a typical society? What happens, Martin? Right? Huyo leader mwenye amehonga ndiye apeane akauza shamba yake ama akauza whatever, akauza kila kitu yake. Sasa zile anakuja kwa ofisi, anajaribu kurudisha hela yake. So my point, and the reason I have refused, and I'm refusing in front of Kenya as a presidential candidate who was excluded for that matter, And I'm still saying to Kenyans that is the case in my case. And so I have called upon 59 years of some of these politicians not delivering. This year will be 60 years of some of these politicians not delivering. That is what I'm saying, Martin. And I'm saying until voters, which is me and you, every one of us, plus the politicians themselves, this year 12th of December, Martin, itakuwa ni 60 years, 60. Wengine wetu hata hatujafika 60, but it will be 60 years of tired of corruption, tired of hospitals not working, tired of not water sanitations and problems, tired of, so I am saying for Chebukati not to put good competitions in this or contestants who have put themselves forward, I question that. And that is why I, Juliet Mahapila, mtoto wa Mahapila, mtoto wa Bungoma, and he comes from Bungoma, I took him to court. Why not? Yes. So everybody in Kenya should know that mtoto wa Mahapila alipeleka Chebukati kotini Milimani Court. And I'm saying that confidently, okay? Because none of you ordinary Kenyans should stand. Unakuja Paul, please let me, no,
Okay,
every time I'm talking,
Juliet, that's enough.
interrupt.
That's
It's not right.
Please,
So
let's do
anyway,
this. Let's do this.
So let me just finish. Let me just finish this one. Let me just finish Overturn. Let me just finish and then I'll submit. Can I finish and then submit?
Order.
Okay.
Okay. I think we are letting this debate degenerate into something that we did not intend it to. Juliet, I have begged you over and over that we do for you a separate show where you can air all that.
No, I was just commenting on your topic here today. I was just commenting on your topic here today.
No. It's not topic. In fact, your style of debating is such that you are opening new matters. Those matters will not have a closure to them, and the show must close.
Bernard, you as a host, you have the most bites.
Please, let's everybody stay in order. Ama nitatuma wote quarantine. Tafadhali. I am stating that Juliet has a point. She has grievances. She has issues she wants to address the country about. That cannot fit in this program. It can fit in an exclusive program, either between me and her, or between her and Wekesa or any other panel admin to host her. Let her be given 3 hours, 5 hours, if she wants 8 hours to address that matter. But in between this show, it's not working. Okay, it's not working in the sense that you have come in the middle of the show, okay, and then you're bringing up matters that cannot be concluded. I can only give you 2 to 5 minutes, and that's not enough for you to do what you want to do. So all you need to do is book a show, whatever time you want it to be. I will be willing to host it, and then you can address and tell us all your experience with Chebukati and the rest of your pursuit of the presidential bid. But listening to you, you seem to have an understanding of Kenya that is both local and international. That's all I can say. And then you need to strike a balance between the two, because there is what happens because of elections. There is what happens because of our tribal nature of politics. There is what happens by our economic difference, nature of our politics. So it cannot be addressed from one angle, or else we miss the whole thing. So please, Juliet, let me have a show with you either tomorrow or the day after.
Bernard, at the risk of being sent to quarantine, Juliet, I don't want you to get discouraged. I think you're a great person to bring yourself and throw yourself out there. I think us as Kenyans, we are happy for you. And don't get discouraged. I mean, don't get discouraged. And Bernard is not, this channel is there's all good people around here. I want you to just keep learning. For me, out of good heart.
Motivational speaker. Let me address you with your right title, okay? We are not discouraging Juliet. I want Juliet to vent out everything she has in her mind and heart, okay? But that will require a special show, not part of this show, all right? Then when that is done, that show will be here on YouTube. You can now share it with everybody, including Chebukati, the president, the prime minister, and any other person who would want to care to hear what you are talking about. On the issue of your presidential bid, if you sought my counsel, I will advise that the approach has to be holistic, not from the top. It has to be from sideways. But we'll talk about that later. You have access to my number, I have access to your number. Let's arrange that off air, then we'll be able to slot you a show.
Thank you so much. I think I will say it's been good always to be here. But I would really love if I'm speaking, because every time these last days I start to speak, I say one point, somebody comes in. And so I don't even get to finish that 5 minutes properly, but it's okay. I love that kind of conversation.
I have
so now
how you approach us.
I submit.
I don't know how you approach us,
the president of the
the way you approach us
in Kenya. Okay.
Thank you. Can I give you a quick sorry, I'm at the time you're tired of listening. But I was going to say to you, there was I think it was when Peter Nyerere or somebody here, I think Olara or someone also, I think Martin as well, was explaining about the counting of the votes, and I felt to share a story. So the story is in UK, I stood in 2010 as a councillor in the UK here under the anyway. So why am I sharing this? Because it's important to understand the peacefulness that you observe when elections are taking place in United Kingdom. The least that you can be thinking about is the insecurity or the wars or fights that we always are afraid while we are campaigning around Africa. And I've said Africa because we usually see sometimes similar patterns. So I use that as an example. Because of that experience, I feel I should share a story that is going to enlighten us and allow us to think about that process that citizens are trying to understand how counting happens. Now, I like how Martin tried to summarize that. And I think also Olaro went into deep explanation, which was he was trying to explain. But again, I come back to the thinking that in every polling station, there has to be something that you can reference with, because that is what happens in any normal civil society. I want to appreciate Bob. I think Papa or somewhere, he also tried to bring that kind of conversation. And I think Olara Lee also tried to really go in depth with that. So my observation, and even I have been there physically, I have also been trained within the UK system, and also have had the experience, not just talking to you guys, but bringing that experience from abroad and also transferring those kind of skill levels that are perhaps needed for sharing in terms of learning from each other. And we see very peaceful elections. And last time I did say to you that any country is also measured with its index, because if you're peaceful, people want to invest in your country. Having said that, and adding to that, so let's have peaceful elections where Kenya, there's always winners and losers. And I want to appreciate every single candidate that is standing. And it is we voters, and I will not stop. Despite what, I want us to send every politician who is not delivered for the last 59 years home. I want us to do that so that we can transform Kenya. Asanteni, I submit, Pastor Bernard. Asante.
Thank you, Juliet. Let's slot out a show for you to do what you would want Kenyans to learn and understand from your end. For now, I want us to go to Anderson. Anderson, there is a question I've been asked since morning about the propaganda of the person, the young man who confronted the deputy president being dead. Since you are in Vihiga, is this the Anderson who gives me the information from Vihiga? Hebu tuambie kunaendaje?
Bena.
Yes.
Mambo.
Poa, namna gani?
Mimi niko sawa. Tumemaliza kazi sasa, nikaelekea tu kwa manyumba. Ulikuwa unaulizia ule jamaa wa jana?
Yes.
Ule jamaa tunasikia amekufa. Tunasikia ameaga dunia, ni kama ameuawa. Hivyo ndo tuna fununu tu, lakini hatujadhibitisha. Ni fununu tu, kila mahali tunasikia ameaga. Ni kuuawa, aliuawa.
Wewe unaambia ulikuwa kwa mkutano jana? Kwa mkutano juzi?
Nimekuwa.
So sio mtu wa area ambaye unaweza jua kama kuna nini ama nini?
Si wa area, ni wapo Maragoli na mimi niko Tiriki. Though kesho tutafika huko. Tutaenda hiyo area kesho, alafu kesho ndio nitakwambia venye nimepata. Tutafuatilia kesho ndio
kulingana na ile habari tuko nayo. He's alive, he's well, there's nothing wrong with him. The story about his death is just propaganda. Hiyo ndio habari tuko nayo. So
ndio nakwambia
tunataka
kesho tutafika huko juu kwao ni hapo Sabatia tu, si mbali na kwetu, ni Sabatia tu. Tutafika hapo kesho ndio tudhibitishe. Ni jamaa tu wa bodaboda atajulikana tu, nitakwambia kesho.
Okay, sawa basi.
Siwezi dhibitisha kama ameaga na sijafika huko, lakini kesho nitakuwa huko Sabatia.
Sawa, asante. Endelea basi na mchango wako.
Sawa, nikianza na opinion polls. Unajua Bena, hii Kenya yetu watu wanapenda kudanganya Ruto sana. Mambo na opinion polls wanadanganya Ruto, ni kama wanamuogopa, wanampatia tu mingi. Badala ya wamwambie mapema tu Raila ako over 70%, wanaanza kusema sijui 52. Hiyo wanampatia hope ya bure. Ni wamwambie mapema Raila ako 70, yeye ako kitu 25. Ajue mapema anaenda nyumbani. Hiyo ndio naweza sema kwa mambo ya opinion polls. Tusianze kudanganya Ruto kila saa, sijui ako 40, sijui 39, sijui hapana. Niangeambiwa tu mapema Raila ako over 70. Hiyo ndio kitu inajulikana. Haizi shinda election. Hapa Kenya haizi shinda election na province mbili. Uwezi, na mwingine ako zaidi yako na province 6, alafu nasema uko sijui 52 na sijui 30. Hiyo ni uongo. Hiyo ajue tu mapema Raila atamshinda na over 70%. Mambo ya Uhuru kukampeni, au walisema Uhuru akae kando. Uhuru kukaa kando, wakaanza kusema hata yeye anaweza kampeni tu, hata asaidie mzee wa kitendawili. Uhuru ameamuka, ndio hao wameanza. Sasa hata hatujui wanataka aje. Mara Uhuru akae kando, mara hata asaidie mtu wa kitendawili. Hii Kenya hata tumeshindwa na hao watu wa udaku. Lakini Uhuru anafanya kazi mzuri. Juu hata mwenyewe amesema ule mtu anaenda ku hand over kwake mamlaka ni Raila. President mwenye anakalia saa hii anasema hivyo. So ni Wakenya, ni high time Wakenya waamuke wajue president mwenye anakuja ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Alafu kidogo nikikuzia yule mama Juliet amesema mambo ya hongo. Unajua Wakenya ni wajanja sana. Pesa yako wanaweza kula sana, lakini kura yao wanajua mahali wanaweka. Na nikwambie hapa Kenya, Raila sijawahi kula shilingi hata moja ya Raila. Tangu nianze kumpigia kura 2007, 2013, 2017, sijawahi kula shilingi ya Raila. Raila atoangi pesa. Kama ni pesa Raila, mtu anaweza ngoja sana. Raila atoangi pesa. Raila yeye ni anakutolea, anatoa tu manifesto yake na anakuambia ukweli. Lakini pesa hii ya udaku hiyo ndio tunakula. Na tutakula tu. Juliet hatutawacha, si tutakula tu. Hiyo pesa ni ya wizi. Hiyo ni pesa wametuibia tu. So tutakula tu, lakini dakika ya mwisho tarehe 9 hiyo pesa hata atashangaa ilikuwa inaenda wapi. Ilikuwa inaenda tu kwa kikapu ya Raila. Kwa hivyo ndio niko nayo Bena. Nilikuwa nimekuja tu nikusalimia kidogo, lakini nitafuatilia hiyo mambo kesho, alafu nitakuja na ripoti kamili. Asante.
Sawa Anderson, alafu pia utupatie habari kamili kuhusu MCAs na MPs na zile viti ambazo UDA inaweza kupata in that region, ili tukue na the picture. And then mambo mengine, hebu niachie namba yako hapa kwa private chat.
Sawa.
Nitakupigia alafu tutaongea masuala mengine. Thank you.
Sawa.
Yes, Ruzi ulikuwa na kitu ya kusema, hebu. Sorry. I think I'm now tired.
Hapana, ni zuri.
I'm seeing from the other way.
Haina mambo. Kenye nilikuwa nasema ni ati kutoka mwanzo na kuanga against women leadership. So against women leadership because of one thing. Wanaletanga emotions into logic. Kitu yenye ni logic hawezi sema, but kitu wako na emotions na ndo wanasema. So that means ni ati women wakipewa power lazima kuwa na control juu yake. Ile design kama Martha ako na hiyo power, lazima kuwe na mtu juu yake mwenye anamcontrol kidogo. Kwa ajili women leadership na hatuwezi amini, au ni black women leadership hatuwezi amini kabisa, kwa ajili wako na emotions sana. The same thing Juliet, the same thing kwenye Juliet anasema. It was a small thing alikuwa nafaa kusema, but angalia vile alilipuka ni kama, Juliet, tuko on the same basket. Lakini
huyu anataka hii nini kulu alive bwana. Wewe unaenda wapi?
Hata kama ni
chunga kulu unaenda.
Ni Paul ichagua Martha. Lakini vizuri aliweka mtu juu yake ndo control your power.
Zuri.
Women wana control na emotions. Nilikuwa nasikia Kenya Juliet anasema niko zile za, come on, have composure in what you're saying. Have composure in what you're thinking. Go composed. Let me tell you one thing. I'll give you an example. No, give me time.
Ebu subiri kwanza tafadhali. Wewe. Now, I want us to listen to each other so that we have a conversation, okay? You don't know what kind of trouble you have put me into. Look at the comments section. And
Bernard, I have to respond, please, today. Allow me to respond on that one. Please, allow me to respond on that one.
Oda Juliet, goja kwanza.
Bernard, unaona mama Selina amekuja kitaumana hapa. Mimi karibu nichomoke. Uja mama washa moto mbaya bwana.
Na order Martin, order Juliet, order everybody. Thank you very much. Na Bwana Zuri, wewe inaonekana uko na philosophy yako ambayo zia this civilized world.
Ni ukweli kenye nasema. Ni ukweli kenye nasema. Ni ati watu waweze fikiria saizi, but ni ukweli kenye nasema. Women, they have that pressure. I'll give you an example. Kama tungekuwa na president mwenye Ruto amesumbua vile amesumbua. Kama tungekuwa na woman president, alafu Ruto ni deputy wake. Huyo mwanamke angelipuka, angesema kenye happen, angesema kenye go through between that relationship ama between that partnership. Angesema na hiyo stuff ingeleta 1-2 kwa hii country. Ingefanya, siweza kusema kenye ingefanya, but mnaelewa kenye ingefanya. Lakini kwa jitu tulikuwa na Uhuru, mtu mwenye ni so composed, anajua hesabu zake, anajua siasa zake, akahandle vile alihandle. But trust me, kama ingekuwa mwanamke ingekuwa way different. Way different. Kama ingekuwa Juliet ingekuwa way different.
Ngoja everybody. Zuri, I have given you time to make submission, but you seem to be prejudiced against women. There is capacity to lead. That capacity to lead is neither female nor male.
Huyo ni ndugu ya Ruto, wacha kutusumbua. Huyu ni yule anaita
Ngoja Mama Selina, please. Thank you. The capacity to lead is neither male or female. It's just having leadership capacity. So you cannot say that because somebody is female, he can't lead.
Hey, Bernard, show me in the Bible where a woman. Show me in the Bible where a woman was given leadership qualities. Show me in the Bible where a woman was given leadership qualities.
You're asking me an answer or a question.
Bernard, we are losing this debate. We are losing this debate.
Have you heard of Deborah?
Who is Deborah?
Deborah led the war.
Nana, hakuna matusi hapa. Mama Selina, hakuna matusi. Sijatoa matusi. Mama Selina, hakuna matusi hapa. Hatufai kuwa na matusi hapa hivi. Hatufai kuwa na kuoneana.
Umezaliwa na nani unadharau?
Ngoja kwanza tafadhali.
Naelewa nimezaliwa na mama na naelewa mama.
Tafadhali, let's do this. It is a debate. It is not a shouting match contest. Maswala mengine lazima tukubali kueleweshwana. Not just to you can just shut out something that somebody is innocently sharing. So let's give him a hearing and be able to guide the person where necessary. But if we brush them off like that, there is much we are leaving undone. For example, huyu Zuri hapa huwezi kumzuia kuoa. Okay? Na huwezi mchagulia ataoa nani. Unaweza kufika nyumbani kama Mama Selina, binti yako anafika anasema ameleta mgeni. Yule mgeni amekuja ni Zuri. Utafanyaje? So tukubali kwamba tupelekane polepole kwa masuala mengine, tueleweshane ili tusonge mbele vizuri. Let's not be so much brushing off matters, except they are straightforwardly false or it's a lie. But if it's just a misconception, it can always be fixed. That is where I stand.
Bernard, yeye vile amekuja ametharau wa mama. Kama anaenda kuquote mpaka pipe, anasema uniambie uongozi umeona kwa wamama. Moja, angesema mimi ni kama Kenya ijai kuwa na viongozi ya kina mama. Ni kama dunia tumekuwa na Margaret Thatcher, tuko na Queen Elizabeth, tuko na wamama wengi kama Rwanda wako na speaker, Uganda sahi wako na vice president, wako na prime minister, Sasa unajua mambo ukiweka wanawake, ukisema wanawake, hata hakuna uongozi ya wanawake. Kama mimi Mama Selina, unaona uongozi yangu kama Mama Selina, na unirekebishe useme Mama Selina you are very wrong kwa sababu ya hii na hii. Mama Selina si Juliet, si ule mama mwingine na si ule mama mwingine. Ukikosoa mtu kosoa na China. Umesema hivi ya kwamba uamini wanawake. Umerudi umesema Martha Karua. Martha Karua amesimama kiti ya moja na kuna viti mingi imekuwa na wamama. Nataka kukuja hapa kusema umeongea mbaya kuhusu wamama, ndiye nikakuuliza na huko na mama. Na pena sasa anauliza tena utaoa. Hatuna shida. Ama unaweza kuwa kama Ruto anaona wanaume anaona kama ni wamama. You know, we don't know. Sijui ni nini umekosewa na wamama ama wasichana, but ikifika leadership, baba na mama wako sawa. Tumeona wanaume wengi wameongoza dunia na iko mbaya kama Hitler, kama Amin, kama mingi. Lakini sisi kina mama hatujasema hatutaki mwanaume aongoze kwa sababu ya ule mwanaume mwingine alifanya. So please, kama unakuja wewe utakuwa na msichana yako ama
Mama Selina, niambie Mama Selina, niambie ni nani? Niambie ni mama mgani?
Now, Zui, I know you're hearing me. Please wait until the person finishes submission. Then I'll give you opportunity to answer. You don't unmute, begin to address the person on your own. Thank you. Na nataka usikilize vizuri vile kina mama wanaongea, then you will give your response. You are having a concept, whatever, a particular perspective, a philosophy about women and their leadership. You are entitled to that. There's no problem. But don't block yourself from hearing what you need to hear. That's one of the reasons why we're here. So, Sawa. Now, I want us to
you want me to finish and then niwachie watu wengine?
Yes, maliza Mama Selina, tusikiliza Aimba. We'll listen to the ladies. Then Zuri will be given opportunity to respond, after which we go straight to Wangira. Mama Selina.
Zuri, tafadhali. Kama kuna mama amekukosea, ama kama umekuwa na kansela ama member ama mahali umepita, ama mama yako msasi ama mke ukiwa naye, usichumulishe watu. Uongozi si wanawake, uongozi ni individual. Na sisi wanawake ni wale wameolewa wako nyumbani. Ukiwacha boma yako umetoka nje, umetoka kama kiongozi. Ni vile tu nimeumbwa kukua mama. Otherwise when I'm outside there, mimi ni kiongozi kama mtu yeyote, kama baba yeyote. So please, ukiendelea kwa sababu bado uko na miaka mingi, usiai rudi kuwa trace wa mama na madharau jinsi hiyo. Asante.
Okay, Aimba.
Okay, Mama Selina ameuliza wanawake walikosea Zuri nini? Mama yake ndio kwanza wa kumkosea na akakosea dunia kwa kuzaa creature kama hiyo. You see, when you are a woman who has suffered the misfortune of bringing forth a child who reasons like that.
You don't talk like that to a person. You're becoming the same. You don't talk to that like that.
You know what? I really don't bloody care, by the way. Women die. If I told you had the story, listen, if I told you had the story of Michelle, of Angela Okutoi, their mother died birthing those children, and today a star stands. So by the time a woman brings forth a child, she risks her whole bloody life to die so that she can bring forth a product. When she brings forth a product, there is no business of anyone coming from a woman who has risked her life to bring him forth to come and misrepresent the state of who she is in the manner in which that boy is doing. Therefore, I usually do not have any kind words for that such nonsense. This platform, we were told, is supposed to be informative, entertaining, and educative. Sadly, some dimwits, because believe me, there's a generation of fools who are given an opportunity to go through a system that doesn't allow them to solve problems, including thinking. They bear a brain because it is illegal. They would practically dead if at all they walk around with a brain that doesn't is dead. They would practically just be zombies. So the only reason why they're different from the people who are on the ground that are buried is because they have a brain that is still functioning.
Let's do this. Let's do this. We are blowing this out of proportion for nothing. Listen.
No. It is going out of proportion when someone has a platform.
Tafadhali, kama tusikilizani basi haitawezekana. You are blowing this matter out of proportion for nothing. Zuri may have a misconception about women leadership, but that does not make him a zombie. That does not make him less human. Let's be honest on this matter. We are here to guide each other, and what you are doing is stoning him. If he has a misconception, we can correct the misconception. We have learned many things wrongly. We have gone a place where we have unlearned the wrong thing. Now we are doing the right thing. So please, let's take it easy. Let's take it easy. Being on this platform does not mean that some of us have a monopoly of knowledge and a monopoly of understanding things. I'm a church minister. All manner of people, they have different beliefs. I went to college with somebody who believes he cannot have a woman as a boss. And when the subject was being lectured by a woman, he will always walk out. He cannot listen to a woman. That's how he was raised by that is his tradition from his village. So he ended up not even graduating because he couldn't listen to a female lecturer. Now, that is not his making. It is the misconception of what he was taught traditionally from where he comes from. So as such a person, he needs to be weaned from what he believes, then brought into understanding that there's no difference between a man and a woman when it comes to delivery. But if we are going to stone people simply because they hold a different opinion, that, in my opinion, we are not doing well, please. You are not doing well, and I wouldn't want us to get there. Juliet, what is it?
Thank you so much. You know, he was addressing.
I was the one to talk.
Roger, Zuri, hold on. I'll give you permission to. Yes, Juliet.
Asante sana, Bernard. So Zuri started off by asking about women leadership. And I want to assure Zuri that actually the concept akonayo ya kufikiria wamama hawawezi kulead, I want to correct you kwa sababu, number one, we've had 59 years of leadership in Kenya, and where are we right now? We are still in what we see today. That is right across Africa. Recently, if we can count, we can even count how many people who are coming up, and women are having to actually be encouraged to come to leadership. If we go back into that kind of thinking of what you're saying, that is control behavior. Let me bring it in that kind of positive or negative, that, a man has always got to tell a woman what to do. And I would question your thinking for that. Now, thank you, Bernard, for asking us to be a bit in a learning environment. So I prefer that. What are the positivity of a woman, Nzuri? Firstly, ya kwanza, mama analetanga maendeleo. If you give out, if behind every successful man, and look out very carefully, zile nyumba zina flourish. This is now evidenced. Now, Bernard earlier on said I'm a motivational speaker. I am, but my main field is I'm a social scientist. Okay? So based on evidence, yeah, and I won't start quoting because it will take time, but based on evidence, where women are involved in leadership, those countries' economic growth rises. And that is evidence in many aspects. Now, I think where you are probably going with this is the passionate women wako nayo. It is absolutely true that passion ya wanawake iko nyingi hata kushinda ya wanaume. That is absolutely correct. Okay? So that is great because it builds a nation. Now, coming back to the behavior portrayed in terms of the language that you use about women and gender balance, I think that in that effect, you probably need to be, would I say, tukupatie mosodo? In school, we used to give mosodo. So we are giving you a mosodo as women so that you go and think about the perspective and reflect the perspective of a woman in your world. Because the kind of, if we were to allow people to think the way you are thinking in terms of what a woman leadership or where it belongs, I think we would go back into the 50s or 40s, and we saw how much domestic violence that rise within those kind of control, and perhaps even macroaggression and bullying and narcissist behavior. So I condemn that kind of thinking, Zuri. Now, in terms of just finishing up on bringing helping Bernard. Asante. Okay, I submit, Bernard. Asante.
Olara, what is it?
Come on, I have to talk. Olara. I have to talk, Bernard. I have
Zuri,
to talk.
if you don't stay in order, I will send you to quarantine. I'm coming to you. I'll give you the last word. Okay? But if you keep interference, but utakuwa out of order, and then I will need to kick you out of the studio. I want us to conclude that matter quietly and move on.
And should we ask for an apology as well for women from him, Bernard?
Even the crime he committed, I'm yet to see it. You are yet to submit to.
He did actually, because he upset women. He really upset women.
Answer. Okay, so you people don't begin to ask for prayers where even a case is yet to be prosecuted. Olara, talk.
Yeah, I will come back to Zuri, but I'm responding to my sister here, Juliet. Juliet, I think you've taken a lot of times out of our times that tulikuwa tuongea tu about certain issues here. Lakini Zuri is a son of a mother. You cannot condemn him completely, or other people here, panelists, you cannot condemn him. He's just our product. Some of us, we are fathers to Zuris, and I'm speaking as a father. I have grandchildren, and more than Lakini, Juliet, don't be philosophical on your answering the questions, because your questions again are village questions. Kwa nini mama anaongea? Ongea tu vizuri. Mimi mama yako kihivi. Don't be philosophical on your question. That's why maybe IBC is the questioning, revisiting your papers. Lakini we need you on the ballot, and be at least, you see, mothers are always listening more. You listen more. As a female candidate for presidency, some of these stories are your children. You've raised you. Some of you panelists here, ladies, you've raised that animal. That animal is not as necessarily, but it's just a reflection of all of us. not necessarily you. It's the whole of us. We have a problem here in this country. Na kama wa mama, najua Selina ameongea mambo mara mingi sana, watu wasikii. Watoto wanalelewa na mama, na hiyo kitu imetoka tumbo yako, hiyo kitu kaa nayo. Ikiporoka na mimi usiwe aggressive, ongelesha kitu irudi kwa tumbo.
I said be brief.
I'm the longest talker here, lakini I'm just being brief. Hiyo kitu ya zuri, I think by listening to some submissions here, pengine papa buba mpatie another last lesson hapo atakuwa with a reconciliatory view of what we look at about our mothers, because Juliet pia ni mama, lakini mama mdogo. Mama Selina ni mama mkubwa. We have our grandmothers there, so those knowledging, we have to talk to him correctly. Usiwadharau mama wako tu. Hata baba akisema unasoma Nairobi Blue ama Nairobi Green, baadhi mama tu wamesema kule kuna watoto wazuri wanasoma kule, that's why you are taken to Nairobi Green or Nairobi Blue High School. Mama anadefine kitu without you knowing. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, Lara. I want us to be very objective. Yes, Mama Selina.
Penat, tunajua hii ni show, tunajua kila mtu ako entitled kusema vile anasema, but ile kitu imenishangaza ni moja. Ule sijui jina yake umemtoa, aliongea, na niliona kila mtu alikuwa ana raise kuongea, na Suri umemrutisha karibu several times, na kwa chenda, hakuna chenda ya kwanza na hakuna chenda ya nyuma. We are all the same. Na wacha niwaambie personal things ile wa mama wanaenda through. Akareis hata ile mtoto amekuwa raped na wanaume na akapepa mimba. Na hiyo mtoto atasaliwa na huyo mama anasikia uchungu sana. But hakuna siku mama amerepiwa, ameenda kuua hiyo mtoto kujua hiyo mtu alimrep. Nikiona kijana kama huyu ama baba, kama yeye ni baba ama ni kijana anaongea, anastahili kuomba wa mama msamaha. You cannot talk about women. Women wa mama wana raise jamii. Na kila siku nasemanga, if all women we can agree in one night, na kusema these people will not wake up in the morning, there is no mwanaume atakuwa na suruali hapo nje. Tunaweza fanya yote walale na wasiamuke. So don't play with a woman. Ni Mungu alituumba, we know. Lakini madharau, unaona deputy president aliita mwanaume ingine we ni kama mwanamke, because mahali amefikisha wamama ama wanawake, na ndiye tuko na makosa wakina dada. Tunadharau, we don't respect each other. Ndio wanaume wametuchukua hivi. I have come back, hata kama alikuwa anasema Julia ameongea. Na sema kitu kuhusu Julia. Patikifika umama, I always address her kama msichana yangu. I have never eaten Julia, hata kama ana nini nimuita mwanamke, because I know she's a mother, she's young. Atafika mahali anafika na anastahili kuheshimiwa. Lakini ikifika mahali nimeona kila mtu aliraise kama ni kama kitu mzuri imesemwa. Na patu Suri anasema Penat, I have to talk. Sisi hatuna shida. Kama hivyo ndiye majority ya wababa ama wanaume wanafikiria, we are here to stay kama women. Ile wakati ya kufungiwa ndani ya nyumba iliisha. Ile wakati ya kukaliwa tulimaliza. Mungu alituumba equal. Kwa hivyo Suri, ukiwa na madada ama mulisaliwa na wanaume huko kwenyu, heshimu huyo mwanamke alikusaa. Huyo pia ni mwanamke kama hao wengine, ni mama lakini bado anaitwa mwanamke. Ukiwa na msichana hata kama ni ya 1 year, kesho dunia itamuita hiyo machina unatuita. Tuheshimiane. Mama yeyote ametoka kwake, amekuja leadership, anajua nini imemfanya akakuja. Hata huyu Julia, siku ya kwanza nilimwambia mambo na hata anakumbuka. Ninamupenda kwa sababu akona kitu yenye si wengi wa mama wako naye, but nikamwambia ukikuja hivi na hivi utafanya hivi na hivi, tuna educate each other. Lakini leo vile nimeona reaction ya wanaume, siwezi ongea. Ni kama wakati nilikuwa naongea mambo ya Matakarua nikianza, I was shouted na nilinyamaza. But end of the day, I am happy today. The women I was talking about, 100 of you are cheering up. So Suri, tafadhali, hata kama una roho ngumu kama mawe, uchue unakosea wa mama. Na kama utakuwa na kiburi, ndugu yako ule deputy president anaenda chini kwa sababu ya ulimi kidogo. Unafikiria ni kitu mzuri unafanya. Ukiwa kijana ya ule mtu anafuta pangi, mimi sijui, wewe ni kijana yangu, wewe batu ni wetu. Hakuna mahali tutakupeleka, lakini tafadhali, kama asubuhi utaamuka na ukunywe chai ya mama yako ama pipi yako ni mwanamke, uchue umefanya makosa.
Now you are putting me in a very difficult position. Now I'm not only accused of protecting Zuri, but I'm grouped among all the people not advocating for women leadership. But I will accept whatever position I'm given. I just want us to be sober. I'm a level-headed person when it comes to judging matters, personalities. Unless I did not hear what Zuri said, or I missed what Zuri said. But if it has generated all this, then I need to get hearing aids. Nisaidie kuelewa. I'll go straight to Zuri. Zuri, I want you to answer me, okay?
Oh yeah.
Before you make any statement, I want you to answer me. Have you heard what Mama Selina said?
And they all misunderstood me. They all misunderstood me.
Zuri, you're not answering my question. That means you're not even listening. Have you heard what Mama Selina said?
I heard her. I heard her what she said.
Have you understood her?
She's so wise. She's so wise, sorry. She has that experience. She has that.
Hii ndio shida niko nayo na kizazi hiki. Mimi nimekuambia ujibu swali langu, sio unipatie msomo. Tafadhali, okay? Step by step, because I want to conclude this thing once and for all. So, sawa. Thank you. So, Zuri, I want you to answer me, then I'll give you to give your closing remark on the matter. But I want us to arrive at a place where we all have equal understanding on the same page. So, have you understood what Mama Selina said?
I get you, yeah.
Did you understand what Juliet said?
Juliet, nah, I don't agree. I don't agree with her. I don't agree with her. I don't.
You are not answering my question. Did you understand what she said? Not did
I
you
understood.
agree?
I understood what she said. I did understand what she said.
You understood what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you said they have misunderstood you. Is that what you said?
Yeah, they did misunderstood me. They did misunderstood me.
So what did you mean that was misunderstood?
What I said is that I don't believe in women leadership. I mean, women can get the leadership, women can get the power, but someone has to be control of it. Women can have the power, but someone has to be control of it.
Okay, Zuri, where are you getting that from? What is your point of reference?
I've graduated in aerospace engineering, and all of my lecturers were men.
Okay, you are still not giving me a point of reference, but I will just let you know that. By the way, how old are you? If you don't mind.
Now we can't speak on that. I'll not say that.
Then no problem, no problem. I have your number. Okay. I will engage you off air so that we talk further about your understanding of women and their leadership or they are not leading. But from where I sit, it's not a big deal. It's just that you are cultured differently, okay? But it's not different from.
The thing is that I was raised by a woman.
Listen to me, Zuri. Listen to what I'm saying.
Bernard, all my life I was raised by a woman.
I'm saying, listen to me, okay? I will engage you off air on that matter. But what I'll put across to you is that you need to appreciate the fact that leadership is not female or male. It is given to man. If you are a Bible believer, he created both of them, male and female, in his image. He gave them dominion over the earth, both of them. So it is not male or female. Secondly, there is difference. There is how women lead, and there is how men lead. So it seems you have been exposed to men leadership to an extent whereby you have no appreciation to women leadership. But I want you to just for free. You see me here. I'm able to do what I am doing because of my mother. Okay? Not because of my father, because of my mother. And I say that everywhere. And I'm not, I was not raised, I'm not a single parent child. I am what I am today because of my mother. And for once is because she refused to succumb to pressure. That's the kind of leadership she provided for us and gave us a life we would have never had. So I know what it is to lead even without a position. That's what my mother taught me, how to lead without a position. And so when you assume that all women are emotional and they get explosive and that is why they can't lead, it's just a misconception. And I'm going to engage you further on the same. And by the time I'm through with you, you will understand life. So relax where you are. And every other person, please call off your war weapon. There is no war on here. Everything is fine. Everybody relax. Zuri has just been taught something that we can guide him further. So tuache mambo ya kuninia kuzozana, tuache mambo ya to get so much emotion on the same. People get different information from different people. Sikuna nini, mjasikia story ya wale wa Kristo walikufa Zambia kwa sababu walisikiza pasta. Pasta akawaambia wakunywe deto ndio isafishe dhambi zao. Now, some of the people who died were nurses, okay? A nurse who is practicing in a hospital listened to a pastor. The pastor told him to drink Dettol to wash away her sins, and she drank and died. So it's possible somebody to be given information, and that information can be destructive. Let's not be so much, overachers in ourselves that we don't see things from other perspectives. So let's not vilify Zuri. Zuri tutaongea na mapana na marefu. Mengine yote tutashughulikia tafadhali. Naomba hivi turudi kwa debate, okay? Sawa sawa. Tukirudi kwa debate, tunaenda moja kwa moja kwa Wangira. Alafu Julia amekuja, I hope nitamwachia hii mamlaka ndio aongoze Zuri.
Nani? Unachia mamlaka nani?
Tukiwa kwa hii panel.
Unachia mamlaka nani?
Alafu Zuri aanze kuona mwongozo mzuri ambao mama ana provide. Sawa sawa. Mr. Wangira, how are you today?
I am fine. It's a good morning. I'm fine. How is everybody there?
We are great. We are great. Happy to see you. Umeanza kukeep late hours kama nyumba. Inaonekana umeenda kwa tune ya nyumba.
Bernard, just before I give my contribution, Bernard, before I give my contribution, there is one or two things that I want to say. It's not directly in reference to Zuri, but perhaps in reference to what are supposed to be our rules of engagement here. Bernard, if we allow points of arguments like the ones I've seen here, they end up making one person monopolize a debate. Bernard, let us just make this a debate, not a point of argument, so that we don't get into what we call infinity situation where things become definitive. Bernard, we have gotten distracted for the last 30 minutes here. I was here at exactly 3 a.m. And we have spent like 40 minutes arguing things that are not really helping this debate. Why can't we just dwell on what is the subject of the day? We discuss it within the agreed 3 minutes, then we allow somebody else to move on. Bernard, that would just be my advice. Let us just stick to what are supposed to be our rules of engagement on this debate. And then can you allow me now to continue with my point of the day?
Now, Bwana Wangira, you say you've been here since what time?
3 a.m.
I was here at 9:30 p.m.
Bernard, this is just my point. Listen, this is just a point of advice.
Let's not play as if we are experts on this one. Please, let's respect each other and let's do what we are required to do. No. When there is a crisis in a debate, there has to be a return to work formula. You don't just brush it off and that is all, simply because somebody has to speak. We don't come on this platform to speak because we have to speak. There is what we are working on. Whatever we are working on needs to be achieved. And one of it is to make people understand what's happening. So let's not look like we are lecturers. We have entered the class, we give our lectures, and then we go. Tafadhali. Let's just restrict ourselves, do what we are required to do. I'm even being reported I'm now the problem. I will soon leave so that problem goes.
Anyway, my issue was that if we stuck to the rules of engagement, this debate would move forward.
Julia, you take charge.
Yes,
I'll
Bernard.
see you later. Thank you.
Okay, Asante Bernard. Thank you for working hard. We are with you. Tuko pamoja. Okay, Wangira, endelea, please make your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Julia. Now, where do I start? Okay, Raila leads. I'll start on Raila leads. Now, Raila is still leading in the opinion polls, and you do know, to some of us, it is not a surprise because these are things that we had expected. So it is not a very big surprise that Raila is leading. And you know, we were told the other day that there are 10 counties that are going to be the determinants of these elections. And those 10 counties are the counties of Mombasa. Then there is the county of Tana River. There is the county of Marsabit. There is the county of Isiolo. There's the county of Nakuru. There is the county of Trans Nzoia, county of Bungoma, and county of Vihiga. And I was just trying to look at how Raila Odinga performed in these particular 10 counties that we are being told that are going to be the determinant of these particular elections. For example, if you look at the county of Mombasa in 2017, these are the elections that were nullified. The August 2017 election, you'll discover that Raila Odinga did very well in Mombasa, where he got 70% of the votes in Mombasa. Then you'll discover that in Tana River, Raila got 52% of the votes in Tana River. Then you go to Marsabit. If you go to Marsabit, you'll discover that Raila Odinga did very poorly in Marsabit. In Marsabit, Raila got only 14% of the votes. But the way things are looking today, given even the opinion polls that have been coming out, it seems it looks as if Raila Odinga is very, very much improved in the northern Kenya, and especially in the county of Marsabit. Raila seems to be dominant there this particular season. Then there is the county of Isiolo, where he also did very poorly. He only got 35% in the county of Isiolo. And per the opinion polls that were released yesterday on the 5 counties where Raila is now leading, you discover that Raila Odinga has now moved from what he got 35% in Isiolo. And by last week, Raila in Isiolo was doing 50% against William Samoei Ruto's 42% in Isiolo. Then there is that county of Nakuru. In the county of Nakuru, there's that county of Nakuru. In the county of Nakuru, Raila got only 15% of the votes in 2017. So it will be interesting to know how Raila will really perform in the county of Nakuru come this election. So that is one of the key counties that we will be observing to see whether he will improve his performance there. Then there is that county of Trans Nzoia. County of Trans Nzoia, Raila Odinga in 2017 got 54%. And yesterday, I've looked at the margin of what was being projected yesterday on the 5 counties that were projected. Raila is in Trans Nzoia. In Trans Nzoia, Raila is at 52%. And you'll even discover that Natembeya is now doing very well in Trans Nzoia, which means that Raila must have maintained his grip on Trans Nzoia. So the county that I'll be very keen to observe will be the county of Bungoma, because the county of Bungoma, you know, Raila has always not been doing very well in the county of Bungoma. As much as he got 68% in 2017, you know, that was the least among the Western Province counties. He got only 68%. And you know that this is the home county of Moses Wetangula. And you know, Moses Wetangula, having moved from Raila to William Ruto, there was that worry that, you know, that he could perhaps end up, changing the dynamics in that particular county. But you know, there's this new development that came up where now William Ruto referred to Eugene Wamalwa as a woman, and I don't know how that one, you know, will stand in Bungoma, how people in Bungoma are going to take it, you know, because just like I said yesterday, the people in Bungoma are so conservative. You know, these are people who circumcised, and they believe that immediately you're circumcised, then you become a real man. So I don't know how they will take it when they hear that one of them was referred to as a woman. So it will be interesting to also observe the county of Bungoma, how things will play out in the county of Bungoma. And another county that they said will determine this election is the county of Vihiga. And that is the home county of
Musalia Mudavadi. So it will also be interesting to note and see how the county of Vihiga will be playing out. So yesterday there were opinion polls in 5 counties where it was discovered that in the 5 counties that were polled, there was the county of Isiolo, the county of Kisii, the county of Murang'a, the county of Nyamira, and the county of Trans Nzoia. The only area where William Ruto defeated Raila in these 5 counties was the county of Murang'a. And in the county of Murang'a, William Ruto is leading. They are saying he's leading by 62% against Raila Odinga's 18%. And that is a big improvement, given that in the county of Murang'a, Raila only got 1.8% of the votes in 2017. So to a man who got only 1.8% in 2017 to be doing 18% in the county of Murang'a, that's a very big improvement compared to even what what Uhuru Kenyatta got in the county of Murang'a. Uhuru Kenyatta in the county of Murang'a got over 90%. And we are seeing that here they are saying William Ruto is doing 62%. So if he's doing 62%, that is 28% less of what Uhuru Kenyatta got in the county of Murang'a. So if he's doing a 62%, that tells you that he's not doing very well, and that could have a big impact on his being elected president. So the way things play out here, the numbers seem to be in favor of Raila Amolo Odinga, and if they continue playing the way they are playing out, then there's a big likelihood that Raila Odinga could be winning this particular election. And it takes me to my second point, the point where now we are seeing Uhuru Kenyatta now campaigning for Raila Odinga. I think the nomination of Martha Karua as Raila Odinga's running mate must have energized Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta, I've watched him in the last 2 or 3 days, and he's operating from what I'll call a comfort zone, because he seems to be a very comfortable man now, because to him, he must have discovered that, the man is supporting, the man he wants to be the next president, Raila Amolo Odinga, is likely to become president. And that could have been energized by the coming in of Martha Karua. Now we are seeing 2 forces in Mount Kenya, force 1 being Uhuru Kenyatta himself, and force 2 being Martha Karua. And these 2 forces are going to have a huge impact for Raila Odinga in the Mount Kenya region. And perhaps that's why Uhuru Kenyatta is operating easily the way he is, and we have started seeing him campaigning for Raila Odinga. And I understand that in the next very few days, he will go out full blast in Mount Kenya, and he'll go asking people to vote for Raila Odinga, because he believes that Raila Odinga should be the person who should be elected, and is the right person that could move what he will be leaving behind forward. I'm looking at the issue of the NCIC and what they classified as hate speech. Those words, you remember. I was among those people who asked myself, under what legal regime the NCIC operates. To me, I'm among those people who believe that NCIC does not make a lot of sense in this country, and perhaps these are some of the bodies that we should just disband and allow this mandate to be exercised by the police. Because if what they are purporting to handle are matters of a criminal nature, and we have a DCI, then we should just empower the DCI, disband NCIC, and perhaps allow DCI to investigate majority of those matters that they handle. Majority of the those matters that NCIC purport to handle are matters that fall within what we call the penal code, and the penal code can be handled by the police and the DCI. And again, we are a country that operates under law. Then, if you see a commission come in a decree manner and purport to ban a particular word, then you discover that we are heading to the wrong direction as a nation. So to me, I think I tend to agree with the court that, the court was right to declare that, NCIC erred to purport to have, banned particular words without the basis of law.
basis of law. Oh, finally, what will be interesting me will be now the sibling rivalry in Mombasa. Yesterday, Mike Mbuvi Sonko was cleared now to run for governor in Mombasa. So in Mombasa, we have two AZIMIO candidates. We have the young Nasir and we have the Mike Mbuvi Sonko. One good thing with this particular sibling rivalry is that it's going to shoot the turnout in Mombasa. So the numbers that Raila Odinga will get at the presidential level will be high, perhaps compared to even what he got in 2017. But what will interest me will be the sibling rivalry between Nasir now and Sonko. And I'll be watching keenly to see who will come out as the winner in this particular sibling rivalry. Julia, let me just leave it at that and perhaps allow somebody else to come in. It's 24 days to the next general election, and that's why I was saying that we should be definitive in our debate now so that we utilize the 24 days that are remaining so that we can use this platform to campaign for Raila Odinga more than instead of getting in what I call infinity situation, Julia. Let me just leave it at that, Asante.
Thank you, Angira. That's good contribution. So we are seeing the onslaught of UHURU, and I think we appreciate those of us who support AZIMIO. We really appreciate that. Now, I don't want to open up this debate, but I just want to say that I have made an observation. The men who come to this debate are very sober. That's my take, and I think are very enlightened. And I've not felt any form of male chauvinism. So my reaction to Zuri's statement is that, Zuri, I see you, probably you are as young as my children's age. I'm saying probably. I may look young, but I can tell you have mature kids. And I don't want to judge you. I really think your argument is coming from maybe where you are coming from, or the parents who brought you up, or maybe the behavior of the people around you, or maybe how your parents treat each other, or how your father treats your mama, or how your mama treats your father. So I don't want us to judge Zuri and overreact about it. I just want us to look at it from that point of view. Most of us have views about men from the way our fathers behaved. And some men end up mistreating their wives because they grew up in an environment where their fathers beat up their mothers. And it is even said that men who become polygamists, most likely is because their fathers are polygamists. And even men who disrespect their wives is because probably they grew up seeing their fathers disrespecting their mothers. Si kupenda kwao, it is just some kind of environment they grow up in. Now, men also who may believe like Zuri that women are emotional, maybe they have seen their emotional mothers or sisters or other people. I mean, it comes from experience. So I think let's not be so harsh. Let us just listen to him and give him guide. I've had Mama Selina trying to give him some guidance, which was good. I thought that was good. I also had Bernard trying to talk to him, which is good. And I think next time, maybe if you catch up with Bernard Zuri, you have a good man-to-man conversation, and you may agree on a few things. So there's a point he's coming from. There's a place he's coming from. That is where he has that attitude. And I think even some of us, many men on this channel, I think we have come from a long way, and Kenyans have come from a long way. And I think now how we bring up our children is what we are going to be, even us as women, how we bring up our girl children, our girls, we don't want them to be feminists. We also want them to learn to respect the men in their lives, okay? Because we want them to be happy in life. We want them to be peaceful. We want them to have peaceful families. We don't want them to have problems in their families. So I think all of us are coming from a place, and the people we have seen around us sometimes make us behave the way we behave, or view people the way we view them. So I don't want to judge Zuri. I don't want to open up that debate. That was my comment. So Zuri, we won't pick a fight with you. But I think the more you engage in this show, the more you engage with people, the more we are going to realize that we have women leaders who are sober, women leaders who can lead this nation. And I promise you, Zuri, our next president after Baba is going to be a woman. We like it, we don't like it. It's going to be a woman. So that's coming to Kenya because things are changing. So even now I have a son and a daughter, and I encourage my son to respect the sister. I encourage the sister to respect the brother. I encourage them to respect each other because for me, they are my children and they are equal, and I have provided to them equal opportunities to succeed. None of them has a higher opportunity to succeed. They have equal opportunities. So I never encourage disrespect in my house from whoever. And I think that's what these gentlemen you see here are doing in their homes, because I believe they are gentlemen. So I do not want to open up that debate. It was very fiery, but I think somebody needs to tell me, after Wangira, was it going to be Kuseo? Have everybody else spoken, Mama Selina? Nani hajaongea apart from Kuseo?
Huyo dad nani anaitwa dad?
Okay, dad.
Kuna
Then Kuseo.
na kuna dad.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Dad, please, and Dad, please keep your camera on. You can't have your camera off, because if you have your camera off, I think I'll be forced to remove you from the show. So we're going to have that, then we are going to have Kuseo, then we can have the moment for questions. Karibu, Dad.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I forgot I was on. Nilikuwa nimeenda off kidogo, so my phone was in my pocket, and I was taking care of some two girls here and a son. So thank you for the heated debate. Zuri, before 9th of August, you'll be the best man in this place. You have mothers here, you have sisters here, you have brothers. It was just a slip of the tongue, and we're here to correct you and help you. About what is happening, like I told you guys the other day, we just need to take this moment, like Jose said, these remaining days, we maximize them to make sure the numbers are going up.
Moments like Jose said, these remaining days.
Can you hear me? Yeah, as Jose said, we maximize the remaining days to make sure the percentage is going up. It needs to move from 70 and above. We want Ruto to go home quietly. And thank you for your contributions. I think I will let somebody else just continue because go busy kidogo. But Zuri, you have a nice name. Be a good man, man. Thank you.
Asante, Dad. Let's have Kuseo.
Oh yes, good evening. Nyumba has just arrived. Olara is there, Juliet, Selena, Dad, Zurite. Does that mean technology? Wangira, Peter, and Julia. How are you all? I'll have a contribution on this opinion polls. For those who take time to see sometimes how these things are done, or you do some little study to find out exactly what these people do. As I told you some time back, these days the opinion poll sector has also become one of the areas where those who know how to make money can also make money. And that's why you realize that most of the opinion polls normally expose themselves to a lot of contradiction and criticism. Because those who criticize them also have come to learn exactly how they are conducted. In the past, you need to maybe engage, pay the sponsor the polling so that maybe they do the results the way you would want. But these days it has gone beyond that, because the people you want to poll against sometimes try to get who you are going to use your resources to conduct the polls. And then now they start corrupting it from that level. What we have seen, these people are saying that now Raila is sustains lead. The two, according to me, what has happened, they have actually reduced, they are suffocating that lead so that a certain narrative is propagated. And chances are that you may see that, for example, according to me, you may see that, for example, Ruto is down, but in essence, the result is much better than what it would be in realistic terms. Now, if you check the same pollster, the last time they did the polls, they had rated Raila at 39 and Ruto at 35. So now if they talk about 42 and 39, you realize that the difference is 0. What has happened? I think they have pushed Raila up by 4 and so Ruto up by something like 4. And then they go ahead to tell you that their error margin is 2.5. Now, if you check deeper when they are releasing the presentation, you will find them saying that, if you apply the error either way, you may find that these people are at a tie. In other words, this idea of there is no straight winner is what seems to have been the purpose of this opinion poll. Now, who is the beneficiary? The beneficiary is the one who, you see, for example, assuming that Raila had gained so much, because issue on the ground in the political field, indication would be that everybody will expect Baba to be fairly high, much high, not just an increase of 4%, because there is a lot of justification around the same. Now, Ruto on the other side, there has been a very tragic trend downwards. Now, if you see between the lines, this opinion poll is trying to show that Ruto has not lost as much as you'd expect from the gaps and the blunders that have taken place. If the blunders would contribute to loss of votes, surely he should not even be doing 39. That is the truth of the matter. Now, how do you adjust the increase from 35 to 39? Everything is against at least the things which are in the public field. Now, on the other hand, as I've said, Baba's issues around Baba are on an upward trend. You have just think about the endorsements, especially around Martha and around most of these communities. It shows that Baba is, as far as I'm concerned, is way around the 50s plus. If those good things can contribute to a better rating. Now, the other thing is that this opinion poll was on 1,500 individuals. Now, the voters, 22.1 million. Now, when you go polling a sample from 1,500 people, and there are 47 counties, you can see you cannot get anything credible from that opinion poll, if the truth be said, because there is this idea of strongholds and swing votes, swing counties and stronghold counties. If you get the 1,500, you could get the entire block of 1,500 maybe from just Nairobi. Now, it would have made more sense if they go to specifics and do 1,500 maybe polled votes from each county. That would make a little more sense. To want to generalize the coming elections on 1,500, assuming you take 50 of them from, call it Ruto's stronghold, what is going to happen? It's going to be a very biased kind of sample frame. So as much as science supports all this, the demographics, how many older people of which age, how many educated people are polled, that is not there. At least not as accurately as would be expected in a serious opinion polling. So what do you have? We all know that there is this narrative that Ruto has got a majority of his supporters in the young unemployed youths, at least based on what his campaigns have been trying to do. Kizito, if I were you, I would just put my hand down and wait. Because I'm about to finish. Eh? Are you okay if you wait? I finish. because you are just distracting me. Eh? So what I'm saying is that there are counties where Ruto will get 90%, maybe somewhere in the Rift Valley. There are other counties where you live and got much, maybe less than 10%. Now, these opinion pollsters, personally, I believe one thing they did was to poll those who are having phones. Now, if you poll those who are having phones, there is a category in terms of learning and education level where they are. Now, is that where you have the bulk of the voters? We don't know. So a lot needs to be said. And sometimes I was hoping that in future, there need to be some kinds of regulations. Since these opinion pollsters are allowed to play in the public space, there have to be some rules of regulation so that they do not end up with the misleading results, which tend to skew the results in favor of the people who have maybe paid them or who have sponsored them. Sometimes they use that deliberately, which I don't think is a good thing. My last point is on the Sonko and this Sonko and his issues with the IBC regarding the clearance. Now, I must admit that what happened before the court ruling, for me, first of all, I don't think the meeting with the president was. I want to imagine it was a coincidence. I want to imagine it was a coincidence, and even what I'm not sure about is the meeting of the AZIMIO team. I don't understand. It's a bit confusing to me. But I listened to Chebukati's comments regarding that clearance, and I'm just finding myself at a loss. You see, he says that since we have only 26 days to go, we may not have time to, let's say, to appeal the case. That is, those who are Chebukati's own words. At the same time, you remember, they are the ones who cleared, who are taken to court. So naturally, remember the same Sonko had been barred by the same High Court, save for the difference in judges. The different judges did this, but the same at High Court, they had agreed with Sonko to be barred from contesting. So the CIA, you have a situation where the same High Court has now given clearance. Now, on the other hand, if you read Chebukati's body language, he is reluctant. He is not for the idea of pursuing this case in an appeal or something like that. But you realize the High Court passed the ruling to bar Sonko, and so was the Court of Appeal. So the matter is pending in the Supreme Court. As I said yesterday, personally, I do not understand why the Supreme Court has taken all this time to give their deliberate on the issue, knowing that it is we have a very charged elections coming, and the issue is the delay is just not helping the tension in the country. But nevertheless, if they give it, I'm not so sure which direction it will be. If they give it, well, there is the issue of, is it Article 75 and Article 193 in the Constitution, which deals with people who have court cases and have appealed, and 75 deals with people who have appeal cases, impeachment cases and have appealed. So we'll see which direction the Supreme Court will choose. But nevertheless, I remember yesterday the CEO who was also present in Chebukati's.
Kuseo, please summarize.
Yeah, Chebukati, the CEO who was also present in Chebukati's conference interview, instead hinted that the IBC legal department was going to look at the case, and they were also waiting to see before the ruling from the Supreme Court, before they would come to a conclusion of what will go forward. But remember, Sonko's excitement has been raised by this. I do not know if the Supreme Court rules otherwise, it will be very, very demoralizing for him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kusel. Kusel, you missed something. I think what is being highlighted today is there was another opinion poll where that was done for about 5 counties, and I think Baba had 52%, and he led on those counties. And then the only county where Ruto led was Murang'a. So maybe you could look
then
at that.
I think I was dealing with the previous one. Sorry.
Yes, you could look at that later.
Murang'a and Nyamira, the governor Nyamira, and Murang'a governor.
Oh, so yes. There were 6 counties, eh?
Yeah, I think there were about 6 counties, and overall Baba had 52%. And it is only Murang'a County where the governor for UDA was leading, but in Nyamira it was in an independent candidate. But overall Baba had 52%, so you could look at that. Now, those who are raising their hands, I would like you to wait for your time. Mr. Kizito, you raise your point when your time comes. So we're going to have Nyumba. Then I'm going to allow them. But
Madam Julia, there's a point of interjection. That's why we raise our.
Please, Kizito, please talk when you are allowed to speak and when you are given the opportunity to do so. Because
I'm not even interested.
I'm still asking you, allow you to be given a chance. So now we have Nyumba next. Then I'm going to invite Mr. Demba, who is going to invite you, Mr. Kizito. I appreciate if you wait patiently. So, Mr. Nyumba, karibu.
Thanks, Julia. I'm a disciplined old man and listen to instructions, especially from the moderators. We need discipline in whatever institution is important. Otherwise, things will fall apart from the family level, government level, corporation level, institutional level. Yeah. Thanks, Julia. Thanks, everybody. And then, but don't think you have beaten me. I was here earlier. I was only, yeah, I'm beating you every day nowadays. So you have to change a bit. Yeah. Now, Mama Selina, kwani usalimiki? Nimesalimia wote, hata dad na kila mtu msalimike, na sina ubaya, na Kizito sina ubaya pia.
Wewe utaenda nayo.
Nimekuja na nilikuta topic ingine ikiendelea. Zuri, how are you? Thank you, Zuri. I didn't find what Zuri talked about, but I think I could project and get an idea of whatever was there. So I'm not going to do that. Now, Julia, you're in charge. Before Demba comes in and stops me in my tracks, let me comment before he catches me, because you're more friendly than Demba anyway. Now, I'm not going to topic about the topics flowing down there. With your permission, Julia, let me talk of something as an elder. This forum is international forum. For example, I think the only local people here, and one can raise hand if one is not a local. By local, I mean being in Kenya. I'm in Kenya. Nakuru city is a city, and Rongai constituency. Oh, Zuri, you're in Kenya?
No, I'm from Nakuru.
But where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm in Canada, but I'm from Nakuru.
Canada, okay, agreed. Wangira, I know you're in Kenya, but the rest, these other people are international, unless one wants to refuse or to give. Yeah, Selina, you're international. Come to America, let me remove the word international. When in diaspora,
I'm from Nakuru.
Yes, but right now we are in diaspora. That's what I'm implying right now. So I'm saying this for reasons. I'm just laying a base for my argument. Okay. On this forum, very important forum, international forum, having a local, and don't mistake the language. In Kizungu tumesoma, so if I make a mistake, don't. When I say local, I'm not diluting anybody by any standard. A moderator by Bernard, who is in Kenya, Themba, I think is not even anywhere because he could be in the air. Julia in America. Kizito, you look elderly, but you're messing things up.
Nyumba, go on. Please finish your presentation. Thank you, Nyumba.
I said This forum is composed of grandfathers, mothers, sisters, cousins of all ages. Among the people here, some are my brothers and sisters. There could be my son here. And sometimes even grandchildren come to this forum. So whatever we talk should be measured very well. And somebody mentioned here, I'm not hiding it. I ran out from the other forum. Julia knows why. And I escaped in time before some dirty language and things happened. I could see it. In Kikuyu, we say, an elderly man sitting on a three-legged stool can see further than a young boy who has climbed an eucalyptus tree and is watching over the savannah. I repeat, the old man sitting on at ground level on a stool, three-legged stool, would see far. I saw it and I escaped before I was embarrassed. I said I've been on this forum many months, but I was behind the scenes because I was fearing to get into a situation where I'll be embarrassed. I've said some who appear here are my sisters and brothers. Some are my cousins. Some are even my grandchildren. So it's my fear to get into a situation where my grandchild start abusing me in such a forum. I would run away. I said when I was young, I'm temperamental. And I saw even Mama Selena can be like me. She was copying me recently. It's that you could not just joke around me, could box you. I also even physical and also verbal. You could not beat me in that. Now at this age, I don't want to be in such situations. I have wisdom now. I've grown and seen many things. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe I could project what Zuri was saying, even without having been away, because I joined later. And lately, them have been beating in two ways, not one. Not only time-wise. I appeared twice on this forum. I was here earlier during the reign of our good man, Bernard. I think around 9 or 10 p.m. I was around. I didn't contribute. I went and slept. I've woken up to beat you again. So I'm even setting a record. Who appears here? Oh, Mama Selina, you beat me because you are here many more hours. Yeah? So it's not competition. I withdraw that. But I'm doing well. But I can't compete with Mama Selina. Kina Julia. Julia also, I think you're in the other panel. I came no, I was behind the scenes, the other panel. That one I'm not coming in because of the embarrassment that I can get. I said, with your permission, Julia, let me talk about this because it's important for maintenance of discipline and goodwill of this panel. Now, as I'm finishing, something happened tonight. Bwana I can see you're talking about being 50. I was laughing. I don't look that. You can't say vile baridi nimejivalia. Mimi ni mzee na mzee wa kazi. Na leo kuna kitu imefanyika isiyo mzuri sana. Na Kizito naona hata usikilizi moderators. We respect moderators. And all of them they're younger than me. President Kenyatta is younger than me. I respect him as the president of Kenya because he's the president. Can't say because I'm older than him, then hata simskizi ama nini. He is the president of Kenya. He is actually the symbol of peace, symbol of unity, symbol of everything for 50 million Kenyans. Something happened here that put me off a bit. Themba, on behalf of everybody, pass my apologies on behalf of the people on this panel to Bernard. Bernard didn't leave this panel a happy man. He didn't. And he has been here for hours and hours and hours. I said I came in at 9 o'clock yesterday evening. Today we are on, is it Friday? I was here on Thursday because the hours change at midnight. This man has been working overnight and he gets very tired, going on for all those hours. Sorry, Wangira, today you missed Bernard. I'm sorry. Let's be quite moderate. Your statement hurt Bernard. Bernard didn't leave this panel happy man. Let's moderate our language because, as I said earlier, we are mixed ages and discipline and cultures and tribes and everything else. And we should be very careful how we listen and take instructions from our moderators. Even when we find me talking directly to them about something, usually maybe it's a joke, okay? It's not that I'm interfering, and I'll keep quiet immediately I'm told to do it. Thank you. Wacha nikaangalie mbuzi zangu. Otherwise, don't, please, everybody here and who is in the background, don't make me run away from this panel because I can. I ran away from the other one, and I ran in good time before I got embarrassed. Thank you, Julia, for giving me this chance. I want to listen to them, but then I go and open for my goats, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyumba, for your words of wisdom. We'll pay attention. We will not repeat it again. We will not make Bernard leave. So, Juliet, I know you have questions and other people have questions, but I want to make sure everybody who has not presented here present first before we go to the moment of questions. So, Demba, the only person who has not spoken here is Kizito. I want to give this opportunity to Demba. Demba, if you'd like to speak, you can speak. If you'd like to give Kizito a chance. I don't know what you want me to ask Kizito to speak.
Thank you, Julia. Let me just say something and then I'll give it to Kizito. Nyumba, good evening, good morning, wherever you are, your time zone. I greet you all. Just to reiterate what Nyumba said, it's good that we appreciate each other. We like everybody, but of course sometimes we can cross. But what Nyumba is saying, let's just have that. You may not agree with moderators. You don't have to, but just maintain the respect. Speak when given a chance. You don't have to like a moderator. Okay, let's have that. You don't have to like a moderator. You don't have to like Julia. You don't have to like Themba. You don't have to like anybody here. All you need to do is put your point across, because we have so many people listening to you. So if you address the world, address the world. That is what I usually say. Don't address the moderator, address the world. The world, the people, 300, 500 people are watching. Don't just focus on one person speaking here. You can disagree with them, but at least the baseline is respect. Talk when given a chance to talk. And do not unmute unless you have been given that chance. Don't attack the moderator. You don't gain anything by attacking a moderator, Julia, me, whatever. You might come out and think that you are a hero, but nobody cares. Let me ask you here, who goes back to 3-4 videos to watch what you did? None of us. It's time passed and people go on. So we don't have to come here to show how macho we are. But if we maintain respect, we can agree to disagree, right? Agree to disagree, respect each other. And what Nyumba is saying is very important. We come from a varied, like age sets, profession. And normally I say here, that is not important. What you say, the content of your thought is what we care about. What is the content of your thought? If we are all to say who we are here, you'd be surprised, right? But we don't want that. This forum is for someone who is in the village somewhere, as long as they have internet and connectivity and they can find themselves here. And then, of course, even a professor who has whatever research you are, but you can come and share from any part of the society, social strata. That is what this forum is for. We don't come here with our other hang-ups of who we are or where we are or what we do. No, that one normally we say, put it aside. We want to hear, what do you want to share with us? Age set, whether you are young, old, come, respectfully share your view, appreciate all the other contributors. And as we say, nobody has a monopoly of a knowledge. Your experience is not my experience. Your information is not my information. That's why I need to always be willing to learn from you. You learn from me. We learn from each other. We build each other. Let's keep that going. You have something I can learn. Like they say, even a clock that stopped at 3 is right at least twice in a day. So anybody, anywhere can always teach you something. So that is what I wanted to emphasize before I allow Kizito to, he has a burning thing he wants to bring out. Kindly bring it out, Kizito, and then maybe I can contribute later. Kizito, for that.
Thank you very much. To all the moderators, I'm sorry because maybe I interfered with you people. But Mr. Nyumba, I do respect people and I respect this channel. I think we are the old members. Maybe you might not be seeing me or I've never joined, but we started this channel when it started.
I didn't talk about you, Kizito. Now, why are you getting personal?
No, sorry. I was just saying sorry.
Continue the topic, please.
Yeah.
Look at you.
It's okay,
Because
Relax.
when I see you, you are my age mate. Me, Julia, and Wangira, and you, we are the only
I'm
old
older. We are
people
not
here.
going to produce ideas here. Please
Okay.
continue.
I
Calm
might
down.
be short, but I'm old like you.
Kizito,
Thank you.
relax.
Temba,
Go
I'm going.
straight to the point.
Yeah. My point is, please, Mr. Temba, to all the moderators, I would like to request you that whenever you put the topic down here, try to stick to the point, to the topics, because sometimes we don't join, but we follow. Me, I follow you up to the Gumso. By the time I always be with you throughout, but sometimes we don't join because when we join, we find people are diverting the topic from what is supposed to be discussed. Like Mr. Kuseo,
But
I respect you so much.
Kizito,
I respect you so much, and I value what you always say.
Kizito, hold on. You are just doing the same thing you are saying that we should not do. Right now, you're doing that.
Just the way you said it. Before I contribute, I want to, because we are old members, we have to put this channel. Now here, the old member I'm seeing here is only Julia, and you, Mama Selena, and you. Mama Selena came after, then you, then I can see there are few. That's why I'm just trying to bring us back how we started the channel. Sorry for interfering, but I wanted to, before I contribute, I wanted just to make us so that we enjoy the way it used to be. So Julia, I'm sorry when I interfered with you, but I never meant it. It's only that when Kusue was diverting from the topic, is what I wanted to bring it back so that we have the channel. Because you moderators, you'll be having the problem of putting the topic and we discuss another thing. Thank you for understanding me, but that was my point I wanted to put across so that we don't bring so many arguments. Secondly, now I'm going to the topic. AZIMIO. Even us who are here, Madam President, Juliet, you are seeing the way AZIMIO is going. I really salute you. AZIMIO is going. You have time. Come. We'll see what to give you. If you see Raila Odinga is leading now, it is the right time for AZIMIO. It is the right time for the old man to show Kenya what is there. Whenever, just like Nyumba said, in Kikuyu, they said the same thing. In my tribe also, in Haiti, where I come from, when an old man is sitting on a three-legged stool, whatever he's seeing, a young man will never see it. Thirdly, respect is something that is being earned. Respect is mandatory. The same way we disrespect one another in this channel is the same way our deputy president is even calling some people women. I don't know how he came to realize that this person, he removed his trust and he knew that this person is not a man. Thank you. I just wanted to put my point today was, let's respect the channel, let's follow the topic, and let us respect everybody. The way Temba, you always say it, now you are joining, I'm always with you people. Respect is mandatory. And 25 days to election is not a joke. Let us talk AZIMIO. The way I respect Madam President Juliet, she like AZIMIO. Her heart is in AZIMIO, but her mind, she want to be president. The next, after this president, after Martha Karua, I will vote for her. I have gone through her YouTube. I've seen all the things in her Facebook. I've seen she's the best candidate. after Martha Karua. Thank you very much to the panels, but let us respect moderators, and you moderators, you people also respect the panelists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kizito, for that well put, point in terms of appreciating each other. Let's just appreciate. If we learn to appreciate each other, things will be so fine. I mean, Kizito, unakumbuka ile story ya Biblia ambayo inasema kuna watu walikuja saa 3, wengine wakakuja saa 9, wengine wakakuja saa 12, lakini wote walilipwa same. So what we are saying here, whether you came 2, 3, 4 years ago before Mutembei started, or you have come today, the respect is the same. We don't have that giving you, like a priority, because you don't need to emphasize so much, that I've been here since it started. So we know, Kizito, you are a founder member. There are people who came here.
Themba, please, just I never used it to show that I'm an old member. I don't want to brag that I'm an old member or a founder. What I wanted to put it, even if we are outside, we are not joining. We are taking our time to listen to you people, to give new members, to give us new ideas, because we old members, we don't want to join here too much. We block for them to come and talk. That is what I meant. I never mean that we are bragging that we are old members. No.
I think we should actually have a session for old members club, so that you guys can be coming and talking. I think I love that. It's not that it's a bad thing. We need an old members club, and after election, we are going to be having that session for old members, where we are just chatting and saying where we have come from. Now, I saw Juliet. No, Zuri, relax. You don't have to disagree with my point. It is not even a point that is very, very significant. You don't have to have an opinion in everything. Juliet, what is it? Let me hear Juliet, and then I come to Wangira.
Thank you, Moderator Themba. Lovely to see you this evening. But when it comes to moderating, I think that the moderator has to also take charge and also understand the audiences. And if something hurtful is being said, obviously the moderator needs to think in terms of a full TV show, which is not just local, but also international. And on the note that Zuri was given a chance to speak, and he was able to express himself. Let's face it, and if we look back, we can look back, which is good because this is a recorded show. I mean, and I'm here, and of course, being in an audience where somebody is putting gender balance down, of course, I would be able to say, Themba, that is unacceptable, because we have to promote inclusion at every level, not just in Kenya, but within the Constitution of Kenya and around the world. And that is why Mama Selina and others were correcting our young youths, because it's of importance that something like that cannot.
Just confirm one thing. You are a subscriber to TV, and you're
Now you've
considering.
You've interrupted, Olora, and that is what.
Okay, hold on, Juliet.
Yes.
Kindly, let's not unmute before you're given a chance to
Thank you.
talk. Now, this is what will happen, and I want to enforce it. If you unmute before you are allowed to talk, I will throw you out. You come tomorrow for the next session. Because I think indiscipline is not good in any forum where there are so many people. Let's just stick to simple rules. Raise your hands up. Allow the person who is speaking to finish. We don't want to heckle. Once they are done, you'll have your time, right? So if you unmute before you are allowed, I will do the simplest thing. I will throw you out. We meet tomorrow in the next show. All right? You are not blocked. You are just thrown out from the session because of, in Parliament, the members are cited and then they are thrown out from the session for that day and they're not paid. So that's what we'll do here. We throw you out for indiscipline. We see you in the next session tomorrow. Thank you. Juliet, go on, please.
Thank you. So I just think it's polite. People can disagree to agree, but it's also polite to understand that people come from different backgrounds and genders, and it's absolutely important for a TV show to take moderation very seriously when you've got a balance of both men and women in any particular show. And I think that's the point. Now, I want to thank or to think of what Mr. Wangira was saying. And I think I was listening to a lot of figures, but I think that it would have been easier if he would have summarized it in short, because he gave a detailed comparison of different places, but he went as far as the last election. And I thought for him to take time, and he's passionate about figures. And it reminds me of I won't mention his name here when I was campaigning, but he was so like details with what is going on with conservative government and Labour government and Liberal Democrats. And at one time I had to ask him, what makes you think, even if it is in Kenya, what makes you think that the figures that the bloggers or the survey or the people who are doing those surveys are really accurate? And because it is African politics and Kenya comes in Africa, I personally, and I always say, I don't enjoy seeing those kind of figures. And the reason is it's in the past led to violence in many parts of Africa. So with that, I want to ask Kenyans not to rely on surveys or figures that are put, but to rely on the results at the polling station. And earlier on, I gave you an example that I've been blessed enough to stand in local elections in UK, and I thank God for my experience. I thank God that I was able to observe the returning officers count my kunihesabia. And what was interesting is kuhesabu kwao ni moja moja mbele yako, hakuna kupigana. So I'm standing there. I'll give you a typical day so you get to feel how good the experience
Juliet,
is.
hold on. You were just chiming in 1 minute. So
Okay,
we've got
can I
a point.
summarize? Should I summarize?
I'll give you another chance later. And thank you for
Because
your.
I'm going to bed now. I have to tell you that, so I'm not coming back. So until tomorrow, if I don't finish,
We can listen to it later
another
if you don't mind, or another
okay.
time. Thank you. So
No,
that we
another
move on.
time. If
Yeah.
anyone wants to listen to that story, you can ask me another time. But it's a good night from me for now.
You can
Thank
always come back again, Juliet. You
Not
know this is
tonight.
your
I'm
this
going
is
to bed. It's very late.
hold on,
So I'm going to bed.
hold on. This is a platform that you can visit anytime, another time. We are
Oh yeah,
here tutakusikiza. It's only that now we need to kind
tomorrow
of move on.
night.
Now, I want us to move on from whatever was said. I mean, we can't belabor a point that has already been emphasized. Everybody who understands has already known what is supposed to be done. So can we have some progress, please? I wasn't here, whatever happened that time. Let's make progress. We have debate lines, they are there. So just address yourself to the debate lines. If you have a point to the debate line that has been given there, kindly address yourself to it. We don't want to go back to, oh, so and so should have done this should have been said. That has been settled. Let's move on. I mean, let's make progress. And in making progress, I want to give, Olara, you have been here the whole day. Njiru, tafadhali, come and give your submission. Olara, you stay there. I know you have been here the whole day. Let's Njiru kindly help us have some progress on the topic of the day. And no reference to anything. Those things that have happened, they have already been sorted. Those people have already heard. We have said, let's move on. All right, Njiru.
Okay, thank you everyone. Na wasalimu wote katika jina la Kenya. So I'm very happy to be here today. Let me first of all say that opinion polls are meant to be point of information They are not point of information and point of reference. Because whether we say opinion polls are true or false, the truth of the matter is there is somebody who is reading somewhere. That is the natural truth. There is somebody reading somewhere. So the best thing you can do is not to discredit them, is to take them and try to look at them and try to see what can you learn from them, what can you improve from them, whether true or false. It doesn't matter. They are a point of information. They are like an indicator. So yes, I know somebody might say how watu wameripo ama ni nini, but there is always something you can pick from them, whether biased or not biased. They are a point of information. They are a benchmark. Yeah, those people who have done surveys, there is something we call benchmark. It's something. It's a place where you reference your points to. So let me say today that opinion poll, which is showing that Baba is leading overall, and Baba is leading in some serious counties, and also some counties where Ruto is leading. I don't want to disagree that that is not the reality. I might disagree with the numbers, but the point of indication is correct. I would not come here and say that Ruto is leading in Kisii, Ruto is leading in Mombasa. That is not the reality. At the same time, at the present time, I would not come here and say that Ruto is not performing well, like in that Murang'a. The truth of the matter is, he is doing well there. It's a point of information. But what can we read from it? Number one, for the first time in Kenya, we are having too many undecided voters. So even if Ruto is doing well in Murang'a, we have over 20 percentage points of undecided people. So that is a place where both Baba and Ruto, and maybe, for example, to put it easily, the Baba can exploit that. So we can say, yes, Baba is below in Murang'a, but there is 20% which he can exploit, even as he also try to convince the people in Murang'a to vote for him. So what I want us here to say, to reason about, let's take this arithmetic as something which can tell you something, because I never like hearing people, like for example, the AZIMIO people will be very happy for the results in Kisii. But when results go elsewhere and we are below, we should not dismiss it. We should not say that these people have been paid. Let's say, how can we improve our results? How can we make these things better? So I disagree with the people who say that the opinion poll which matter is the election day. It is not true. Any opinion poll which is being given as early as now is telling you prepare. Like for example, the people who do exams, like KCSE, I usually see like before the KCSE comes, our newspaper try to print some questions which look like KCSE, and you can buy that newspaper and you try to attempt those questions. It doesn't mean that the exam will come in that format, but what that examination which is put in the newspaper tries to tell you is that if you cannot be able to attempt those questions, or if those questions are too difficult for you, even during the examination day, you are going to see butterflies. If you can't be able to attempt those questions, or if you cannot be able to reach there. So what I'm saying is that an opinion poll is trying to show you how the day looks like, but it is not telling you the day will remain that way. It's just trying to show you a swinging point. So personally, I will not dismiss opinion polls, and I will never, whether fake or true. It also gives you an information of how your opponent looks like. Whether your opponent wants to discourage your people, that's another thing. But the truth of the matter is, Baba is reading in Kisii, Baba is reading in Nyamira, Baba is reading in Isiolo, and Ruto is reading in Murang'a. That is a point of indication. so that you can be able to improve your numbers if you want. There is also something which I've also learned from those opinion polls. Baba has been getting 2% in Muranga in 2017 and 2013. Now, yes, the opinion poll which they are bringing, they are saying yes, 18 close to 20. Positive improvement of over 18%. The same time, UHURU got 98% in Muranga. That is UHURU. Right now, they are giving Ruto 62. Remember, the focus point is for Ruto to win this presidency, he has to maintain the numbers which Ruto got. So what is that opinion poll telling you? That opinion poll is telling you, just from a face value, without saying whether it is true or false. Number one is that Ruto has been unable to keep the numbers in Mount Kenya. That is one thing you pick. Another thing I'm picking from those polls is that Raila is doing better in Kisii than he did in 2017. That is what those numbers are telling me. Whether they are true or false, those are two things which you can easily pick from those numbers. So what I say is that Baba is doing better in Kisii, Ruto is doing bad in Mount Kenya as compared to Ruto. Remember, the verified gap by IBC in 2017 was 6%. That was the verified gap which they gave us. It was 6%, the difference between Raila and UHURU. Now we are having a over 28% reduction of Mount Kenya votes from Ruto, over 28%. So if you try to truncate that number into national numbers, we can say that is close to, let's say, 10 to 12% from national numbers. If you try to truncate 28% to national numbers. So, in other words, what I'm trying to tell you is that by looking at this opinion polls, you can pick that Mr. Ruto path to presidency has shrunk from a confidence limit of 95% to 70%, just from those numbers. Finally, let me comment about the impact of Uhuru Kenyatta in 2022 campaigns. Let me say one thing. The modern politics is that people or the sitting presidents mind of their legacy, and they will want always to affiliate with the people who are friendly to their legacy. Because remember, a presidential legacy always goes past your lifetime of your leadership, because they are the projects which will overlap the other candidates. There are some projects which are happening in Uhuru Kenyatta government which will spill over to the next government. So in the mind of Uhuru Kenyatta, he might want somebody who has that free will and goodwill to continue the projects he has already started and they are ongoing. So in his own mind, because of the conflict he has been having with Mr. Ruto, there might be some jeopardy of the projects he has initiated. I don't know if it can go into those directions, but based on the manifesto and Ruto rhetoric, there is a tendency that some projects which are already ongoing now, they might stagnate or not go through. Whereas on the other side, there is that goodwill from Baba that some of, I'm not saying all, because even Baba has his own manifesto and he has to implement. There is that goodwill that some projects might continue even during Baba time. And that is why Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta is endorsing Mr. Raila on that base, leaving the other issues constant, like solving their presidential issues of 2017 and the BBI issues, leaving those things constant. That friendliness of idea is what is making Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta bring a voice. Onto the issue whether that thing will float or not is another thing. But on human side, you will want always to support people who will build your legacy. Remember, SGR was a project in Kenya during the Kibaki's time. But you can see the fruits of SGR or the visualization of SGR has been seen during Kenyatta time. Kenyatta could have chosen not to implement SGR and go in another direction. But we can be able to say, we can now be able to connect Kenyatta and Kibaki legacy through the SGR, because SGR is now a shared dream, conceived by one person, implemented by another person. There are also some projects which have been conceived in Kenyatta regime, Kenyatta 2 regime, and they might be implemented during Odinga regime. Based on how the relationship of Kenyatta and Ruto has been, and based on the fact that also there is also a time when Kenyatta tried to stop Ruto to do to do campaign, and he never did. That is an indicator that Mr. Ruto might not do some of the projects which are in Kenyatta regime. And that is the reason why Kenyatta opts the other direction. That is from the human nature point of view. That is my presentation today. I didn't want to say much. For now, I hope Baba is cruising well. Thank you, Bzemba.
Thank you, Jill. It's surprising that the same people who trust the weatherman, who predicts using the weather information and saying it will rain, do not trust the polls. You know, a poll master is like a weatherman. You know, when you look up and you see mawingu, nasema kwamba in the next 3-4 days, you remember when I was growing up, there was one guy called Ngwata Francis on KBC. He would carry stuff and say that upande wa mashariki kutakuwa na manyunyu ya mvua. Then for some reason it doesn't rain. Was the weatherman wrong? You know, we cannot dismiss opinion polling. You are kind of shooting yourself in the foot. You can't trust the weatherman, but don't trust the opinion polling. When the weatherman says it will rain, it might not necessarily rain. And we have had times when we have had predictions about the weather, and it has not turned up the same way it was predicted. So does it mean the person was wrong? No, they gave a prediction based on certain parameters that they do. And of course, that can lead you into making decisions. How it turns on the same day does not necessarily dismiss what was being said then. I want to allow Wangira, and then I come to Olara. Wangira, you've been raising your hands for a while. A comment that you want to make, and then we move on. Kindly do not respond to anything that has taken place before I came. Let's make progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Zemba. I just want to respond to my brother Kuse and perhaps Njiru. Those are the only two guys. The rest we can leave it at bygone is bygone. Okay. Kuse, is he there or is he gone? If he's not there,
Kuse, can you put your camera nicely? We are not seeing you. Kuse, adjust your camera. We are only seeing your head.
I can hear you, Wangira. Please
you can hear me.
Oh yes, loud and clear.
You put your camera nicely, Kuse. We see your face.
Yeah, shortly.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Kuse, I want to know your stand on this new style that has been taken by Tifa, where they are now polling the strength of Raila Odinga and William Ruto from county per county. That's perhaps what I would like to know from you. And secondly, there is the issue that you have raised about Mike Mbuvi Sonko. Mike Mbuvi Sonko seems to have two issues. The issue number one, which seems to have been sorted up which seems to have been sorted by the court, was on what he claimed was the violation of his rights, because he purported that, he still had an appeal at the Supreme Court, and they were denying him an opportunity to run in Mombasa before he had exhausted his all channels of appeal. And perhaps that's what the High Court agreed on him. But remember, there's also the other area where, he was impeached, and the High Court endorsed it, and the Court of Appeal also endorsed the same appeal. So we are remaining with the Supreme Court, and I understand yesterday they started hearing that particular matter. So we are waiting to see what the Supreme Court will come up with. So I don't know if the Supreme Court ends up endorsing what the High Court and the Court of Appeal took as a stand. Then my question would be whether Sonko will remain eligible to run as Mombasa governor, or even if he ends up being elected on the 9th of August, and later on the Supreme Court decides that, he was impeached correctly, then whether that could not end up not being a ground for his removal. So it is very interesting times in the life of one Mike Mbuvi Sonko. My brother Njirum, I can't agree with you more. You've given an elaborate explanation on the meaning of these opinion polls, and especially the ones that have been done from county to county. For example, if you look at the county of Muranga, you'll discover that in the county of Muranga in 2017, Raila Odinga only managed 1.8%. If he managed 1.8% and is now doing 18% according to that poll in Muranga, and William, you are telling me that Uhuru Kenyatta got 98% in Muranga in 2017, and now William Ruto is doing 62%, then that tells you something, that Raila Odinga seems to be improving in Muranga, as William Ruto seems to be dropping in Muranga. And again, if you look at those opinion polls, I agree with you fully. For example, if you look at the county of Kisii, you'll discover that in the county of Kisii, Raila Odinga only got 55% in August 2017. And today, according to these opinion polls, if that is the projection, Raila Odinga today is doing 61%. So that tells you that Raila Odinga is improving in the county of Kisii. In the county of Kisii. If you go to the county of Nyamira, this one is a very interesting one. In the county of Nyamira, Uhuru Kenyatta defeated Raila Odinga, because in the county of Nyamira, Uhuru Kenyatta got something like 53% of the votes cast in 2017 against Raila Odinga 46%. So now if you look at the way things are behaving in Nyamira, Ruto is only doing around 26% against against Raila Odinga at 58%. So these are indicators, and for anybody who is observing these opinion polls, they are also the reason why William Samoei Ruto is reacting in the manner that he's reacting. William Samoei Ruto seems to be reading into these opinion polls, as most of you people dismiss them. Yesterday we saw William Samoei Ruto run to Kisii. He was in Kisii yesterday, he was in Nyamira yesterday, and he was in Migori yesterday. Ask yourself, why did William Ruto run into 3 counties within one day? Because he had discovered that, things in Nyamira, things in Kisii, things in Migori are not what he thinks they could be for him. So for anybody who is dismissing opinion polls, in this particular matter, is doing that at his own oblivion. Anybody should perhaps use these opinion polls to gauge himself, to see whether he will do better or do worse. Just like the way Njin was said, I have a son who will be doing KCPE at the end of the year, and I always look at the marks he got. Every time they do like three exams. So in the first exam, I always look at what he gets, the second exam, then the third exam. And that will give me a rough figure of the number of marks he's likely to make at the end of the year when he sits for KCP. So dismissing opinion polling in the manner that I've heard perhaps my sister Juliet do, is not very, very healthy for any person who is in competitive politics in this country. And I think William Ruto is doing better because he has understood that according to this opinion polls, as much as he's dismissing them at face value, he has discovered that, if I don't do something and if I don't work harder, then I'm likely to do even much poorer. And the reason why you are seeing him run into 3 counties in one day, let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Thank you, Angira. Thank you, Angira, for that. Before I bring Kuse and others, Olara has been having some burning issue. And Olara, kindly next time don't smoke when you're on the screen, okay? We want to maintain some kind of nice. So ukismoke tunakubani kutoka parliament. Hii parliament yetu ni kali sana.
Kwani
Okay?
amefanya hivyo leo?
Amesmoke akiwa kwa screen lakini ilinipita tu nikaona akinini.
Tumemuona.
Aache hivyo, anaweza toka kwa screen alafu arudi, because sasa hiyo ni siku 3 in a row. It is not fair.
So Olara, kindly, when you're on the screen, kindly, there are 2 things. I mean 3 things. Don't come on the screen naked. Umevaa nini, umekuja na nini, do not come on the screen naked. 2, kindly do not smoke or take alcohol, kinywaji ukiwa kwa screen. We try to encourage people to come on the screen when they are fairly able to express themselves in a way that they can be understood. That means that kuja na nini, kama uko na shughuli nyingi, toka tu kwa screen, excuse yourself and then come back. We want to maintain the standard of the viewership. We don't want to make it look like it's a joke. I mean, that's why we are saying that kindly let's maintain that standard. Thank you, Olara. Now it's your time. Say whatever has been banning you. Go ahead.
Asanteni sana. Mimi sina kitu ya ban, and for you, Themba, Njiru is the only one panelist who's been taking me out of the screen all the time. I don't know what he's saying or smoking or looking at. Lakini we can continue for. I've been here with all the other guys here. We've been here. We've been contributing politely. Kama pengine Mr. Njiro na shida na mimi, nitatoka saizi paka atoke. I will not contribute anytime because he's the only one who took me out of the screen. He's the only one who took me out of the screen. Lakini because we love Mutembei so much, I'll just recuse myself to submit while he's alive. Let him continue with his show. I will be listening at the background.
Olara, you are leaving. You are refusing to address 359 people because of one person. Olara, you are better than that. You
okay, let me do that. I'll come back to the real pursuing. We've been discussing this opinion poll, and opinion poll is not something to be discussed. In fact, it's something to be looked at. Then you take what you take from it, as Mr. Njiru have said. Njiru presented a very credible insight into opinion polls. Opinion polls is not politics. Opinion polls has never been politics. And as we celebrate as AZIMIO here, we don't care about the opinion polls. We can just celebrate it. Because I think all of us here, we've been working our backside off for longest. We've been here. If opinion polls conclude that we are projecting well, then it's well again. And we've been here before the opinion poll came in. And what is determining the opinion poll has not been opinion poll. It's what we've been speaking around here. This country has never had tribalism. It has always had a corruption. This country, when I was growing up, I think the oldest face here could be Bob or somebody else. During that time, as I was growing up, my mother didn't take me to dispensary. He just said me, go there. He just said me, go there. And we had that yellow pad. Then your name is there when you are born. Then they can just track your vaccination. Then maybe you have a small problem with your stomach. You went back to a city council. City council can solve your problem. And this is where I think UHURU Kenyatta wants to take the country back to, because he never projected his politics, not unless he saizi ni hiyo NMS hospitals. Our days were those old colonial dispensary. We call them dispensary. Even anyone who's old enough can know a dispensary. A dispensary is where your first health clinic started. Sasa mliongea mambo huyu kijana with a lot of money anaitwa Governor Mike Sonko. Hiyo projection pia ilimproject his being a factor. Sasa kama what I spoke before, including the dispensaries, including that, you cannot replace it with a Sonko rescue team. You have to have a structured, progressive, and focused program, not politics, program. Aje URA, aje Jubilee, aje UDA, aje ODM, aje nani, aje hiyo alliances after that. If we don't have that in place, I think whatever the projections we're doing here is wrong. The real projection is we've been divided as a political unit, and for longest, we've been talking about Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya, Mount Kenya. No, Mount Kenya is just a projection of politics. That politics meant tribalism, meant lack of services, meant other stuff you can mention in your localities, what you're losing now. Sasa, saizi, Uhuru alisema kitu moja, I was lenient on corrupt. Amesema exactly, yeah, corrupt. Na Uhuru akifungua, hakuwa anafungua another Jubilee office, hakuwa anafungua another UDA office, alikuwa anafungua hospitali. Na in fact, that hospital was inhabited with some mothers who are delivering and having services. Sasa ile kitu amesema, ningisema tuendelee na hiyo ama tuendelee na hiyo nyingine, I think the panelists should always focus on that. That is a big political point. Na tulikuwa tumeongea hapa na Bob na kina wengine na hata huo tuliongea kwamba we don't have tribalism. Hiyo ukiendapo hapo alipofungua hiyo the latest one alifungua Mr. Uhuru, ungepata wamama wa kabila uko hapo, utapata wamama wetu wote, sisi wote, the parents here, our mothers who are being served respectfully, and they are paying a fee which is recognized, which is affordable, and which is humane. Humane. Ukienda kutoa mtoto kwa tumbo, usikatwe na Nairobi Hospital. Last time I saw a very expensive CS there. They are charging almost 300,000. Ukienda Kenyatta.
Clara, you want to summarize?
I'm summarizing. You're not focusing, you guys. I want the parents to focus on what UHURU is doing. Is reducing the cost of your healthcare. That's why he's very passionate. He canceled all these big four stupid things. He just wanted to basics. Now basics ile Kenyatta alituachia basic. We have dispensaries. Na moja alisaidia kidogo watoto wakapata maziwa na tulikuwa na functional council schools. Ukiambia ulipi. Mimi nimesoma kwenye council na most of you went through the same system. Na kama this is what NMS means, let it be. We don't care about Sakaja's debate. We don't care about the polling stations. We have to have structural government. And structural government means services are paid for by the taxpayers. Pesa inachukuliwa na serikali, president mwenyewe anasema hiyo pesa iende ifanye kazi. Na pesa ikifanya kazi inasaidia kila mtu.
Thank you, Lara.
Unajua utanisukuma saizi.
Thank
na
you.
Wangila, okay, nimekatwa kwa sababu najua Ngiro kwa hapa anaendelea kwa.
Thank you. Olara, do not allow yourself. It is Martin Luther King Jr. who said, do not allow someone to bring you so low so as to hate them. When you get yourself to a point where you are thinking that now you hate someone or you think someone is so bad, don't want to see them, you are pulling yourself so low. That is what Martin Luther King Jr. said, and I agree with that. This platform, like I said, Olara, there are 300 plus people who listen to you, not just Themba. So you may not like Themba, that when I come here and or when Jiro comes and you disappear, but you are denying more people an opportunity to listen to you. So there's one person that you may not like, but there are 300 people who want to hear you. So you need to consider the 300 people, forget about the one person that you think doesn't like you. And here, we are here not necessarily to like each other. We are here to give our views. You don't have to like someone. You don't have to like me as Themba. I don't have to like you, but I have to when I'm here, I need to listen to the content of what is in your mind. Liking or not is for
I came back and submitted.
In fact, I usually say that
people
wait,
listen to my submissions.
Wait, Olara.
I submitted.
Hold on.
Just confirm
Hold on, Olara. I usually say liking and whatever things, those are businesses that unapeleka kwa nyumba. Your wife and kids. Wacha mpendane na vitu kama hizo. Tukikuja hapa, bring the content of you. Wait, Olara, you are talking and I'm talking. Yeah, bring the content of what you want us to hear. Hizo stories zingine mingi tuache, tusikize mtu na ile point analeta. Hizo vitu zingine zote tupeleke mbali. And remember, we have people. There are 300 kusewa kiongea si Themba tu anasikia, not just the 10 people. We have 320 right now, 327 people watching. So ukiamua tio unatoka kwa sababu ya Njiru, you have denied people an opportunity to listen to your thoughts. So let's focus. Let's maintain the focus. That's all. Maintain the focus. Stay focused. Hiyo tu. Now I want to listen to Zuri Tech and then I bring in Joshua Mark.
Nashukuru sana. Leo sina drama, sina mambo mengi. Kitu ya kwanza ni kushukuru Julia, much respect. Vile umehandle kitu yote before Themba come in. Much respect. Umeprove kitu yenye sikuwa najua. The other thing ni ati Mama Selina amelala. Nashangaa. Okay. hiyo si biashara yangu. The other thing ni Olara, mtu akikuonea we ni jamaa, usichukue kitu personal. We ni jamaa, pumua na iishe. We ni jamaa, usijilinganishe na mtu. Olara, mtu akikwambia kitu yoyote ni saa, usijilinganishe na mtu, ni saa. The other thing ni ati Azimio, mimi niko ndani ya Azimio. Nimeona comments zingine but niko ndani Azimio mbele na support Martha na roho yangu yote. Yeah, sina mambo ya kusema. Ni hivyo. Ni hayo, tunashukuru.
Okay, thank you. Joshua Mark, you are a new entrant. Kindly give your views, then watu wamekaa hapa sana wakianza kuongea ndio nianze nisikie what Kuseo has to say. Joshua Mark, tafadhali.
Yes sir, habari yako Tifa?
Niko fresh barida. Wanasema hivyo pale Kanairo, niko fresh barida.
Yes. So I just have a submission. Kidogo tu, sio sana. Let's start na what is in the ambaye ina scroll hapo chini hapo hivyo. Raila taking a lead. And this was done with 5 counties. And out of those 5 counties, the only county that Raila missed because of 5 counties was Murang'a. But the remaining, Raila was taking a lead. And ukiangalia kwa one of the newspaper ya jana, daily newspaper jana, Raila walisemekana kuwa we have 10 counties that will decide who will win this election. But ukiangalia kwa those 10 counties, some of them ziko hapa ndani hapa hivi when I saw those lists. And then also we have Mombasa. They were saying Mombasa, Isiolo, Nyamira, Bungoma, Trans Nzoia. They mentioned so many counties, which if indeed that is what they are going with them, then Raila was won this election, because they were saying that the remaining counties, Ruto, Raila Nazake, Raila Nazake na Ruto Nazake, they're almost tying up. But these 10 counties will decide. So when I look, when I saw out of 5 counties, already Raila has an upper hand in those 4 out of those 5 counties. I'm sure Raila will take a big lead in this election. Sometimes I wonder, people are saying that to tend a runoff. And I'm telling them that Wajakoya cannot force a runoff. Wajakoya cannot force a runoff in this election. Wajakoya hana any influence. Maybe kama Kalonzo angesimama, then you could have said, yeah, assume Kalonzo angesimama, Mudavadi pia angesimama, then hapo ndio kulikuwa na some sort of worry. But Wajakoya cannot command so that we have a rerun in this election. I don't think. So Raila will win with the landslide, and hopefully, I'm sure that the only thing that we need to do is to come out and vote. Now, I want to talk about IBC. IBC, they were interviewed yesterday. But when I was watching the interview, Chebukati was asked so many questions that they didn't come out clear and answer this question. Now, more they were asked about the issue of the claim that Ruto came with, that there were 1 million strong registered voter from his stronghold has been transferred to another police station. And he was asked, how did Ruto knew about this information? Because Ruto is not working in ABC. But, Chebukati was not clear, because you remember they also admitted that there were some people who infiltrated the system and some of the staff who did this issue. But they were being asked that how did Ruto knew that there are 1 million East stronghold were transferred. But then later, Chebukati is saying that there were only 5,000. There were only 5,000 who their names were transferred. So I was wondering that this information, he has been keeping quiet with it. So he could just answer it yesterday when he was asked. And then the way he was answering, he was not sure whether he know what he's answering or he doesn't know, because he was answering as if there's something that he's trying to hide. And then there was also an issue that we were asked about him meeting with Wetangula. But you remember very well that he tried to dodge about this question. He was trying to say that the commissioner and people, staff who are working in IBC, they're being profiled. So instead of answering yes or no, he was trying to say that you are being profiled. He understand. And before, when he was asked, tell us, have you ever met with Wetangula? The question he asked that is here or where? He was told that anywhere, kwake nyumbani, because I was wondering kwa nini anakaa anauliza kama ni Nairobi ama ni nyumbani. He was asked kwake nyumbani, and then he didn't come out clear and answer this question. He tried to hang around na anajaribu kudodge hivi na hivyo, and then akasema kuwa I understand the commissioner will profile, the staff of IBC will profile, and then he went ahead and said that the same time like this is when Msando, I don't know, he was trying to say that it's very risky. And then another question that also shocked me, when CEO Marjan Hussein Marjan, he was also asked about the company that will be going to provide us with the Kim's kit. And then he was asked, are you aware that this county also in some countries, they claim that the system cannot infiltrate the system, and they were told that there are some countries like Philippines where the system was infiltrated and was hacked. And then in Uganda also, they tried to use the same system. It failed and they revert to manual system. Marjan Hussein, he was like, he didn't know about this information. He was telling people, no, I don't know anything about this. Maybe this you just got it from the internet. And then he's saying that, no, we cannot answer that. Maybe the company to answer for us. So when we're doing outsourcing for any service, you must look at so many issues, whether they are false or they're lies, and you must ask because I'm sure that you cannot just give a contract to a company that you are not aware whether it bangle unless you somewhere. So he was saying that no, I cannot answer that. We thought that maybe this question already they have also answered. Asked this question to the company. So he was shocked about what was being asked. And then the issue also, another issue that also shocked me was the issue of Sonko. When they were asked, they were like divided. Chebukati will say that they're going ahead to print papers. They cannot wait about ABC to decide. And then when Hussein was asked, he said that no, we have an issue in court. And before Chebukati said that they're not going to appeal in the Supreme Court, but Hussein Marjan said no, we are going to appeal in court, and they're going to decide we are going to decide after the verdict from the Supreme Court. So the question that they were asked was whether about a manual register, there's nothing they managed to answer. So me, I'm just worried with IBC, because if we cannot answer simple questions that are being asked in a public television, simple questions are being asked, there was not a single question that they answered. So I'm just worried whether this election will be free and fair. But for benefit of doubt, let's just give it a benefit of doubt. But I'm just requesting Raila to come out strongly and have a strong agent in all those polling stations. Like all polling stations here in Kenya, let Raila have a strong agent. It's known as adopt a polling station. That they came with that issue in 2017, but it didn't work well. This time, can they come with a serious adopt a polling station? All polling stations might be adopted so that we can have a strong surveillance about what's going on here. And then on the issue of Sonko, Sonko has been clear, but today, I said yesterday that they are moving to court. Today we are going to hear the verdict of the Supreme Court. But if in any case Sonko will be cleared to run Mombasa governorship, I'm just worried. Sonko is a populist. And a populist is someone who can just come and he pretend to be helping. Like the other time when Sonko alipoingia Mombasa, Sonko alienda Makadara Muchari, and Sonko paid the bill ya kila mtu ambaye yuko pale hivyo. You see, and you just imagine if you're one of the bereaved and mtu amekuja akakulipia butchery, I mean muchari bill, aka offer transport ya kupeleka body nyumbani. You know sometimes you being that you are desperate, akili yako inakimbia kwa this is the person. So with that kind of behavior, like that's what he did 2017. We had a Sonko rescue team. He could just come in and asaidia mwanamke anafanya nini anafanya. So those kind of things, Sonko is a good mobilizer, and he knows how to joke with the mind of people. So to me, I know some people are trying to say that no, Nasir will just take a upper lead in Mombasa County, but let us be careful, because to me, I think Sonko is a good mobilizer, and for you to win an election, you need to be a good mobilizer. Sonko can come, he can be a good mobilizer, he can have followers. Like the other time, alipoenda kwa rally, like the other time, he was chased away for you, Raila AZIMIO. So after that, Sonko can be chased away, and then this can really bring a voter apathy in what Baba or watch say, no, if this is what's happening, then they're going to democracy. We don't have a democracy, and then they can try to shy away or not vote, or they may decide to vote for Ruto. So the entry of Sonko, we cannot just rubbish off that Sonko hawezi shinda this election. Probably he can just win this election, but to me, I still know that kijana wa Nasir has a upper hand. But I know Sonko a little bit has treated. He has treated the arithmetic for kijana wa Nasir. I'm sure that kijana wa Nasir is now a little bit amogopa kidogo. And then on Uhuru on the offensive with AZIMIO, yes, Uhuru is clear. Uhuru is very clear. And I remember when Uhuru joined hand with Raila 2018, watu walisema kuwa Uhuru anamchezea Raila, ikifika 2022 he'll jump and mwache Raila. But I've seen Uhuru is consistent in his word. Since 2018, Uhuru is consistent. And this tells you that Uhuru has something that he has known about Ruto. And he just want to help Kenyans. He just want to help poor citizens. Because after all, Uhuru is rich. Uhuru is a billionaire. One of the only richest people in Kenya is Uhuru Kenyatta. Raila Odinga is also a billionaire. So when people have come and they want to help you, and then you are employed, you are employed person, you are running up and down, you can't even afford a food on the table. You are running that, you're claiming that Raila and Uhuru, there's something that they want to hide, and they want to. You see, sometimes I wonder with Kenyans. So you're being told with the person they have always been working with, that this person is my friend. However much is my friend, however much this is my friend, but I know his character. I have worked with him. This man is a thief. And Uhuru has been saying categorically that he's a thief. So I want to urge Kenyan citizens, whether in diaspora or here in Kenya, that kindly listen to what President is telling us, that this is not a right person to lead this country. Let's come out in large number so that we can save this country, because we are going to save this country only through our vote. So let's come out in large number. We vote out and strongly block Ruto not to take power of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joshua. Let me hear Kuseo, and then I bring in Adams to give his submission. Kuseo, you had a burning issue. I give you 2 minutes.
Oh, well, thank you, Demba. I just wanted to respond to the issue raised by Wangira, and then there is the issue of Uhuru and his one vote. Uhuru had told us that hiyo vote yake moja alafu ata convince Margaret na watu wengine watatu wawili ni sawa tu. Lakini you have seen what he has been doing of late, actually pulling a lot of support for AZIMIO, and for me, I think that is what has really annoyed the DP this much. But as fate will have it, sometimes this is not the time you have a slip of the tongue. You know, the DP, since he talked about the slap, he went publicly repeating it all over wherever he was going. Lakini hii ya Wamalwa nimeona kama amekuwa mute. It's gone quiet. And remember, the pollsters were trying to say that Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, they mentioned, I think, 11 counties, which they, according to them, are swing counties. So Bungoma is one of them, Trans Nzoia is one of them. Now, to just respond to what Wangira was saying, you see, what is in the law under, I think it is Article. First of all, I want to pick up from what Chebukati was trying to say, that our Chapter 6 has not so far, since it was introduced in the Constitution as...
Hold on. You have only 2 minutes. Can you execute in 2 minutes? Kindly, because we want to move on.
I've already moved to the Wangira.
Zuri, hold on. Why are you talking? First.
I've already moved to the Wangira case, which means I'm on the last leg.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I was saying that one of the issues that Chebukati tried to dwell with was Chapter 6. So he says that the Constitution introduced a very good chapter in Chapter 6, but unfortunately, our parliamentarians have deliberately made sure the legislation around this to implement the Chapter 6 are very weak. So you remember, for example, what the commission, the National Integration Commission, cohesion, has been, it came up with a list of the people they consider to be hate speakers and the like, a list which they obtained from EAC. But because of the weak legislation, Chebukati cannot implement the same. Now, the issue around Sonko is being tackled under Article 75, under Article 93, and Article 193. Under Article 75 is the one which deals with the impeachment. Now, it is, I think, for the constitutional makers to put impeachment on its own, they had a reason for it. So this time around, they have put the 190, 93 is the one which deals with the convicted people in court, especially MPs. So in other words, if you are convicted and you have appealed and you are convicted for less than 6 months, then you can still contest a seat. There is no, the Constitution is quiet when it comes to Article 75 as far as that is concerned. Now, the challenge here is that Sonko used this to pursue his case. So he went through the High Court, he was turned down. He cannot, under the impeachment law. Then he went to the Court of Appeal, again he lost. So now the matter is in the Supreme Court. Under the 93, it says that if you have appealed, you are free to contest. And that is actually what took Sonko to court. Now, the Court of Appeal, so the High Court had blocked Sonko. But interestingly, now there comes in another High Court. They are trying to rely on that Sonko has a pending appeal, so he should be allowed to contest. Now, that is what is before the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court, when they deliver it tomorrow, it will either seal Sonko's case or it will give him a lifeline. But the truth is that it is now we are now going to have a case in the law which can form precedents for future judgments. I think Wangira, that was the case I was dealing with.
Thank you, Kusai. Let's listen to Adams. Adams, kindly give your submission.
Thank you so much.
Adams, vipi? Siku mingi sana. Vipi?
Niko poa. You're talking to me as if you know me. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate all of you. I just want to say a little bit about what's going on. About the opinion polls. The opinion polls are trending positively on the AZIMIO side. And personally, I don't doubt them. My only concern is, this country used to be divided into 8 traditional regions. We have 8 traditional regions. So if that is something to go by, if we can just put aside the 47 counties that we have presently, the Western region, yes, Raila is leading there, but the presidential vote is not at a good percentage, as it has always been traditionally. The presidential vote in Western Kenya has reduced. And I think, I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't want to say it's because of Ruto, because Raila has always contested with people who are more furious and powerful than Ruto himself. So I think something needs to be done. I don't know, that is why they say Trans Nzoia and Goma has turned into being a swing vote, swing counties, areas. Maybe that one has an effect, but I sense danger in the Western Kenya. It's not going to be a defeat, but the percentage of presidential vote is not where it's supposed to be. I've heard people talking about Sonko's case here, but in my own opinion, I don't think the Supreme Court will do much about Sonko's case. I think maybe the judgment might be passed due to a technicality in law, and most likely they may just let Sonko be. So on the higher percentage, I think they will just let Sonko be. They will just let him go ahead and vie. So maybe what we can talk about now is the matrix, how it's gonna be down there at the coast. Like we said yesterday, is gonna be a tough race for the gubernatorial candidates. Even though Abdul Swamad Nasir is still ahead slightly, but Sonko's entry is going to complicate issues. But I don't think Sonko is going to win, though. He's a populist, just like Joshua said, and that is his politics. But one thing we must acknowledge here, Mr. Kuseo, you must acknowledge something with Sonko. Ever since day one, when Sonko came from nowhere into the Kenyan politics, he has never lost an election. You guys must know that. Ever since from day one, when he came to the limelight, political limelight, he has never lost a single election. And yeah, that it is what it is. You're laughing, it is what it is. And
Vifaranga.
Every time, Vifaranga is a thing of yesterday. It's not from the beginning. That's the thing of yesterday. It never used to be there. It just popped up 2017. It wasn't there. And ever since when Sonko vies, there is always controversy. He's a controversial politician from day one up to tomorrow. And he has never lost an election. All factors considered, positive and negative, crooks and hook, and fairness, all manner of things, sum them together. He has never lost an election. That one does not mean that I'm saying that he's going to win Mombasa. And that one does not mean that I'm supporting him. No, he's not my cup of tea. And I don't want him to win Mombasa. But the fact is, since he entered this political scene, he has never lost an election. That's the truth. So it's going to be a tough deal down there at the coast. So you Coastarians, you need to think twice. About I don't want to say much about opinion polls. I think opinion polls are doing well, and unless something needs to be done. But I was shocked with Moranga. Moranga, I saw some polls with putting it at 18%. I don't know. I have a feeling that that's a bit low. I was expecting maybe 20 and above. 18 is a bit low, but I'm not from there. But maybe that is the reality from the ground. I don't know. But I'm impressed with Kisii region, both Nyamira and Kisii itself. Yeah, they recorded high numbers, which is a good thing. And so is the Trans Nzoia, which is also a good thing. And by the way, it was Julia here and who? Julia, I remember you were saying something about what is that guy? The guy who wrote a letter. Is it Moranga County? Yeah, it was Moranga County.
KENYATTA.
Yeah, KENYATTA. The KENYATTA versus Jamle Kamau. When I saw the opinion poll today, I was shocked. That guy beat Jamle Kamau by far. He's at 60s and Jamlek is at 18. That is something is a shocker because to me, I thought Jamlek Kamau is a man of the people, like he's really rocking the ground. So I'm not making any judgment. I'm just going by that opinion poll, nothing else. So my point is that opinion poll shocked me. I didn't expect. I thought it's gonna, even if KENYATTA is ahead, maybe with 5, something less than 10, but I saw a difference of more than 30%. That is something else. It's not easy to bridge that with 20 days. Finally, I just want to say, I watched this show. I've been watching the show for the last 2 hours. I was busy, but I was watching. I just want to say that we, as Kenyans, we are the people. We are the world. We are the Kenyan world. We are the citizens. We are the people. We can make it happen. Let us come together as one and make this happen. And let peace be among us, accompanied by mutual respect and understanding. Thank you so much. God bless.
Big up Adams. Ndo maana nilikusalimia. You're so wise. Big up Adams.
Thank you.
I want to bring in Julia Menyamaza, but we also want to start taking our closing. At least today it's been a roller coaster, but we are glad we have been having this going on. Maybe one more round so that we can start taking our closing. I'll start with Julia. Come to Njiru, Kuseo. It's not closing, just one more round of any thoughts process that you think you had left out and you want to highlight. And then now we'll start taking our closing remarks later. So Julia, come in.
Okay, thank you, Demba. I just want to respond to Mr. Adams. I think those polls, if you look at the sample size of the polls, I think something like 1,500 people. So if you go to Murang'a County and take 1,500 people, where we still think that majority of the people are pro the DP, chances that you get that kind of a polling, 20% for the other side. But I think if you now decide to do like 100,000, like 200,000, I think the sample percentage will increase and it will tend to 30. So what I think about the real picture about Murang'a County and Mount Kenya region is about Baba and even Jubilee could be tending to 30 to 40. That is what the real picture is likely to be when the elections come. And if we get surprises, may tend to 50. Those are surprises. So that's why even now we see the picture for Baba on the other side, we see 52%. But really, you people, if you look logically, if we decide to vote, we decide to kupiga kura leo, and Baba is leading in most of the counties, I think he'll range above 60. He'll not do a 52. So the percentage, I think, is smaller because of the sample size. For instance, now we just 6 people. If you do some sampling here, you're likely to read 100% Baba. But that is not true that Baba is having 100%, but it's because we are just very few. But the bigger the sample size you take, I think the bigger the difference with the percentages. That's how I look at it. So if you take 1,500 people and you're talking about Murang'a County, and where the majority people are still thought to be pro Ruto, then I think we're not surprised you have 18%. Actually, I agree with you that Jubilee is having an uphill task, but they may pull one or two surprises here and there in Mount Kenya region. But what we want, I'm not feeling bad about it, because what we want is to eat into Ruto's votes. And because Kenyatta got 98%, and Ruto now is talking about 60 and all that, that is really dangerous for him in Mount Kenya region. So as long as he doesn't get that 98%, as long as we reduce his votes even to 65%, that is good enough for Baba. If we reduce Ruto to 60% in Mount Kenya region, that is just wonderful for Baba. That will be a done deal for Baba. And you know what is also happening in this thing? The more people, the rest of the Kenya sees, somebody was arguing earlier here that, no, I think it's in the Mount Kenya forum, that they are not seeing the effect of mother with the women. It is not mother with the women. It is a opinion people form when they think that for once there are people in Mount Kenya region supporting Raila. You know, for once, you know, the opinion shapers like, wow, you mean there are members of parliament walking around campaigning for Baba in Mount Kenya region? Wow, you mean there are people willing to vote for Baba in Mount Kenya region? That opinion is flowing to the rest of the country. It will be like, no. If there are people who want to vote for Baba in Mount Kenya region, we are going to this train. That's what is happening. So even now, as you say, 52%, you people carry to the bank, Baba will get 60 to 65 and above % overall. That is what he's gonna get, because these opinions is translating to other people who were not thinking that Baba, you know, Baba has vied for several times. And I think taking mother was a good thing, because now it brought another picture. You know, people before were like, amesimama na Kalonzo, sijui amesimama na nani, kwani amesimama mara ngapi? You know, that is why Ruto was feeling so arrogant, was acting so arrogant, like, huyu baba amesimama mara ngapi, kwani anafikiria sasa hivi atanishinda. You know, alikuwa anapika kifua yake. He was feeling like Uhuru, but he didn't know by Uhuru simply just saying, I'm not supporting you, that was damaging him. And I also think why Baba is going to get that percentage and a bigger percentage in Mount Kenya region. I know now the people who have made up their minds to support Baba are so aggressive. They have simply made up their minds, and they wake up very early to vote for Baba because they want to prove a point. But these people who are saying hatutaki Raila, unajua ukiwapigia simu, Adams, unataka Raila ama Ruto? Ama uko kwa Jubilee, ama uko kwa Azimio, ama uko kwa Azimio, ama uko kwa UDA. You know, wako na hasira, sitaki Azimio. So that's the response they're likely to say. But now you see, they are somewhere torn between. They can see Ruto losing. So those same people who are saying they will not support Baba, one thing, many of them will not come out to vote because they are frustrated. They are very frustrated. I know the people I was speaking with previously, some of them changed and they are with me on the same side. Others, because they are very close relatives, very close. Kama maybe my mama's sister, that's my real auntie, because she's very close to me and she values my relationship with her. So she's so mad about it that she won't talk about it. So the last thing she told me, she'll not waste her time coming out to vote. Unaona, she's so mad about what has happened. She's so mad that Ruto is losing. But because I'm her niece, she doesn't want to offend me, to tell me, siwezi pigia Raila kura, but she'll not come out even vote for that Ruto. Because she's so mad. Her candidate is losing. So that's the behavior in Mount Kenya region. So don't be surprised that Baba tends to 40, even and pulls a surprise turning to 50. Because the pro-Ruto people are now very frustrated. The only thing, I don't know how Jubilee is going to perform, but I think there will be a few surprises here and there with independent candidates pulling a fast one. So that's how I see it. And them no need to get frustrated. Good, there are signs of good tidings. That's my take, Themba.
Okay, thank you, Julia. We are not adding more people, so kindly those who are trying to come on, poleni, tuko katika dakika za mwisho za kufunga, so we don't usually add people to us apart from the normal surprises like normal suspects like one Bob Papa ambaye wanga analetwa hapa na the ex wake Mise ambao pia ako na interest hapa na Christine ambaye pia hao ndio wanakuwa watu ambao tuna wengine. Tafadhali tukutane kesho.
Temper, that is rigging.
I mean the world over, the world over there's rigging. So yeah,
Hapana kusema kuna watu na maliza huo msemo. Kuna watu.
Some people are more watu than others. Eh?
No, why did Jesus choose only 12 disciples and the world had so many people? So
actually Jesus was so biased. Eh?
Yeah, he just came, he was going somewhere, anachagua mmoja, anamwambia wewe nifuate. Akaenda kwa fisherman akachagua Simon Peter, na kuna fishermen wengi waliachwa huko, so it's also biblical. Yeah, so it's okay. Inaitwa you know the sense of building a social capital. You can positively rig. Yeah, so tuna wale tunaingiza, so usije tutakuingiza tafadhali. Wewe ndeto enda. Acha tulete huyu jamaa at least hawa ndio watu wa kufunga show. Kuna wengine hatuwataki hapa kabisa.
At least atatuimbia kungu. He still owes me kungu.
Yeah, we have people that normal suspects ambao tunawataka saizi saa ya jioni. We don't bring all the people ambao wako hapa. So I want to allow Njiru kindly give your comments before I go to Kusel.
Okay, I still want to talk about the opinion polls. You know, there is one thing which people, and I think people are not getting here. You know, let me speak about this thing of Muranga in specific. You know, when you are doing an opinion poll, yeah, there is that number, the N, there is the target group and other things. But let's think for a minute. Who are some of the Baba voters in Muranga? Who are some? I'm not saying all. Who are some of the Baba voters in Muranga? Some of Baba voters in Muranga, it will be very difficult for you to meet them, even to interview them. Because who are they? They could be farmers. Somebody is in a farm. They could be business owners. Mtu akona duka yake pale na maybe this opinion they are not going. Could be a business person in an office somewhere. They could be, might be somebody working somewhere. So business people, you have to agree with me. Some of these places where we do the opinion polls could be like in a market joint, in a border station, places maybe Mongedo where some idle guys are seated. So that one could be also a conference. I'm not saying that those people are not important in the data point, but what I want to say is that there is a hidden number which can contribute to Baba votes because of the complexity of some of the people who are also supporting Baba in the Central. Also, owing into the fact that because of that verifying of some people, maybe because of that animosity, sometimes maybe somebody might say, let's say you might say that you are Baba somebody. Some people might also even cheat. They might even say, because maybe you are, and then you see we have the silent majority and also some people who are also very violent. Maybe that opinion poll, as it is being done, there are some violent people there. So you might tend also to say somebody who you will not vote for. So that's why I'm saying this opinion poll in Muranga, I don't want to doubt it, but it is complex. There is a hidden number which we might not get there. And to me, I want to say that Baba number, if I was the one who was doing that opinion poll, I would still add 12% to it because of the complexity of getting Baba voters in Central. That complexity, I hope somebody can be able to visualize it. The other thing which I also wanted to comment about is what will happen during the voting day and what might change to these numbers also. Remember, during the voting day, you have also to mobilize your own voters, either side. That means it either both the AZIMIO and the KKA. And in some places, there are those people who might also want to be facilitated to reach in the polling station. I'm not saying that is what will happen, but naturally we always see people mobilizing their own voters to reach into the polling station. Again, it will depend. And we always know that mobilization also depends with the people who are supporting you, the goodwill of the people who you have in the area. So we have also to bring that one into consideration. So what is the weight of the people supporting you in that area? And I can tell you, Baba voters will easily be mobilized to the polling station. They have that goodwill. And there is also a likelihood that Ruto might miss some voters because of an ease of mobilization of that day. I don't want to explain now because of the goodwill of the people who you have. Because remember, some of the people who are supporting the deputy president in Mount Kenya, some of them, they don't have capacity to mobilize individually. So that is the technicality which is there, and I hope somebody can be able to visualize. Or said that way is that an opinion poll is an indicator to show improvement and to show you direction. But I can tell you, Baba will outperform this opinion poll. But the most positive thing about it, there is a 1,000% increase, whereas there is a reduction of over 25, not even over 20, of over that 5% from the deputy president. Can this 35% be recouped in Luyaland, where he is abusing their children? That is a question. Can it be recouped in Taita Taveta and in Mombasa, where they are having the issues of land, that like that issue of the critical land? So that is the question. But what we need to understand is that there is redistribution of numbers, there is loss of numbers, but Baba is gaining more. And that goodwill of critical people in Central will make Baba get more votes in Central, and a critical number which will make him get the needed votes to win this election. Thank you, Deba.
Thank you so much, Njiru. Kuseo, your views before we start closing remarks later. Now we are not admitting people. Tuna admit only the following. Wale wanajaribu kukuja hapa. Only the following people will be admitted if they come.
Temba won't work.
Ngoja kidogo. The people will admit if they come is Bob, Papa, Christine, na Mise. Hao wengine, please, let's meet tomorrow. In the show tomorrow. The show continues kesho. Thank you. Kuseo.
What I can add is that sometimes you can spend so much time on the opinion polls like that, trying to see what is not obvious, when unfortunately those were the original opinion polls. The current opinion polls are normally done by certain strategies, hidden agendas. As much as you want to use them, you should also be cognizant of what exactly is the hidden agenda. Some of the opinion polls are known for that. So even as you study them, don't take them on face value. Then secondly, naturally, you expect that the opinion polls will shape the gains a candidate has made and the losses a candidate has made. If you look at the previous opinion polls and compared with the recent ones, Baba has had tenfold of additions and things which would make the opinion polls go up. Why should they go in the reverse? That is very, very suspect. On the other hand, DP has had all these issues. Remember this slapping the president and the whatever, which are just the same week these things were happening. Do you want to tell us that these things will have no impact? They should. Remember that calabash, the calabash which was broken. Where was it broken? Was it not Murang? Julia, I think you can remember. Where was the calabash broken? On the two heads for Baba and Mama.
In Kirinyaga.
Or it was in Kirinyaga, which are just neighbors to Muranga. Now, it may not have much, but definitely that needs to be reflected there in the opinion polls. What you have seen, the DP's rating has been going down. If you see an opinion poll trying to show otherwise, ask yourself why. Ask yourself why. And then secondly, Muranga is where the biggest support, I think, even in resources for Baba and Karua is coming from. Do you think those opinion polls could actually be relied on? Personally, I don't think so. Remember, the opinion poll before this one had rated Baba at what? 31. Would you believe it? In Muranga. Now, he has had advantages since that time, which should actually push the 31 up. Now, all the way now, it has gone to 18. Think twice. How is it possible? How is it possible? And since then, the DP has been just having negative issues against him. What are the opinion polls then trying to tell us? Then secondly, the sample frame. The sample frame is just too small. Too small. Then think opinion polls should give us the demographics, the age brackets, sample frame, the size, the demographic, the age brackets, and very many, and of course, call it open, bank it also on the manifesto. If you see that they are not tying up, hey, we have to there. I think we'll have to think twice. Now, I just wanted to close up with one more comment on this Sonko issue. Now, Sonko going to Mombasa definitely is going to be eating on, because now Sonko is in AZIMIO, Nasir is in AZIMIO. So what does that mean? It simply means that you will not be eating on the UDA candidates' votes. You will be eating more on Nasir's votes. I'm not so sure what the eventual consequences are going to be, but it might not be nice. Like Adam says, Sonko always approaches these things with a lot of euphoria. And euphoria, is where people don't fully engage their mind. More or less, it goes with the token and what have you. For those who have even gotten in touch with Sonko's past campaigns and what have you, Adams, for your information, that Sonko rescue, the rescue, whatever that was in Nairobi, it started a long time ago, and it will just go hovering around the mortuaries and the hospitals and find people who are crying and are helpless. Those are the people Sonko was focusing on. He will go to that famous place called Garden Square. Most of the people who want to transport bodies up country, they would always collect there. By the end of the day, sometimes you find they have collected 130 shillings. Sonko will go there and tell them, whatever you guys have collected, at a multiply by 10. And on top of it, give his own contribution as well. So he endeared really himself to the people who really need help at whatever time. And that's why he can go to where people are looking so hungry at just people who are just carrying begging bowls. He overtips you. Wherever you go that night, Sonko you'll be talking about your experience for going forward. And that is how Sonko makes himself so endearing to the low people. Now, I wanted to finish with the issue of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, I think, is in a very tight corner. Because, one, if Sonko is validly claiming that, I've not exhausted my appeal, So why should I be stopped? And that is what the law says in Article 93. That is what the law says in Article 70. But it says for state officers and for public officers. But for people who are convicted and you have appealed. Now, Supreme Court is a bit unique here. If you remember what Justice Ngugi did, she brought in a frame which has managed to keep the Migori governor out, the Tharaka Nithi governor out of office, Sonko out of office, Waititu out of office. Those are now just president cases. Now, the Supreme Court is in a fix here. Because remember, the clearing of Sonko was based on Article 93 and not 75, which the Supreme Court, the impeachment law is. Remember, if you are a minister today and you are impeached in Parliament, what does it mean? The message is you are not fit for the job. You cannot do the job. So to come again and try to do the same job, you can see it is self-defeatist. That's why I think the Supreme Court is really going to be in a fix. If they uphold it, it means impeachment means that you are not fit for the job. You cannot go there. And that is what Sonko is seeking to do. So I think the Supreme Court has got a big decision to make. Because they are going to be the one to set the precedent. There is no case so far around the same thing. Well, that is it. I think I want to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kusel. You hold on right there. We'll be back to you for your final thoughts after we have cleared with these two gentlemen here. Yes, Adams.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, am I giving my final remarks or I just continue?
Yes, you can give.
No, if you want to give your final remarks, that's also okay. I mean,
no, I'm not giving final remarks. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Kuze, you brought a very, very important issue here. Mr. Mike Mbuvi Sonko operates like a city pastor who is administering or who is preaching to the poor people in the slums who have nothing left for them in life apart from hope. So if you just preach hope for them, hope, then you tell them, just give. You just keep giving and then you'll be multiplied. You'll get more.
You remember what you did to Congestina?
Yes.
Yeah, last week.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's one of the examples. Like there was this pastor who kept telling people 310. You just give 310, and people are so many. So 310, he makes a lot of money. So that is his populist kind of politics, and he only do it around people who are emotionally drained. Like you said it very well, he comes and find you guys are stranded with the body, and you need to transfer the body to the up country. So he comes there, give you money, multiply it with what, and then then you look at him as a messiah. He presents himself as a messiah, fake messiah. That is how he get away with these things, And so the votes that this guy normally wins through emotional helplessness and the emotional something, But people who really have, they call it Nairobi, they say the middle class. The middle class never vote for Sonko. No, but the disparate people. And you know what? The life also is so much imbalanced, Mr. Kuseo, such that the disparate people, the life is like a pyramid. The disparate people are below at the bottom, and they are the majority. So these are the people Sonko appeals to, and he get the votes. So he pulled off all his rescue staff to Mombasa, and he's doing the same thing, and it's working for him. So I think the man just needs to be stopped. He can be stopped, but if they don't stop him, it will be like that. And another politician. And secondly, and finally, Mr. Kuze, you touched about the polls. I was reading something about the Washington Post, I like reading articles on the Washington Post. When you consider Africa demographically and Asia, you will find that after India, it is Kenya which comes second with the best social scientist strategists, meaning in terms of opinion polls. Opinion poll is science, you know? So Kenya comes second after India with a very little margin. So we are doing well. We are being recognized. In Africa, there is no country which is like us. We are doing so well. So opinion polls is science. It is statistics. There is a way in which they do it. If you studied social science at the degree level, you will understand better. But we Kenyans as well. But that withstanding, it doesn't mean that it is skewed. There are people who still pay money. A lot of people pay money for their brands to be seen as doing good. So it's in politics, you know. But our opinion polls, we are doing better than so many countries. Actually, even if you go to Ghana, Tanzania, they normally hire Kenyans to do their opinion polls during the electioneering year. Thank you.
Thank you. Karibu Mato.
Remember, thank you, man. It doesn't go unrecognized. You know, I appreciate you to actually, you know, give me that platform that you can actually bring me in when you don't, you know, ushafunga. But I really appreciate that. It means a lot, and I wanted to say that thank you that you can actually help me, and you guys can even be here to listen to me. You know, I do really appreciate. Na washukuru sana na poleni jana kuwaimbia kungulu kwangala. But you know, you guys are my good friends, and I love you guys. But anyways, so let's go serious. Jose, there's something you said. I'm sorry, I still have a hard time to call you the new name. Kusoe. I don't know. I still have that hard time because I know who you are.
Don't worry, you know the correct name. So this one is about Bernard's attacks.
Yeah, I know. I've also gotten them. It's just that my job kidogo, you know, when I go kwa IT nikiwapatia simu yangu, so they try to solve that. I'm actually gonna change. Na nitaleta ujinga nilikuwa. I was about to make a kungulu kwangala, but somebody has already taken that. But there's something you say that is very, 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 very important. And I want people who are listening to us today to understand what you say. There's this thing that we call precedence. I've been trying to push it, but it's been very hard because people don't understand it. Precedence of law is a hard thing for people to understand because people think what is written in the Constitution is the law. Yes, it is, but there's law that comes from cases that have been made. And I know I'm repeating myself, but I'm also talking to people so that people can actually understand what precedence is. There's a risk we were running if we let Sonko get written off of ever running. We were running a risk of precedence. Now, is anybody believing that Sonko is going to be a governor of Mombasa? If you believe that, man, I mean, you got to go to your bathroom, take a shower, and go to sleep. He's not going to be. That's never going to be. But also, as we're trying to build this constitution that we just got about, 10 years ago, we also have to be careful of our presidents and what we do, because presidents can be the basis of a case. If I was in a case with Jose, I can go and prosecute, say that, if I had a case with Demba, I can go and say, I was in a case on 1992 with Jose, so now, follow that case because that becomes law too. All the lawyers will say, and I will keep on repeating because people have to understand, because I've seen people win cases out of precedents. And so if we set a precedence just because Sonko might be on the wrong side, we set a precedence. then it will be so hard if we want to do a constitution to keep on keeping that. So me, I'm okay for Sonko to come in. The only thing I can tell you that he won't, I don't even think he wants it from what I hear. I don't even think he wants it. It's just there to, you know, that was something that he was you know, he's just doing it for the sake of it. He's not going to be on that ballot paper, or even if he is, he's not serious like that on that thing. It's just for the law, because as you're changing into different hands, you have to put your law where it needs to be. Kenya is becoming a big hub, and I need us to be very careful in what we are doing. And that's why today I came, Themba, you were not here. I was here to not talk to the youth, to us, the AZIMIO people, but to talk to the UDA people, or the undecided. I want the undecided especially, and the one that is there. It's time that Kenya is actually becoming what it needs to be. And I want you guys to remember one, my biggest passion, one man who was called Atieno Kajwang. Ule mwenye alimba, na sitaki kuimba kwa jana mlicheka. Wakenya msilale, lale lale, Wakenya msilale, bado mapambano, bado pambano. I hope Mr. was here today again. The kitchen is going to get hotter. That's what he used to say. And it's getting very hot. And if you can handle the kitchen, this is direct to kina Ruto. Walk away, wachia Wajakoya anaweza shikilia. I won't be surprised if Wajakoya becomes the next opposition leader. Ruto, mpatieni mic, na mpatie pia nani, mpatie Gachagua mic, na tuendelee bana, kimeumana, na miti mukate kabisa. Njiru, wewe kwanza nilikupatia, endo kanunue bulldozers bwana. Usikate miti, ngoa yote, ngoa, usikate. Jamaa unaweza kata kuja jiangushe kwa hiyo stem. Ngoa hiyo kitu bwana, na level bulldozers tunakuwekea GoFundMe my friend. Hiyo ngoeni kabisa, kijana wenyu atajiua bwana. I see a 70%, and if anybody wants to bet with me, 70%, 25 and 5, undecided 5.
Thank you, Mato. Now, thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming on. Thank you, Mato, for your able submissions. Tunashukuru sana, kila siku tunapatana hapa kwa channel ya Mutembei, and we come to exchange and talk with each other, listen and share with the world. Remember, when you're talking, like I said, the world is listening. So just share, let your thought go out there. We learn from each other, and there are people who learn from you, what you have to share. Remember, the grave is rich because there are dreams that were never met, ideas never shared, and even inventions that were never discovered. So it's up to you not to make the grave richer by coming on here and sharing information. That information is very significant to all of us. Thank you for the owner of the platform. Who is Mutembei? Mutembei is the owner of the platform. We are all here now celebrating because of him. So sisi ni watu wadogo sana. Themba, Julia, Nani, Njiru, sisi ni watu wadogo sana. So hapana kuwa na makasiriko, unakuja sijui Themba. Sisi ni watu wadogo sana.
Mdogo is relative.
Sisi tunapewa tu nafasi kuweza kuguide.
Some animals are more mdogo than others.
Yeah, the animal farm, Zuri Tech, kuwa mpole, focus. Achana na Themba. If you think Themba is not the person you like the person you see. Kuna watu wengi, kuna Julia, kuna Njiru, just like all the rest. What's your problem? Ukiona kwamba Themba is not your cup of salt. That's okay. I mean, we are in this world to choose, and we all have a right to do that. We just issue. I mean, when we come here, like I say, we give. There is a reason as to why we put the rules. When you meet many people together in a country, we call it the social contract, which is called the constitution. When you meet in a group like this, we say, okay, fine, these are the rules. Just keep to the rules. If we say don't unmute before, don't talk before you are allowed to speak, don't unmute and start speaking. That shows that you are losing decorum for the set rules. Let's just observe that. It's simple, it's clear. If you're going not to like me because I'm enforcing a rule, then please don't come here to like me. I'll enforce the rules anyhow. Don't like me, that's okay. You can come on when the person you like is on. Bernard stays here from 9:30 up to I think Kenyan time, 9:30 up to sometimes 3 a.m. You can come all that time and discuss. For me, my thing is simple. We have the rules, keep to the rules, we respect each other, we share views, tunaendelea. Ukikuja na stories zingine mimi siko, keep your focus. I'm good with that. And you don't have to like Themba. That's what I keep saying here. Yeah, it's a choice. But we like when you come and share with us. This is a platform that is open to everyone from anywhere. As long as you have a gadget that has connection and you have something to share and you are willing to learn. Simple. You can come in. No qualification, no nothing. Let me admit, appreciate some of you down there. Nathan Dusi, Mwao Madiba, 15 million strong. Yes, 15 million strong for AZIMIO. Savin Orinda, Asante, great team. Yeah, these are very great minds we have in this panel. I respect everyone here, what you have to share, and I try to keep my focus. I know everyone here has something to share. And that's why I respect people. We keep our focus. I respect what you have to share because I believe the world needs you. The world needs that information. Very important. Thank you. It's a great team. Tiara Oscar Juma, thank you. Zuri Tech, you just come, keep your focus. Wachana na Themba, you come, stay to the rules, share your views. Themba, when the Prime Minister for Britain was resigning the other day, Mr. What's his name?
Boris.
Boris, yeah, when he was resigning, if you listened to his speech, he said that no politician is indispensable. That one was a very key thing. None of us here is indispensable. Themba will be here today, tomorrow will not be here. So if you're obsessed with Themba, you are. And as I said, Martin Luther King said, do not allow someone to bring you so low as to hate them. So if you are getting yourself to hate someone, then know that you have bent so low. Don't allow yourself. I hate no one. Never hate no one. I don't hate no one. Yeah, you can hate me, but that's yours. Mimi siku hate. As long as we speak to the focus, you stay the
Themba,
focus.
you have a duty to be likable. You have a duty
No,
to.
nobody has a duty. You have no duty to be likable. You have a duty to be you. Who are you? Just be you.
No, as a moderator.
No, I don't have a duty to be liked by anyone. You choose if you like me or not. I have a duty to do my job. Allow you to share your views. That's all. If you want to like me, that's fine. If you don't want to like me, that's up to you. I don't have that duty, man. If you want to be liked by people, my friend, it is the same people in the Bible. Moses and a few when he came back, they were doing different things. Yesu akakuja akawahubiria. I love the same people, the same disciples that he went ahead and chose. One of them betrayed him, the other one denied him. Now, you see, if Jesus could not do it, who are you? Just do your job. Like Jesus, come, die for them and leave. Go back to where you belong. Hizi stories zingine waachie. Unataka kufanya kazi ya Yesu. Yesu alishindwa. Jesus went akawapoint 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. Siku ya kufika mwisho, ule mmoja ndiye alileta watu wakamkisi. Ati ndio huyo. Ule mwingine jogoo ikawika mara 3. Mimi hata simjui. Kuseo, shauri yako, wewe endelea kutaka kupendwa. Mimi shauri yako, wewe taka kupendwa. Mimi nigonge. I've been in politics. Like I say, I've been through the trenches and I have a t-shirt to show. So you can gonga me. You can go there and say so many things about Themba. Say Themba ni nani? Themba ni huyo. Themba ni huyo. Themba. The good thing, we wake up tomorrow, we have a new debate, and Kenya moves on. Stephen, I'll come to you, my friend Martin Deto. Kaa hapo kwanza, wewe ngoja kwanza, umenigonga mara mingi. Kaa hapo tu nini kwanza, polepole. Wale wako kamati ya kunigonga ndio hao hapa, lakini I like them. I like Mato. Hata ukinigonga uniamke kesho I will allow you to come on. I mean, come. The world needs your view. Doesn't matter what Themba thinks. You are an important person in this world, man. Zuri Tech, Press Joy, Geoffrey Ojiambo, Nathan Duzi again, Peter Cura, PK, DPP, Alexis Soe, Aisa, Soul to Soul, Furaha wa AZIMIO. Majina. Kuna mwingine alijita jina ingine kali huko chini. Na wengine wote, we really appreciate you. Kindly come on, give your views. Let's share. At Themba, bring out the t-shirt. Let's see. Hey man, I have a t-shirt to show. Been through the trenches and I have a t-shirt to show. Yeah, imeandikwa hapo. Been there, done that, and I'm surviving. Now, I want to allow the panelists here at least to give your final comment. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV. And as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, kindly also subscribe to my channel. That is Themba and Lulu Show. That is a channel for my daughter and I. Kindly go there and subscribe. And let's push us. We really appreciate for those who have subscribed. If you have subscribed, go there, pick a like, comment. And if you haven't, we are waiting for you. What are you waiting for? Just go there and subscribe. Thank you so much. Zuri Tech, umeboeka. Endelea kuboeka, bro. Kuja kesho, you come and talk to us. I mean, we are here every day, so don't you worry. Now, I want to allow the panelists here to give us at least 1 minute closing remark. And then, Matongoja, munatoa closing remark 1 minute kila mtu. We go around. And I will start with you, Mato. Seems wewe hiyo yako iko burning. 1 minute, tafadhali, closing remark. Alafu Adams, Kuseo, Njiru. Then we come to Julia, na leo tunafanya wimbo wa taifa wa Kenya. So Kuseo, usitoroke, utatupatia stanza 1. Adams will give stanza 2. Then Mato will give stanza 3. Alafu tumalizia hapo. So Mato, tafadhali, dakika moja, closing remark. Saizi ni closing. Thank you.
Okay, kama itaenda kama closing ni sawa, but sikuwa nataka closing, nilikuwa nataka that time kuna mtu alikuwa nasikiza hapa akaniambia niulize swali kwa the panels. If I had, na aliniandikia, if I had 200 billion, can I be prosecuted in Kenya? So hiyo niliulizwa na mtu. So if that becomes my closing remark, I'm fine with it. But ni kitu nilikuwa nataka watu wakifanya that closing remarks waweze kuongea. I can take that as my closing remark, but either way, I think I can come back with money if allowed by the moderator, which is Themba. Thank you, Themba.
Adams.
Thank you so much, Mr. Themba. Finally, The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Kenya, I'm confident they've been grilled enough. They're going to deliver 70% credible election. The credibility of election of free and fairness is going to be 75%, minus plus marginal error. That one, I believe so. And before I forget, Mr. Kuseo, I just heard somebody said here that you have a real name. Just with all the humility, I really want to know it. You don't have to change your name. I will cram it if you drop it there, and I will call you. So my final thought today, I just want to leave you with one simple quote from my friend called Mr. Sunday Adelaja. Mr. Sunday Adelaja said, and I quote, "Politicians should take personal responsibility for knowledge acquisition and campaigns against ignorance." So our politicians, because you and me, we are all politicians here because we politic, I beseech you to take responsibility and acquire knowledge against ignorance and deliver the best. Thank you so much. Good night. We are one. God bless. Amen.
Thank you so much, Kuseo. Kuseo, unmute. You're muted.
Today you realize I was trying to research something about around the impeachment law, and then I had to go back to what Judge Ngugi did with the impeached governors, and you realize there was no precedents, there was no cases to refer to, but she came to the conclusion that these people are impeached because the Kenyan public also believed through their members of parliament that they are not fit for those positions. And for that, having given that one sentence explanation, she said there is no way she can allow them to go back to their offices, even if the cases are being appealed. Now, that is the sort of thing that I see the Supreme Court are going to have to follow up. That these fellows, this Sonko who has been impeached, if you say that he can go ahead, that means you take him back to the same job where he was chased. And then it will be very interesting to observe what the Supreme Court is going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuseo. Jiro.
Why is everybody running away from my question? It was asked by a viewer that wants to be a member.
Because your question was not part of what they had planned to give as their closing remarks. I mean, Mato, that's a simple answer.
No. Makiadi had said last word. He said we shouldn't give our last words because that might be superstition.
Why do you want most people to respond to your question? They had it. Yeah? So they choose not to respond to it. Unataka wakwambie, we are not going to respond to your question. We are going to give our closing remark. Mato. Okay, Njiru.
What a bunch of mean friends.
Okay. Yeah, Mato, I will be generous to you. I will try to attempt your question. In Kenya, that kind of money is stolen by a politician. A regular mwananchi will not have a concept and a methodology to steal such huge sums of money. And when such type of money is stolen, the politician knows the start and the end of it all. That is why we move in circles for 3 years, and then we have a scandal which is not solved. Yes, it is possible to lose such type of money in Kenya. On my closing remarks, we now have AZIMIO and the KKA. All of them have tabled their concepts and they are promising us a lot. What I want to tell Kenyans here, don't listen to promises. Just like as a man who wants to marry, he can promise a girl a lot. But you might happen not to implement anything of that, only to make the girl pregnant without fulfilling anything. What I want to advise Kenyans to do, use history, just like what an employer does when you want to employ somebody, he requests for recommendations. Recommendations always come from people who knew you previously. So, politics and becoming a president is about your history. It's about what you have done in the past. It's not about present, because we don't know present. So to me, I consider campaign promises irrelevant. So for me to be able to connect what you are telling me you will do, I want to first of all connect you with the past. And when I look at AZIMIO, I see their past can connect me to their future. Their methodology, I trust it. Their concept of execution, I trust it. And on overall, close to 70%, I feel they can do it. On the other end, I'm not sure what they can implement. They can promise as high as in heaven. There was a promise of stadiums. There was a promise of so many things. It has not been done. I'm not sure. The Mama Boga thing, the Hasra What thing, it will be implemented. So for me, I want to rely on the achieved future, not on, I want to rely on the achieved past, not on an achieved future, which I cannot confirm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Njiru. At least Ndoto amefurahi. Wacha tusikie Julia kama pia atakuhurumia.
No, I didn't even hear clearly what Martin said, so I don't want to answer. I'm just saying, Njiru is confirming vile nyinyi mnadanganya wanawake, mnawaambia promises. So, fellow panelists and members of the Mtembe, the gentlemen, msidanganye wanawake, don't. And then he said, impregnate people's daughters. Don't impregnate people's daughters, because you're going to be in trouble. Njiru didn't add that on a light note. Now, about the what appeared and what we have on the agenda today, I think the main thing was the opinion polls, and we have 25 days to go. I don't want to be in the shoes of the presidential candidates and even the politicians. Now I'm thinking them, but I think I don't know whether I would ever vie for presidency. This is a very critical time. I don't know whether they are sleeping or they're using sleeping pills to sleep so they can take a nap. I don't know what they're going through. But one thing is clear. There is one man with excitement. His anxiety is excitement, because he can see his dream coming to pass of becoming the president of the Republic of Kenya. That is none other than Raila Odinga. And there's a lady called Mother Karua. I think this surprised her. She didn't see it come. I know she has been campaigning, but until Baba appointed her as his running mate, I think she did not see it come. Though I know they're having to use a lot of, energy and all that. I think Baba and Mother's sleepless nights are not as bad as William Samoei Ruto's sleepless nights. Because last year, William Samoei Ruto saw himself as president. That's why he walked around thumping his chest. That is why today and the last few days, he's been so aggressive and displacing his aggression on the wrong people, calling people out, cursing them out. We were speaking in the Mount Kenya forum, and when we translated what Ruto said, it sounds so vulgar when you translate it. Njiru unakumbuka vile tulisema? Ati mimi sipigani na modomoka. You can translate for the members later. It sounds so bad and so disrespectful. So I thought that for Ruto to reach that point, he is very desperate and he is very frustrated. Now, how do I connect the opinion poll? I think now Ruto, in the last few months, his points are not rising. His polls are going down. And I don't see his polls going up any sooner. And we only have 25 days. Why? Because now, because of frustrations, his true self has come out. Fellow Kenyans, this is a man who walks around and talks about how he can slap this one, he can slap this person, calling this other person a woman. To me, no Kenyan matters to William Ruto. The only thing that matters to him is power. Now, the president told us that William Ruto was willing to do anything. No, William Ruto said he could have done anything, including slapping the president, because there is no way he was going to give up power. But the president said otherwise. He said that I was ready to give up for the sake of the peace of this country because I do not want to see any lives lost. It tells us William Ruto doesn't care about the lives of Kenyans. So he can do anything and everything to get to power. Now, he goes around saying that he made President UHURU president. But now I think that William Ruto is very lucky to have become deputy president of Kenya. He should be very thankful to President UHURU for having helped become deputy president of Kenya, because William Ruto will never become anything else more than that. Now, this is the end of the road of the political career of William Samoei Ruto. Now, Mount Kenya region people, I'm asking you, please join our fellow. I know many of you have made up their mind to support Baba. Those who have not made up their mind, I'm asking you, I'm kindly asking you, join fellow Kenyans as we transform this nation, because the only person in whose hands we are safe in is Baba. I'm asking you, a man who walks around saying he can slap people, he can even slap the president, how safe are you in his hands? Jay, in whose hands are you safe? You are only safe in the hands of Raila Odinga and Mother Karua. Kwa hivyo nawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, ninawapenda sana, sitaki mkuwe na stress tarehe 10 kama umetupa kura yako ovyo ovyo. I'm saving you from stress. Just make up your mind and join me na uvuke sakafu tupigie Baba kura. Asante Demba.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Kuseo. Thank you, Adams. Thank you, Martin Deto. Thank you, Njiru and Julia. We really appreciate your contribution. Kama kawaida tunasema, tell people to vote Azimio. Don't tell them to vote wisely, because Azimio and wisely is the same. So napoenda pale nje.
You forget I just asked a question. I didn't contribute, but it's okay if you want to close it that way. I'm okay. I'm okay with it. No problem.
Mato ulisema wewe mwenyewe ukasema mimi yangu itakuwa swali na ninataka nimalizie. Okay. What do you want to say, Mato? Aya, sema basi tumalize.
Wewe ujue Matunu wa feelings hiyo kura inaweza potea, anaweza sema hata ameenda.
Njiru, acha siasa, my brother.
Saizi tuko na siku 24 zimebaki, hatutaki mapili.
Ndio maana sitaki kubakisha kitu.
Haya,
ndio maana kubakisha kitu bwana. Nataka kila kitu yenye iko kwa akili yangu itoke kila siku.
Haya, sema 1 minute maliza basi.
Okay, I can't wait for
Kuseo usiende national anthem unaimba. Kuseo kaa hapo. National ni saa ya kwenda. Haya, sawa. Haya, kwa heri.
Okay, napita raka yangu ni
hapana. Matu ngoja, Kuseo, they no longer say I discipline them, Kuseo. They no longer say bad things, so stay until ukiona makiadi ujue bad things zimekuja.
Sasa what are bad things? Wewe
ni vile watazima mimi.
Haya, see you Kuseo. Hakuna bad things. Wewe mbona tuwekelea tunasemanga bad things? Wewe Julia, wewe wacha. What is it that is bad that Kuseo hasn't had in the time that God has given him in this world?
No, Kuseo is in another world. Nasikiangi maneno ingine.
Mato, 1 minute tumalize basi alafu tufunge.
Nilikuwa nasema wacha nianze chini. I think Actually, wacha nianzie juu. So I think I can't wait for the debates. I'm waiting for the debates of Mother Karua na Gachagua. In fact, that's the biggest one that I'm waiting for.
Ndeto
Hiyo.
walisema nani alisema, is it true they said that Ruto is not going for the debate? Demba, did you hear that such a thing?
I saw Dennis Itumbi. Dennis Itumbi did post that, and yes, he speaks for him. So, but let's wait and see.
Yeah,
But
even
that's fine.
Baba
If he
no, what
doesn't
they
find
said
because
is
actually I think is more a little bit of it, you know,
they said that if
Baba
Baba is not
kidogo.
going to be there, they are not going to be there because Baba is also saying that he cannot waste his time debating a thief. So
Okay, lakini mimi hiyo Baba na Ruto hata sina haja nayo.
Baba
Mimi
said he's
nataka
not
hiyo
going to be
Gachagua na mama.
no, Wajakoya ndiye alisema kama Baba hatakuja yeye hataenda kwa sababu hata waste his time debating a thief.
Oh, Wajakoya. Okay,
Yeah.
I love
Baba haja comment on the issue of the debate. So hapo siwezi kusema.
Na mnajua iko lini?
29.
29th, okay.
That is
Hiyo ni ya Karua na Gachagua ama ni ya Baba na Ruto?
Presidential.
Na deputy.
Deputy should have been, I think, this week. I don't know if it is still there.
Yeah, but the Ruto camp said that they don't want to attend the debate because of the media biasness. They feel
media biasness. Now this week, MCS, I mean, Media Council ilitoa their statistics. Ruto has been covered more than Baba by the media.
One thing which I know is that they want to have an excuse. They don't want Rigathi to come, because if Rigathi comes, it will be worse than Wasa. Watashuka mpaka 22. So
it's not even regarding Njiru. Even Ruto, sai unaona Ruto, you people, have you seen? Unaona, if we want to know your character, is when we have annoyed you so much. It comes out. If you are able to control yourself and still work with decorum, then we say you have a strong character. Unaona huyu jamaa, the opinion polls and all that, amesukuma kabisa. Na nimekuwa nikiambia nyinyi watu, don't go to those meetings za Ruto, utachapa na mawe na Ruto ama na kakurushia kiti.
Well, anyway, mimi hakuna kitu moja na ngoja kwa hii maisha yangu kama ya Mother Karua na Gachagua. I hope it happens in this life and I get to see it. Ile kitu ingine ni I said siku zingine hapo kasema hapa mwisho tuko la pili ya mwisho. Unajua wenye running na marathon alafu mtu pale ile ya mwisho unapigiwa kengele kili, unajua ndio ya kwenda kumaliza. Ndio kengele ishachapwa. Na kuna mtu mlikuwa mumekaa hivi mnadhani hata kuja kusema. Na huyu mwanaume anaitwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Ameanza kutokea, nilimuona juu ya gari jana. Watu wanasemanga ati sijui akaendangi juu ya gari, he's not, anafaa kukaa huko alafu retire. Ameanza kuongea. I think the moment that guy says anything and says where he is, it takes a percentage of the central votes back to Raila. I personally don't think there's a need, kama ningekuwa mtu today on mali naweza sema, I really don't think there's a need for us to spend so much money after what I've seen to go for elections. I think it's over in the beginning. We know who the president is going to be. We know who the the deputy is going to be. The only problem we have, and I don't like it, now maybe Themba can talk to that, and Adams, is I think we have a problem when we come down to the MCAs and all that, because I've seen Mother and Baba struggle with that. I think we might lose big on that. because they are fighting, and I thought by this time tungekuwa tushaso tukajua nani anaendelea. Anyways, Demba, I'm so sorry for taking your time, and I think that's all I had to say, and I appreciate you for giving me your time. Julia, it's always good to see you, my sister. Adams, always kama kawa.
Okay. Asante Ndeto. Mtu wa power, mtu wa kungulu kwanga. Na unajua Julia nani Njiru amehepa kuimba wimbo wa taifa. Unajua hivyo?
I told you.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah?
I told you about Njiru, ukaelewa hiyo maneno.
Njiru inakaa. Na leo my ex wako wako.
I don't know.
Sini moderator anaweza jirudisha. Njiru kuja hapa rudi.
First, I don't know what's happening with Bob. I don't know what happened to them and Christine because they just disappeared. Secondly, I don't know what's wrong with Missy. He keeps on, I don't sijui kama alienda gym na Wajakoya, alisema alikuwa anaenda gym na Wajakoya. Unakumbuka ile siku alisema hivyo?
Yeah, unajua nani, your friend alikuwa amesema, huyo Bob Azimio alikuwa amesema anataka kuingia kwa timu ya Abdul Swamad. Sijui kama amekwambia.
Ati alikuwa anawasaidia na campaign. He was to give him his vehicle and all that stuff, right?
Yes.
He looks so, Bob, where are you? He looks so tired when he comes here. I don't know whether he's working 24/7. Najua ukisema mtu ana work 24/7, so many things may be happening.
Julia. Wewe chokozi. Tuimbe wimbo wa taifa. Adams stanza 1, Ndeto stanza 2, Julia stanza 2.
Ndeto was taking 1, I take 2.
Okay, Ndeto take 1, Adams will take 2.
What does it matter?
It's okay.
He had been mentioned.
Nina amekram. Unajua sasa ukimconfuse mwambie 1. Ni alikuwa amekram 2.
I don't even
know. Alikuwa amefungua 2.
Yeah, Julia will take 3. And let's go.
Haki nyinyi. Mungu nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya inastahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Yako Njiru, hiyo yako nani Adams imetoka mbali, hiyo yako imeenda na slow motion.
Adam, I think 2 things happened. Either his Kiswahili teacher was very bad or he was a very bad student. So can you tell us which of the above happened?
He was a bad student, bana. Kiswahili was not simdomo chetu.
No. On the flip, can I tell you something? On the flip, I used in my 12 years of primary and high school, that is 12 years, I did better in Swahili than English. Actually, I think I had a B+ in Swahili, so at Form 4. So I did well in Swahili.
You know, you can be good in written, but very poor in spoken.
Even spoken.
And that's very, Adams, that's very true what Demba just said, because, you know, I think my lowest subject that I ever had, that I had in my KCP was Swahili.
Whenever
I'm very good in Swahili.
Yeah, hold on. Whenever I do the national anthem, Swahili version, I always want to do it like I'm talking. I don't want to do it like I'm singing. I'm trying to speak those words. That's why I lowered down the tempo. But if you want me to do it fast, I can do it fast.
So you
However,
are trying to tell us that it's not that you can't read Swahilis, that you are trying to
no,
make
no,
up.
no. I'm just doing it intentionally. What you hear from me, I'm doing it like that. I'm just doing it like that. I can speak Swahili.
We'll try to understand. We'll try to understand you.
But you can also have your own opinion. That's fine.
You are bad. You are a poor student. In spoken Swahili. No, we don't know about written. You might have passed written. You might have had an A, like in spoken.
No, I didn't get an A. But you know, certain things
Adams,
you
I
cannot.
got a question for you.
Hold on. Certain things you cannot know about a person, not until you get those who have journeyed with him or her. So if you get those who've journeyed with me, they'll tell you more.
So if we ask, talk to you, Finn, she can tell us more.
Adams, wacha nikuaibishe leo kidogo. Ama maybe utajinini. Mwenda tenzi na omo.
You know what Julia is asking? If she asks you Finn would know if you know Kiswahili or not.
Adams, my brother, wacha nikubonge leo. Mwenda tenzi na omo.
Marejoni ngomani.
Wewe sasa umetoka wapi?
No, let me tell you. Mato. The things we did. That is easy.
But now Martin thinks anajua Swahili sana by asking that.
Imagine.
I told you that was my last subject.
Martin.
Yes.
Wewe bado libaki kwa mwenda tezi na omo marejeo ni ngavani. Siku hizi ni mwenda tezi na omo marejeo ni aerial.
Just like
Amatos.
Zemba amebadilisha akasema ati aliye juu mpate huko juu.
Mambo ya kusema ni aerial ama toss. We don't wait for aliye juu chini anymore. Unamfuata huko juu. Unajua hiyo unaona hiyo maombi hiyo kitu inakuwa, kuna comment niliona mahali ambayo ilikuwa inapata. Unajua kuna watu ambao wanasemanga tu ukiona tu siku moja utashuka, heshimu wale ambao umeacha chini. Utangoja huyo mtu ashuki, mfuate huko.
Unajua nini language.
Nyinyi mtafanya mazeni ku addicted na hii channel. Kabisa, I think I'm already addicted.
Mato, language ni kifanya for me, like unachiki my son is 10-year-old. And he can
so I was thinking you have a 10-year-old son.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I was just thinking you're just starting.
No, he's 10-year-old. He's in 5th grade. He's gonna go to that. So this boy
umenichapa na 6 bwana. Unajua kangu kako 4.
Relax. So
sasa usiongee wazee wakiongea. Adam sendelea.
This guy Julia can only speak English and Swahili. He can't do my mother tongue. You understand? This yeah.
Do you speak mother tongue in the house?
Yes, not so much, but yes, we do.
You should try speak that they
understand. If you do mother tongue and both of you are from the same tribe, are you?
Oh, that one can help.
Yeah.
Are you both from the same tribe? Yes. Okay, maybe if you do that for both of you from the same tribe, that can be helpful. But you see, when you're coming from a mixed race or mixed tribe, you kind of sometimes it becomes difficult for the young ones.
Yeah, but
Demba, I come from. I mean, ours is mixed, but she actually speaks more of Kamba than. I mean, not really Kamba. You know that. It's Nini. Like Kimwambia Manyoa, she knows how to call me Manyoa. She can speak Kamba and she understands all the Kamba, but she has a problem understanding the Kikuyu from the mom, even though she does get a little bit.
The confusion comes in. Okay, most Bantu will be easy because most of your Kikuyu Kamba words seem to be close. But if it is quite different, then there's a bit of confusion. But
But
for
still, you're doing a good thing, you people. Then, but if your child can speak Swahili in the US, that's wonderful. Like,
Oh, Julia, you know, I live in New Jersey. In New Jersey, there is a place called Jersey City. Jersey City, we have Kisses. The Kissy population is like 80%. Those guys have kids who are born here, born and bred here. They speak Kikisi fluently. I'm telling you. They speak
yeah, I also
Swahili.
know some Kikuyus who do
I'm
that.
like,
Some
hey.
there's some Kikuyus in I think in Washington and where
At
that's
Boston, Massachusetts, they
and
speak
Boston.
Kikuyu.
Yeah, they speak. Their children speak Kikuyu, and then this friend of mine, Aluya, was called to a wedding in somewhere, I think in Boston, and she was so mad because the wedding was in Kikuyu.
Wow, that's strange. So Kissy people, their kids speak. You find a kid speaking Kissy like originally, and then all of a sudden they just flip to English like top. Now they speak the American accent. You
Yes,
look at them,
American English.
you do the same thing, you wonder.
Yeah, I've seen some Kiku kids like that. They speak Kikuyu better than me. Lakini wakianza kuongea na somebody else, they speak American English. It's just
Like,
okay.
but
Beautiful.
Themba and his daughter only speak English, nothing else.
you know, we speak Swahili.
Oh, Lulu can speak Swahili.
Yeah, she understands. Even my son understands Swahili. We give our instructions in Swahili. You know, we are from mixed parents, so I mean mixed tribes. So you find it easier for us to speak Swahili.
Demba, I've watched you with Lulu. Wanda, you guys. I mean, she doesn't look like she can speak any Swahili. But
You want to talk to her? We are going to. Hold on, calm down. We are going to do a video.
Use sign language.
We are going to do a video. We are going to do a video of clear, just pure Swahili. So you'll realize that she understands Swahili. You know, one thing you need to do to your kids: teach them mother tongue at home. The rest they are going to learn at school.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not even at school. Outside your door, immediately they leave that door out there.
Give them what they can't find at school, and that's what even other Asians, you see Chinese, you see Koreans, you know, the Asians, Indians, they speak their original at home. So when you meet them speaking anywhere, they're just speaking the original. But when they go out there, they interact with the other languages.
They are so indigenous, yeah.
Which are some of the challenges that, of course, diasporians go through. I mean, you find some of us, you know, making our kids feel like speaking their mother tongue is such an abomination. So you don't want them.
And on the other hand, it is beautiful. And I think foreigners, I mean, people who are not our culture,
they admire
find that we have such a beautiful thing. Like when I tell my students I can speak a minimum of 4 languages, they're like, how do you speak a minimum of 4 languages? I tell them that English is my 4th language. I had learned to speak 3 languages before I learned to speak English. So they're like, what? And they find it so beautiful. So I think we should not be ashamed about it.
Yeah, Julia, what you just said is very true, because I've had that problem with, you know, at my job. And not even this job that I do, even other jobs that I've had before, where you tell people, and people actually, like somebody could call you at work, and then you start speaking in Swahili, and they look at you weird. Like, what are you talking? What language is that? Because first of all, they felt that you had an accent, and now you speak in another language, and then ask you, so how many languages do you speak? You tell them, at least if you're a Kenyan, you at least have to speak 3, because you have your 2 national languages, and then the very one that is needed.
And you are likely to know another tribal language. You know, the chances are very high. Like me, I think I hear all Luo. Like if you're speaking Luo, I hear everything you're saying. You see, it's only that I struggle to make a sentence to reply to you. But I think because I lived in Luo land for many years, my children hear all Luo and all Wanyore. You know, Wanyore. This was at Maseno. So my children, when they were young, they could fight with a mixture of Luo, and they could call each other Kaparau. And I'm like, what are these kids saying? Because that was their vocabulary. You know,
Also,
that was,
you lived in Nyanza before.
yes, I lived in Nyanza until
Besides
2007.
schooling.
I lived in Nyanza I went to college in Maseno. So I was literally in Nyanza from 1992 to 2007.
Oh, wow. Are you married to an Otieno?
No.
Personally,
she's married to Mark Otieno. Mark.
No.
Let me tell you
For
something.
me, my life has been city. I'm a city boy. I'm born, bred up, everything in the city of Nairobi. So I am a city guy. You know.
Remember, let me tell you something.
Remember when them say.
No. Let me tell you. Even if you are born and bred in the city, there comes a time they reach some age there. It is our culture. You have to identify yourself. Like you really want to know ushago kwenyu ni wapi. You know, you really want to go home.
Hakuna Mkenya mmoja ajui ushago kwao ni wapi. All Kenyans know where ushago kwao ni wapi. Every Kenyan know their ushago.
So, but the funny thing, I was born, raised in Nairobi, but after I got to high school, hapo hivyo na kwenda kufika ma campus, I really didn't like Nairobi. I wanted to go Ushago because huko ningeweza kuendesha tinga na vitu kama hizo. Nairobi ilikuwa na go kwangu.
Some of us, we went to boarding school, so like we loved it. Like unakaa boarding, and then when you close, that traveling to Nairobi, you know, like a whole bus is just us students. But
Elikana Shibashi anasema Temba na wapanga tu.
I think Elikana knows Demba.
Remember mlienda chuo na Elikana wewe.
Remember na wapanga, eh?
But somebody like me, I'm like a cat. I have two lives. I have the city and the village life. So I mix them up. So at some point I was there, at some point I was here, back and forth, and then at some point I relocated back permanently. So I have both sides of the coin. And then in Nairobi, what I wanted to say, Julia, I don't know, I'm a Temba. You find that parents, this happens a lot to the Luo parents who live in Nairobi, those who have achieved middle class life going up. You find that somebody just do not want his kids or our kids to speak mother tongue. They feel that if the kids can address themselves in English, that is kind of some form of, intelligent.
Especially Luos. I tell you, something I find very interesting, and okay, I found especially in the Kenyan experience, Luo parents, you find that the child, the father, and both the parents are actually Luos. Mm-hmm. But they don't want their children to speak. The children in the house speak English. I mean, you're like, what's the problem? I mean, just
and then Kiswahili as a language, the Luo parents do not take Kiswahili language serious.
In fact,
wachaneni na Wajaluo wako sawa tu.
In Kenya, mostly speaking Kiswahili was seen to be of a lower cadre. If you're speaking Swahili, you're
ongemi ngatoka. Wachaneni na Wajaluo bwana.
They just want English.
English is their mother tongue.
But okay, I think now we should tell the Kenyans who are listening that it's very important that your child knows how to speak your language. It's a beauty, that beauty of your culture, and it's good for us to understand where we are coming from. Kama saizi siku hizi naona Wakikuyu wako na wazi mwingine wamerudia ile culture they have suddenly gone back. They even know where their god was. I don't know, Mukoro wa Nyagadanga. Now the clans are back, but us, we still have clans. But each one of us has do you have clans? We have clans. And
we do. Clans. We do. But Julia, what's going on is this. Back home, when we were in Kenya, this happened to everybody. like my caliber, we speak English, yes. We do British, right? But then now we wanted to talk the big English, like the vocabularies. You can come up and when you stand talking to people, you throw those big vocabularies. So you are seen to be, mimi ndio yule msewa kusema, But then when you travel, now you get that exposure. When you land to the United States, the land of the US, you realize that the English that you thought is not recognized here. That is nothing to them. You are talking to a white, especially the Black American, and they're like, what you say? They don't know they don't even recognize you. They see the accent in it, So this tells us that knowing our mother tongue and Swahili, national language, and our vernaculars, teaching and training kids to understand that is so much important. But you can only recognize that importance when you travel, when you get that.
Come here is when you
appreciate back then, even wale ambao wanatoka university saa hizi wanaenda colleges wanapata job and then they get kids. I'm telling even my sister ananifuata, akona mtoto mmoja, single mother, mtoto wake ni English tu. She thinks mtoto anakuwa, so until she get exposed, ndio atajua.
I also learned something, Adams. I learned something that okay, when I was coming, I was thinking that I'm going to struggle with my accent. But I learned that these Americans that I'm teaching did not care about my accent. In fact, they were so impressed that I could speak several languages.
And do you know something else, Julia? That even America, there's no American accent.
Yeah, there's no American accent.
Because even in America, they know the Southerners, they know the Northerners, they know. So everyone has some sense of an accent from somewhere, So this blanket thing, people thinking if you speak like the black, so now you're speaking the American English. That is so African thing, like when you.
It's so African thing. It's not real.
When Kinandeto live here and they go there and then they start speaking, people from there will start saying, "Hey, that guy is speaking with the American accent." Here, there's
no, the funny thing, and that's why I wanted to say something before them came. I remember when I first came, to this show, and I remember one time I spoke something very nasty. I will never speak it again. I do apologize.
I told you never to say.
Yeah. And I know, and I still apologize to people that I did say. No, actually, and that's where I'm going. Remember, personally, I don't live kwa Kata. Where I live, you'll be so surprised if you came to my neighborhood. Hakuna Kata hata wawili.
Unaishi wapi?
Even a white neighbor. Shida tu ni, I think I did work na Katas at some point na ikanishika. No, I did. I did work na Katas when I was going to school. I used to work na Katas for almost 3 years. And mpaka sipendi hata nikienda Kenya, sipendi kuongea Kizungu nikienda Kenya. I tried not to talk English nikienda home naongeanga Kiswahili ama Kikamba. Because the moment utafungua hiyo mdomo tu,
sasa Kizungu ya Kata.
Kusema kitu ya Kizungu.
Utaanza kuweka B na H huko.
Kizungu ya Kata.
No, lakini sinanga hiyo mdomo mbaya ama madharau.
Sasa Kizungu ya Kata. Unajua? Naona hiyo Kizungu ya Kata. Ndio sasa nyumbani wanasema sasa ni American. Hiyo Kizungu ya Kata sasa hiyo ya ndio sasa huko nyumbani.
Hiyo ni ujinga, hiyo ni Kizungu gani bwana?
Themba, especially high schoolers and those who go to school, they think when they speak the American slang, which is the Akata English, then they think they're somewhere there. I'm like, I look at them.
Hiyo ndio interact nao kwa movies na muziki ya hip hop. Sasa unajua
Adams, I just proved that
Themba ukanipata job utaweza shtuka sana. Utashangaa ni nani ule mtu najua. Because
and Adams and Martin, I discovered that that's a wrong assumption, because when I listen to the teachers here, the American teachers, even the African American teachers, they speak clear, grammar correct English. They don't mix that stuff. They are very clear. They are very clear. So I made a conclusion. They decide to speak formal English. They make a decisive decision that niko shule, mimi ni mwalimu, and I'm talking to teachers and students, so they speak clear formal English. They don't.
Julia, let me tell you, what you're saying is true, but let me tell you the difference. I have interacted with these people the most. When you find a Black American or a Qatar who went to school here, they speak proper English. Yes, proper English. And right. They speak and write proper English. On the flip, meet the same Qatar who just dropped somewhere along the road. Even writing. You look at they don't even know how to write English. I'm telling you. Even writing is a problem.
Hata kizungu akiongea nasikia you go come tomorrow.
If you tell them
what is you go come tomorrow, man?
If you tell them, I ain't say nothing. Unaona hiyo kitu ilikuwa inanisumbua. Unajua unaambia mtoto, what did you say? I ain't say nothing, mom. I ain't say nothing. So you want to say I ain't say nothing. I ain't do nothing. My bad. You know, statements kama hizo, my bad.
My bad.
My bad. I say nothing.
Wanaharibu kizungu. Unajua kwanza Mississippi. You've ever been to Mississippi? Memphis, Mississippi, Tennessee. Huko unajua Black Americans wali nyanyaswa sana. Wanachukia hata kizungu mzuri hawataki kusema.
Yes, yeah, then I get the point.
There's a day my daughter my daughter went to hang out with some of her mom's friends and whatever. So akarudi akaniambia, Daddy, I feel pain on my booty. We're tulikosana. That's not called the booty.
Yeah, so
but like I think Themba had a different idea of where I live. Themba, Kata, Mimi, I speak very strict English. The only problem is that Sazin, I did work with them. And the job that I do, ile job nafanyanga, does not allow me to be even that kind of a thing, because you cannot do meetings while you're speaking that kind of English. You see, and especially meetings that you're only running them yourself.
Martin,
especially for what I do in my league.
Martin, did you realize that education actually changes everything? Have you realized that even in this country, let me tell you something, even about the tattoos on people's bodies. Have you realized that wale ambao hawajaenda shule sana in this
mingi.
Wako na tattoos
kila mahali.
Wako nazo mingi.
Yeah. Now wameenda shule do not have a lot of tattoos.
Even the way they speak, the way they dress, the way they do everything,
so
inakuwa kitu ingine different.
Education, I'm telling you, is
education inabadilisha mtu the way unaona. That is why unaona hata ukiona mtu akikutusi, mtu mwenye hawezi kutusi maumbwa na nini hawezi.
Me karibu, there was a day I went to Walmart and it was during summer, I think some 3 years ago. So I got a parking, somebody pulled out, and then I was next. I tried to fix my car there, to park my car there. But there was another lady coming, Qatar. She had spotted that. So I parked in there. I reversed very fast. That lady told me so many things, so many things. But I just looked at her. And then another black lady told me, hey, don't mind her, just go. So there was a difference, and she turned against this lady again. Huh? Oh, you think you're gonna F with him? Oh my God.
Unaona, sasa Adams, watoto tunakonga nao kwa class, unaambia mtoto kitu, anakujibu, anakwambia get the hell out of my face. Sasa vile niambia get the hell out of my face. Nikamwangalia hivi, Okay, the good thing
Aje kusikia mtoto wangu amesema kitu kama hiyo, tutapigana hiyo siku.
The good thing kwetu Adams, akisema hivyo you can call somebody. Sasa unajua who comes, you call somebody, police. We have policemen in the school.
They come to do what?
They work there.
Lakini si Julia, you see a lot of unajioneanga mengi. Kwanza ngoja unasomeshaga a white neighbor, I mean white neighborhood or black neighborhood. I mean me at least I live in a white neighborhood. Na siko ubaya.
Shule zao Martins ziko mix.
Yeah.
Shule serikali. So the policemen, kwetu kuna policemen wanafanya kazi iko. Sasa ukipiga simu kwa ofisi unasema I need someone. Sasa wanakuja administrator na police. Kama ni msichana anakuuliza ni nani, unamwambia kama wanajua ni msichana. Kama ni wanakuja administrator na police woman. Juu admin akija peke yake atatukanwa na huyo msichana.
How old are they? Yeah, which are you?
High school kama tu wale wa Kenya.
Then you have a big challenge. You have a big challenge.
Hapo ndio maisha. Hapa ukiingia na
what are the ages that you teach?
Those are teenagers.
Those are teenagers from 14 to 18.
And some of them drive themselves to school, right?
Yes, 16-year-old, most of them wako na magari.
Yeah.
So I mean, our watoto ukikuja na attitude ya mwalimu wa Kenya, the next thing utafanya utanunua ticket, utarudi Kenya, ukambebeleze TSC, uandike tena juu utaona utakufa mapema before hata upate hiyo pesa hapa. Because our watoto ndio wanakuambia what to do in class. Sasa ukienda na hiyo attitude ya Kenya. So you come, you find out what do I do when this happens? What do I do when this happens? When do I do when this happens? Because the first thing watakudisrespect, utaambia wakae chini, hawatakaa, wataanza kukuambia kuuza maswali ya ujinga. So you have to decide what to do first. So the wiki ya kwanza ni kuwafukuza nje, ni kuwaitia hao mapolisi na nini, so that second week wanaona huyu achezi na sisi, wacha sasa.
Julia, we gotta actually myself. I have to give you kudos because you see, like me on my weekday, yes, I'll go be professional and do all those things, and then on the weekend, I go. Unajua siogopi nitasema. On the weekend sometimes I go, kufanya na manoki kidogo. I feel that's my giving back to the society for what God has given me. Unaona? But kama hiyo inanilemeaga saa zingine because unapatana na mtu huko hivyo just 2 days on the weekend inalemea because unapatana na mtu ile kitu anakuambia huko unashindwa. I can just imagine what you go through every day with these kids because naonaga hapa hivi. I see them.
Anasema nini press judge anasema ati those are they are police officers armed mpaka wako na buduki.
Yeah, I know them.
And they have handcuffs. They arrest them and take them to
hata kwa elementary school, hata kwa
elementary wako. Na huwa wanafunga hao watoto wanaweka kwa handcuffs. They do that. Because unaona kuna saa zingine tunakuwa na lockdown Adams because watoto wamepigana, wametandikana.
Lakini unajua nini? Kwa hiyo yote tumesema, the one thing I like about it is that all of us here with this experience that we're talking, and the guys that are listening to us, is that I need you guys to understand that the people who are in the diaspora is not easy. Yes, some of us has worked hard to be in professional jobs. Some of us, like I said, weekends as you unaenda unapigana, umesikia Julia wala ile kazi anapitiaga every day. So the money that you guys ask us to send back to Kenya and the remittance that we give back to Kenya, it's not just money earned from the streets. It's money that we work hard for. And it's something that we really, really sweat for. I need you guys to understand. Hata mkiona tukicheka hapa hivi, the guys that are listening.
Sisi tunaelewa lakini Wakenya waelewi hiyo kitu.
No, sinaongelesha watu wenye wanatusikiza sasa hivi. Unajua bado tuko live.
On the positive side, we need to appreciate where we are coming from. We need to appreciate our education system. Now, there are very beautiful things happening in Kenya. Watoto wetu sidhani wataifika hapo. Kama watafika, maybe 100 years from now. But we need to really appreciate that because our culture is beautiful. Have you come?
Inategemea Julia unafunza wapi. Ushafunza group of schools?
Yeah, group of schools. I know somebody teaching group of schools Temba, but still hawajafikia
watu wa group of schools wanaendanga na magari, mwalimu na
Yes,
unapata mwanafunzi wa group of schools ila pesa amepata
anaendesha gari kubwa kuliko mwalimu mwenyewe.
It's triple your salary na unafaa kumfundisha kizungu.
Yeah, but still Temba wako na hiyo discipline. I know somebody teaching these Matiba schools, but wako na hiyo. Nakwambia Temba penye niko ni watoto.
Kwani unafunza kwa black neighborhood?
It is not a black neighborhood, but it's a mix. Wako mix.
And then let me correct you something. Let me correct you something.
The ISDs, when there are some ISDs that are generally, the cities in different states, they have they are categorized. Okay, you have some cities that are generally not so affluent, and some cities that are fairly affluent. So the cities that are not generally, kidogo, like here in Texas, the Dallas ISD, mostly unapata ni watu ambao si nini sana. So hapo unapata hard knocks na cases zinakuwa ni kibao.
Nyinyi ni hillbillies mnadil now, but let me correct you on something.
ISDs, kuna some ISDs that are fairly disciplined, and they don't tend to witness certain kind of cases.
And Temba, I think that one also.
But let me correct you on something. Let me correct you on something, Demba. You see, like there's a stereotype of Texas of unajua hillbillies. There's also a stereotype of when somebody says of somewhere like let me give an example of Chicago or Missouri. When somebody says they stay in Missouri or stay in Texas in Chicago, there's a stereotype that is out there in the media, and I want people to understand that is not true, because people think, and somebody called me yesterday asking me how's the crime rate, how's the they were asking me how's the racism and all that. In every major city that you ever live in, especially in the US, there will be the wrong sides where you don't need to live in, and there will be places that you live in, and those things, the stereotype that is with it is not. So like I used to live somewhere in Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri. Now I live in the outskirts, unajua, to the lake na nini. I used to live somewhere, but where I used to live at the time, that place was literally working class, black, with a little bit of white American, working class people, very good people, big people. Yeah.
Goja. Right now information is available online. If you want to know which city has the highest crime rate in Texas, utaenda tu kwa Google, and then you see
and you get it.
And you get it. There's nothing like ati unaweza feature ama nini. Just go online, Google highest crime rate in the US, the place with the, in fact, even if you're looking for a place.
Wacha nikwambia Demba.
Okay, Demba. Demba, I want you to Google Lee Summit, Missouri.
Martin. They asked me unaishi wapi, nikawapatia address, waka Google wakaniambia, ma'am, there are 4 child molesters, and there's a way in the US you can track that. It's on Google. It's on Google, and they were telling me, ma'am, this one is 4 minutes from your house. This one is 4 minutes from here. So they're like, Miss Kenyoro, is your son here? Make sure he's safe. There are 4 child molesters near your home. It is on Google. You don't have, this is the US. They have everything posted.
Hebu
Yes.
basi nitafutieni Lee Summit Missouri,
Jitafutie,
niambie
jitafutie.
how many they are round me. Naweza penda kujua.
Jitafutie.
Jitafutie.
Hata mimi nitafutieni Lee Summit Missouri nijue wangapi wako. Unajua niko na kashana bwana.
Wacha uoga, jitafutie.
No, thank you. I mean, most of the information here, you just Google, unajua ni wapi, say crime rate, the best ISP, the best school, wapi, nini. You just Google, you find all that information. Mahali kuna high taxes, mahali
No,
kuna low taxes.
lakini tuache kuogopesha wa Kenya because si kila mahali ati kuna crime huku hivi. You know, like where I live is such a nice neighborhood. Sasa hata naweza acha garage ikiwa open na hakuna mtu ataingia. You know, Lee Summit, nobody will ever come into you.
I mean, that's good. I mean, that's a good place to stay. But the other places in the US you stay, and every day you hear there's a break-in. There's a like in Texas, there's a kuna mahali kuna some homes ziko karibu. You know Texas history. If you read Texas history, Texas was actually Mexico, what you call Mexico.
Because you're next to New Mexico, right there.
Yeah.
You're just right next to New Mexico, which New Mexico used to be Mexico.
Yeah, so whatever it is that mostly there are some homes that in the borderline. Unaona? Sasa kuna watu wanakujanga when delivery has been done. Whatever package
they are pirates.
Wanabeba.
Wanaitwa nini pirates? Something pirates.
So you I mean there are those issues in different places. So unapata ndio umekaa mahali mzuri, but you can't get your package unless you
or Mithemba unaweza kuwa unakaa mahali pazuri, no theft nini, lakini hauwezi tembea kama wewe ni black person, ni pure white racist neighborhood. You know, hauna.
And that is why many people wengine wanahama wanatoka New Jersey wanakuja Texas. Kwa sababu unakaa hivi mahali mko, you don't get to meet an African. Yani hata unajua
Demba unajua huku tuko na like my neighbor is a Nigerian. Demba, my neighbor is a Nigerian, the other one is a Mexican. Alafu tuko na churches tatu za wa Kenya. Hapa.
Demba, let me tell you something before you close. Do you guys know that in the United States, the state with the best education system is New Jersey? Are you aware of that?
Let me Google that right now.
Actually, it's Johnson County. It's called Johnson County.
Yeah, even the best.
As we conclude, where are we celebrating the Baba win? Where are we? That only sema tunaenda wapi ku celebrate?
New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Yeah.
New Jersey ndio headquarter.
No, tunaenda New Jersey because kuna friends huko hivyo na watu wameamua huko kutoka group ingine.
Hujai kuja New Jersey wewe?
No, why should I come to do what?
Huko ndio makao makuu.
Nilikuwa Queens just the other day, so I mean I think 3 weeks ago nilikuwa Queens.
Jersey.
Shida ni nani Julia?
Shida ni
you can only I plan to have a car huko to get a rental. Lakini the problem is once you cross the Hudson River, the Washington bridge, parking, my friend, $80. I swear to God, I've been there, done that. Siwezani niyo kitu. So that's why hata naenda saidia New Jersey. Acha venye tu nilisikia ni New Jersey, I said let me go to New Jersey the other side because I need to go vote in Washington on the voting day. So and then I come back to New Jersey, but I always have a car when I go down there.
I'm voting in New York. Sisi tunaishi New York hapo kwa consulate.
You vote in New York? So why did they tell me that I have to go to Washington? Which is just 1 hour away from you.
Ngoja. Number 1 state in the US for education is Massachusetts.
Then
it has the
Boston.
best ranked public schools in the United States and is the second most educated state. just behind the District of Columbia, about 90.40%.
That's because of MIT. That's because of MIT.
Because of
MIT.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
that's because of MIT.
Adams, maneno ya kuvote. Okay, I think I heard about New York. Unaona, as Demba closes, we were coming with this suggestion, Demba, we can float it to Baba kama inawezekana, kwamba we don't have to go to Washington, because many people had to go to Washington. We could have just polling stations in each state. Now, we could just have one person, because they only need the presidential vote, right? We could have a polling station in each state. Hata kama mkiniandika, mi hata naweza fanya bure, niwafanya na stay bakura za mtu. I can do it in the South for everybody. And
you're very right. You're very right. One day I speak to a person or somewhere, but they were asking me, do you guys have people who are willing to do these things?
Yes,
why are you guys pushing this? I don't know.
I can do it free. I can register voters, make them vote.
Julia, do you know what they did when we were registering? Because I was transferring my vote from Nairobi to New York. What I realized, those IEBC officials that were there, they were like 7 guys. They all came from Nairobi, all of them, and the hotels were paid for them. They were getting allowances, everything. But people are here who can do it. But you know what? If you come from Nairobi to come and do that job here, the allowance are so good. They get paid so nice.
That's where Kenya wastes
money. But also, Adams, let's educate people, because we're also doing civil education. Let's also educate people. Let's educate people.
Umesikia Press J anasema Themba in Chicago, delivery doesn't exist. Pick up package mwenyewe from post office.
I've been to Chicago. It does exist. It does.
New Jersey is number 3.
In terms of
Connecticut is number 2.
I think it may be.
Johnson County is
so high. I mean, Texas, we are number 33, man.
But Johnson County is number 3 richest. Johnson County is number I think number 4 richest counties in the US.
Remember, this is where we have the Princeton, the prestigious Princeton is here. Harvard iko hapo juu tu, si mbali. So
ngojeni, kuna kitu nilikuwa jaribu kusema. Nilikuwa nasema
life is
we need to educate people civil education.
Life is very expensive hapa. This place is very expensive. Texas is way cheaper. That is why people move from here down to Texas, because you just move from here from an apartment, you just buy a home.
Kwanza yenyu siwezi ishi huko bwana, mali nalipa $80.
Wakina Themba, we know we have my people down there. They wananiambia mara mob niende huko. Hata huyu Themba shaniambia niende huko. But
huko kwenye, lakini at least huko the other side of the Hudson River. Sai kwanza hiyo side nyingine ukiruka side ya New York. Manze 1 bedroom. Hata si 1 bedroom studio, $2,000 a month.
Ikae kwa point. Themba, hiyo maneno ya kupiga kura, let us sort it out after this election. Let us find a way of contacting.
Yeah, I think, Julia, we can talk. We can talk, and our voices can be heard, by the way.
Because I can volunteer to be the everything, the returning officer. Na stay bia mtu kura. I'll give you genuine. I'll not steal for Baba or anybody. I will.
And Julia, thank you for bringing that back, because that's what I wanted to say before Themba came in. I wanted to say that if there's anybody that is listening to us that lives in the US and wants to vote, even if you're registered wherever you're registered, you can actually go to a voting place, either in New York. I didn't know New York was. I knew Seattle was. New York is.
You mean if you're registered in Nairobi, you can go vote in Washington?
No, yes. You have to transfer. No, you have to transfer.
Yes. No, you can. No, you can.
Mato.
You can.
Mato,
you can.
You can. You have to transfer.
You can if you have your passport.
Okay. Ngoja. Mato,
Can.
relax, Mato.
Especially if you have the East African, you can.
Yeah, Mato, relax. We don't want to mislead people. Huh? Let's give the correct information. You vote where you registered.
Yeah.
You vote where you registered. If you registered to vote in your
diaspora, you can.
If you
Look it up.
registered, Goja. If you registered in as a diasporian, you will vote in diaspora. If you registered in Kenya, you vote in Kenya. That's why we say you need to go to the polling station. You need to send your number. You see where will you be voting, because whatever message you get back, it's telling you where you will be voting. So kindly, before we start telling people things, let them confirm with IEBC.
Yeah.
Where are you voting? Everybody.
Remember, last time I voted. Last time I voted here.
No matter. It's okay. Let's just give the true position is this. Confirm with IEBC where you are registered as a voter and where you will be voting. And IEBC has already said that wherever you registered to vote, the polling center that you registered to vote at, that's where you will vote. Diasporans, you're only voting kama mko out here, you are only voting at only the presidential. You're not voting the other things. You're only voting presidential.
And thank you. You made that very clear. Thank you. Yeah, the presidential. You're right.
Vote for the presidential, and then hizo stories zingine zinazama. Tuachie hapo, tumalizie hapo, tukutane kesho. Si ni sawa?
Tukutane kesho.
It's been good.
Good night.
It's a good time to finish. God bless you. See you tomorrow, 9:30 Kenyan time. God bless you. Bye-bye.